Time, I'll have to count on all of you to tell me how the quality of sound is. And we're going to go to the channel dashboard and see if we are connected. So it looks like it's connecting. It says excellent connection. And I should have started that before I started the live stream. All right, going to count on everybody to participate. Don't forget those upvotes because that's what lets us show up in searches. Otherwise, we're missing in action. So we're counting on you to bring us the attention we need to bring attention to the transmission at all. We're going to try, starting with our lovely Brooke Gibson tonight. I will then attempt to bring on others. There we are, my lovely Brooke Gibson. We are live. I just want you to know that. So we are going to carry the show as best as we can over the next few moments while I bring other people on. I'm going to try to bring our man from England on because, of course, he is available, or said he would be. Yes, and that will help us immensely. And
I'm going to mute this for just one moment because I literally am finished, like the dogs are almost finished feeding the dogs, but you can hear them running around.
Oh, of course, honey.
Give me like 2 minutes. So I'm just going to mute it so nobody has to hear that.
Oh, no rush. No rush. And now we'll see if we can bring on George Knight, and we will also try some other people more casually. George Knight, of course, being someone who has to be on. We're going to try and see who else we can bring on. This is going to sound terribly repetitive because this is the way it is at the beginning of each program. So we will try just a few other people.
I know I was hesitant to come on in the beginning. I thought, well, I enjoy George on here. Like, I listen to you and George, like I both enjoy talking to. So I was like, am I going to have to wait till like midnight for George? Like,
oh, that's cute. That's adorable. Yes. And so Sarah's your daughter, right?
Do what?
I'm sorry?
What did you say?
It sounded like you said Sarah asked a question. Sarah's the name of your daughter, or what?
Oh, no. I said, I was talking about George. I said George was the one that I thought I was going to have to wait till midnight to hear
Understood.
him.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm moving around doing the dogs, but no. I said I thought he wouldn't be on here until later. I knew last week he wasn't because of his time difference.
He's going to try and come on this hour. So definitely we'll see who else we can get on. I'm even going to try, just for the sake of form and decency. I think I've got her tried onto the brain dancer. I think, unless of course she's gave a no answer, which might be the case. And just so people understand, okay, so that might be from earlier in the morning. I thought I added her on with everybody else. I don't expect her to answer because of she just is reconsidering participation, just so everybody knows. Brendan Zogan is with us. And my man Brendan, how are you?
I'm doing well. What's up?
Oh, I'm sorry. I called you almost by accident. I was thinking Brandon Young, and then I called you because everybody else screws me up by doing that. We're live, so you can click off if you want to.
Okay. Yes, good evening.
Yeah.
Hope all is well.
Yes, as well as... Yeah.
It's the 8th night of the goddess, Navratri.
Yes.
And the lunar cycle is almost in full balance with the solar cycle. Yeah. So it's a very good time.
Yes.
And Divine Mother is at her strength, defeating all the evil in the world.
Wonderful.
Who is this speaking?
It's good news.
This is Brendan Zogan. So perhaps you'd best introduce yourself and exactly where you're coming from, Brendan. The Vedic...
Brandon. What was Brandon's last name?
Oh, Brandon Young is the other gentleman who everybody conflates with Brendan Zogan, which is why I called him by accident, trying to call Brandon Young. But now that he's with us, he's doing fine.
Well, no, obviously he's into astrology like me, so I find it very interesting. That's why I thought that was cool.
Yeah. There you go. Yes. And you can explain what kind of astrology you do, so to speak.
Well, I'd rather hear what you're into right now.
Yes, sounds good. So, Brendan, you can explain what kind of astrology you do, so to speak. Right?
Yeah, it's coming from it's coming from what is called Jyotish, the science of light. It's what is called is known as Hindu astrology, but it's actually Vedic. So it's a very ancient system, and it's sidereal astrology, not tropical like the Western system is. So it's coming from a sidereal system, meaning it's star-based, visually as the stars are in the sky.
Correct. Yeah, I'm familiar with both my tropical
Right.
and my
So it's like,
yeah.
yes, in their system right now, and the Hindus are using the same system right now, and that's where you get the festival of Navratri, but it's actually a lunar solar festival. And I don't like the word festival because festival is just festering evil. It's a combination word.
Wow.
But yeah, so it's the original thing would just be like the most balanced, like how the rishis would see it, the original wisdom keepers in the ancient texts were called rishis, and they would see it as like when on this earth plane is the most balanced is during spring and summer equinoctial times, when the sun and the moon are the most balanced, and that's why it's such a revered time for like meditation or centering, or they were always about balance. All the ancient cultures, whether it's Celtic, Druids, whoever, they always were looking into nature and they wanted to create the most balance possible. So that's why it's important.
Thank you.
Well, that's so
ancient
much
perspective.
what we've lost as a society, just in general. I don't know, obviously, as much as you on that particular. I mean, I know enough about Vedic, but on the actual cycle that you're speaking of. But what I'm saying is, I do love that to learn more, because it's so true. That's what we've lost, I feel, as a society.
Yes.
We move forward, but we move backwards. So we've lost that.
Yes.
Yes.
So I do want to emphasize, I do want to say hello to both these wonderful members who have joined us in the conversation, Samuel Romero and Brandon Young, the man who is forever conflated with Brandon Zogit and vice versa. And as well,
Brandon Young was on your show first, though.
Yes.
So
yes.
He would be the original in my book.
Yes, to defer to, yes, in that sense, seniority. And
which, hey, is Brandon on real quick, Douglas? I don't have much time. I wanted to ask him something.
Oh, by all means. I want to say thank you to T. Tank Berry, but we'll get, thank you, T. Tank Berry and Mendocino and Nathan Brooks. But Brando, yes, by all means, respond to Brandon.
Yes, Mr. Brandon Young. I was just curious what you thought about, like, what's your perspective on the most recent Rings of Power situation? Because I spoke to you about Tolkien years ago when you were on Douglas's show, so I was just curious what your take on it was. Can be brief.
Yeah. Hey, Brendan. Hey, everybody. How are you? I've watched all the episodes. I'm going to continue to watch.
You have. Okay.
Yeah, and I think some of the storytelling is okay. I just I'm a little disappointed in the dialogue and a little bit of the way they made the characters out to be, and sort of the liberties they took with it. But that comes with every adaptation of the audio-visual medium. And so I'm going to continue to watch it. Nothing, again, if anything, it emphasizes how good the book really is compared to...
Absolutely.
And even the previous films, compared to this new series. I never bought into the hype of the new series too much.
Yes.
A lot of my colleagues did go to the premiere and talk to the cast, directors, and people like that, and writers. So I'm. It's not that I'm against the actors. The Black Dwarfs and the Puerto Rican elf, and I'm not against that. No, it's fine. It works.
Right.
And in fact, they're my favorite characters, in fact, in a lot of ways. But I just don't like this sort of wishy-washy fairy tale story. It's not even, it doesn't have the energy of Tolkien, if you get my meaning,
Correct. Right. And that was, I can't say much on it because I haven't watched it yet, but I just recently got access to it, so I'll end up reviewing it. But to me, it was kind of like it didn't really bode well, given that they released it on Tolkien's day of death date.
Right.
Wow.
I definitely thought that was deliberate in a way, and I just
Yeah.
assumed it was like, you know, an attack of sorts. So I kind of already had a kind of bitter taste when going into it, and then I've read like the original books, of course, Silmarillion and all of that, and they did take too many liberties when they had, in my opinion, access to enough of the canonical stuff. So it
Absolutely.
was just, you know, very interesting. So yeah,
Well, it's-
thank you for the answer.
Yeah, no problem. We should talk about it another, maybe another show or something like this if you come back on.
Yeah, when I get a chance to review, for sure.
Yeah, you watch it and then check it out. I won't spoil anything, but it's okay. I'll deal with it. And there are sort of little sort of hints here and there that come from, in lines that come from other places within the canonicals, like even the Silmarillion harkens back to, and so on and so forth. And let me know what you think when you watch. We'll table till then. We'll table
Definitely.
Okay, wonderful. And so before you go, Brendan, how much longer do you have with us?
I have to go pretty soon.
Okay.
I'm still recovering. I have like an injured foot, and I'm like trying to water this garden.
Okay, so that's what that noise is. Okay.
Yeah.
And
I'm doing Hobbit stuff.
And do share with people if you wish, or do you feel that should be covered on another show, the source of this injury, because you and I know what it is.
Yes. I think we could cover it another time. It would be like super detailed and like.
Okay, understood.
But I am fully recovered. So
okay, excellent.
That's what I like to say.
Right.
And like I said to you the other night, like to quote James Bond or Ian Fleming, "Die another day."
Yes. Very much. I appreciate.
I feel like you're leaving a really good story out here now. You see, you've set something up and then not telling us.
Yes. Yeah, and there is plenty too.
The intrigue is far better than the story. I feel like. So.
No, that's not the case. No, the story is profound and very important. And by the way, so I do want to emphasize to everyone, maintain Brendan Zoget in your thoughts and prayers. He's been through quite a bit. And of course, there's someone else we know who is also going through quite a bit, and I don't even know whether to bring that up at all. Brendan and I discussed it last night, essentially, and then of course I had a short conversation with our dear Brooke Gibson, and so there's been a lot going down, as anyone might realize is always the case. But
it's a very busy month, at least, or so, apparently for everyone.
Yes.
It's interesting. It's funny that you called me Douglas, because today is your moon sign is actually active right now. So it's funny that you would call.
Yes. Yeah. It makes a.
So it's like your energies are very much in play.
What is his moon sign? And you're doing Vedic, right? So what is his moon sign?
It's a nakshatra, meaning star map. Coming from the Vedic, there's 27 celestial portals.
Right, correct.
And Douglas's is Purvashada. It's Sagittarius.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like I have like obviously the nakshatra just is another word for but that's what I meant. So basically,
Purvashada, which is the same star sign as Adolf Hitler as
Thank
well,
you.
and he had
Identical.
other placements.
Yes, go on.
Identical as far as moon, and there were other planetary placements that are similar.
Like Ketu, maybe, or Rahu.
I don't recall Douglas's Ketu or Rahu at all, but I do use, like, it is 9 planets in the Vedic system. It would use all 9. So sun, moon, and the nodes.
What is that? Just really quick, because I won't get into this. Most people don't care. But what is that? Do you believe in that? What is the chart? Do they believe it's the N9? Navash. I haven't done this in a while. 9, where it's basically your chart from like 30.
Oh, you're talking Namamsha.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Namamsha just is 9th division. It's just the 9th division of the chart, meaning.
No,
whatever.
This is the Navasha where it changes once you're 30. Like it's basically like in tropical we do the progress chart, obviously.
Yes.
So yeah, that chart where it progresses and things change. Do you believe what are your feelings on that chart?
On the Navamsha, it's it doesn't change in a way because it's based on your ascendant. So the Lagna, it doesn't change. And there's been a lot of confusion in Jyotish where people say your lagna changes and then the other charts will change. But it's like you can't just say one word on it, because it's like a technical science. It's like engineering. It's like there's so many layers. It's like there's the charts laid upon the houses, which is laid upon the zodiac, which is laid upon the 27 signs, and then each of those, like D10, D9, which is the Namamsha, and like it just goes, it's just so many layers. It's like it's almost like a whole engineer. It's just like a technical science, like math or anything. It's super detailed. So it's like I can't just say one word on it, and I don't know enough. Also, I would like to say that. So.
Well, yeah. So obviously, tropical and Vedic are the same way. I mean, as far as that goes, you've got to, your house and your yes, right. And then your squares and all that. So yes, I just didn't know if you knew enough about that chart, and I'll shut up about that. That was just one of the charts that I was.
No, I could speak on like ninth house at another time, and like that will cover basically what it is. But yeah.
Yes, and by the way,
and it's related in a way because, of course, Sagittarius would be 9 on the. That thing.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Yeah, I know there's too much to go into. Like, unless everybody went into astrology, there's no point in talking about this. I get this. So I'm sorry. It's gonna be easy answer anyway.
Oh no, it's fascinating, and many people do appreciate it. And I do want you both to know, just to verify, and want you all to know, just to validate what our Brendan Zogit said about festering evil being affiliated with the term festival. This was certainly the point of Howard Phillips Lovecraft when H.P. Lovecraft wrote a short story in October of 1923, the very year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was born, but a few months before she was delivered from the womb to lay her eyes upon this sorry world. And that's when he wrote The Festival, which was about basically the narrator explaining that he was part of a long lineage of people, and every 100 years a family member must venture forth to a rendezvous point to take part in an ancient festival tied to the Yuletide, which then became Christmas Eve. The whole point of the story is that he finds out he's genetically inferior, genetically downbred, and that's the horror point of the story. It's a dysgenic discovery. So that being said, that accentuates what our man Brendan has said. Yes, so there we are.
Yeah, exactly. And the way I was told is that, like, especially in like the modern Hindu thing, like Hindu is different than Vedic, and like I can go into why. And not that I'm against Hinduism openly, but the fact that it's not pure it's a derivation of Vedic, which is pre 5,000 years, and and there was a worldwide culture like that was well versed in all knowledge about how to live as a human and stuff, and it's a very old system that went all the way to England, all the way to like the Native Americans have pieces of it, like South America has pieces of it. It's a big story, but with the festivals is like the ones in India that everyone, like Diwali and all these, like even Navratri and stuff, those are all actually based off of the Mughal invasion and the Khans, what are they called? Those other people from the north.
All the invaders.
The different invaders actually brought in all those ideas of these big festivals when the original purpose was to acknowledge nature, acknowledge divine, acknowledge the goddess, as a being yourself, not as like these huge groups of losing yourself in the group and dancing to oblivion, drinking whatever you're drinking, and The Mongols, I'm saying the Mongols brought in the whole idea of the festival to the Indian subcontinent and to Europe even.
Right.
So like originally they were there to mark points in nature and to respect nature and divine, and give back the energy that the what's being given to you to survive and to evolve.
Yes.
So what it's become in modern times is just this crazy distraction where everyone gets together and they're like hugging each other and they're eating sweets and going against anything good,
Wow.
In my opinion. So that's what I would say about that.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Bizarrely enough, the Mongols, by the time they invaded Asian India, were Islamized. and yet
Exactly.
so many people drink all this fermented shit during these festivals. So it's like they didn't get that from Islam. But anyhow, so
Right.
that
Exactly.
yeah. And so that being said, you have a blessed night, and
All right, everybody. Have a good evening.
yeah, and,
Many blessings.
yes, and that was Brendan Zoget, and we bring on
And many humble bows to Divine Mother and the Goddess for supporting all of us with delightful food and beautiful weather,
Yes.
and just a place to stand, a place for us to stand. Without Mother Earth, we wouldn't have a place to stand. So,
Yes.
okay. Good evening.
Wonderful.
Yeah, positive love out to Mother Earth and everyone in it. How about that?
Yes.
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 All right. Good
Well,
night.
yes, not everyone, but at any rate, with that, so Sammy, Brandon, do come on.
Hey, what's going on?
Yes, join in a conversation with dear Brooke Gibson. Well,
Hey, Doug.
yes,
Doug, I'm gonna blame you for something. This is your fault, okay?
no doubt.
I'm sorry, man, but I still
Oh
can't
my
believe
god,
you
I'm going
guys.
to laugh right now, no matter what it's going to be. I'm just laughing. I'm already laughing.
Okay, this is Doug's fault because Doug roasts people. He roasts me, okay, but I still can't believe this dude's nuts got ripped off, bro. Like that's brutal, man. Every time this guy talks, no
Whose
disrespect
nuts
to him.
got ripped? Wait. Whose nuts got ripped off?
It's a long story. I'll explain it later, Brooke. It's just.
Oh my God,
He
man.
was through
Was
hell.
it just who was talking on talking?
Yes. Our man Brendan
Look,
Zoget was through a lot.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. I get it. You're into the astrology and the whole Vedic thing, but
No, that's fine. Like
I mean, I like I love my girl. Like I love my girl I'm with. I love her, right?
Yes.
So, I don't got time to look this stuff up. But I'm not saying he don't get females or women, but damn, hey, to each their own. I'm just like, if I'm paralyzed, I'm gonna, drag myself to a woman, and anyways, it is what it is. Sorry, Doug. I just this guy's, no shade to Brendan Zoget. It's just like, man, that's terrible.
Yes, and as a matter of
Y'all
fact,
left me in the wind now. That made it even worse than him not telling the story.
well,
Now there's
I'll tell you this much just to open it up and then explain it to you later. Basically, what happened was one morning, Brendan Zoget woke up and was in terrible pain and was wondering how he wound up forgetting to kick off the soccer ball or basketball that was on his bed that he realized was between his legs. And then, of course, he soon realized that was his inflamed testicle that had
Wait a
suffered...
minute, is blue balls a real thing?
What had happened was he suffered what's called testicular torsion, which is an extremely rare condition, but nevertheless common enough, where a man's nuts turn inside out, or at least one testicle to start with. And,
Okay.
Yeah, and that was just what led down this whole series of misadventures that medical misadventures that resulted in his literally almost dying. And so he survived quite a bit. He's been through a lot in life. And so
It's terrible.
yes, and
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. I'm sorry for him, for real. I thought Sammy was referring to, like, when he said he would drag himself to a woman, that he was actually referring to
Well,
like
look,
a
man.
ball thing.
that-
The old
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be a little mature. It's just, it's terrible. Like when I heard the story about him and his testicles and stuff. That's, I mean, come on, man. I'll give you guys something. My dad, he passed away of cancer, right? About, I would say, 2005. So that'd be like 18, 17 years. He was supposed to get treatment to help his cancer, especially go a little bit more in remission. But one of the side effects was he couldn't get an erection. And he refused. He said, I want to die mad. So, he refused to get the treatment. So it is what it is. But, as I think sometimes us men, we do think with, our other head and, to our detriment, I think, Doug, you talked about this.
absolutely.
Talked about
as a matter
how,
of fact, to put some of this into context, because I think it's important. There's two factors that are intrinsic here, Brooke and Brandon Young. I'm just so glad you're with us, and feel free to chime in whenever you feel you wish. But when it comes to another thing in common between both the father of Samuel Romero and my biological father, and the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Dietrich, the Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy. What had happened was with George Dietrich, the Chief Petty Officer, he basically was someone who was convinced he was my biological father, and my mother and I never disabused him of that notion. He went to his grave thinking that. But when it came to one of the things that he did have was at later in life, around the age of mid-60s, I would say, he developed penile cancer. It was cancer of the urinary tract. And they wound up basically performing a penectomy, which means that the MDs snipped off that mushroom head of the penis that we all know and love. And my father, of course, was under the depression of, oh, they've ruined me. And I convinced him that he was so much more than his penis. And honestly, I swear to God, it was once he adapted to accepting his new reality, his IQ at least tripled, more than likely quadrupled. And I swear to God, once they cut that penis head off, he grew 3 to 4 times as intelligent as he was during all the 65 years before. It was incredible to see. It was a total change in his mentation capacity. So I would almost recommend it for the majority of men. But that being said, aside from that, when it came to what our biological fathers share, both Samuel Romero and myself, his father, it is said, was gored in a bull riding or confrontation with a bull incident, and essentially had one testicle with which he produced effectively countless number of children.
It was about 17, 18 kids. So
17, 18 kids, yes. And yeah, and it was something very similar with Adolf Hitler, actually, which I've gone into Adolf Hitler's children before. Of course, my mother was under orders to get sperm from him when she was a very young girl, and she was serving as the interpreter for the Japanese envoy to Berlin. And that was ultimately the sperm that she used, because my father was effectively sterile from being present at so many atomic bomb tests in the U.S. Navy. George Dietrich was present at such tests and was very likely sterile. He'd been married several times before he married my mother, at least 4 times. Never was able to have children. Finally, he thought that marrying an Asian woman would be more fertile, and then he had 2 children by her. But she told me later on it was really the sperm that she had retained, that she had gotten from Adolf Hitler and kept frozen for all those years, which of course is quite efficacious, that you can maintain frozen sperm for half 100 years with no problem, and it will still maintain its efficacy. So that was what was used to produce my sister and myself. And but Hitler was known to have 1 testicle, or was rumored to have such. The British said he was born that way with a condition called monorchism, not monarchism, but monorchism. But the reality, the more that I reflect upon it as a historian, was he could very well have lost his testicle in combat in World War I, which is a far more likely story, and which renders his war injury another fact in the formulation of his psyche, whatever combat trauma he also suffered from, etc. But definitely he won the Iron Cross with oak leaves. He won the German equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor for his heroism, because he had one of the most dangerous jobs in World War I, and he survived it for 4 years, which was basically a frontline courier delivering messages back and forth on the front line at great risk to himself. So the number of injuries he did suffer were appalling. So there you have that. So that's the story of all kinds of men losing their penis heads and testicles, and hopefully that is both educational as it is entertaining in its own right, morbidly so. And not
overly educated.
Yes. So that being said, Brandon,
yeah, I don't know if many people know this, but Isaac Newton was a castrato. Um,
God.
he cut off his own balls and penis.
Jesus. I had no idea. Oh my God.
Yeah, so he could focus plainly on science and natural philosophy.
Talk about dedication. Holy shit.
Yeah. So when I heard that when I was 21, I did the same exact thing. And have ever since regretted it because I have not produced a Principia Mathematica or anything like that. No, I never did it, but Newton actually did do it.
Well, I'm thinking, do you know how much like better, probably, and more focused Douglas could be if he's also...
Well, we all could be, maybe. You know. I mean, you know.
I cut my balls off, so I'm ahead of you guys. Sorry. Done. Now just catch up.
That's delightful.
So,
yes.
Yeah.
And so it does go to show us a bit more about the madness of Sir Isaac Newton. I guess that could be somewhat brilliant at the same time. It's so masochistic, and it's so and I'm curious as to whether he applied any kind of anesthetic or whether he just did what he did. I mean, that's ghastly. I can't even begin to imagine that. So I'm just going
Is this scientifically, like, is there a book out there on this? Like, this is
Oh, sure.
Like, why have we not heard this? Well,
Well,
everything
you know,
here I haven't heard, but usually it's like a lot of it's because of Douglas or, you know, like things that you, but this, like, I just feel like, I mean, I guess they don't bring it up, you know, when they're teaching you about Isaac Newton in elementary school or middle.
Right.
Also, by the way, he cut his balls off.
Oh, by the side. Yes. By the way, a shout out to Vicky Johnson, who says, hello, Douglas and all, gives us sunflowers and hearts, and also a very shocked face due to the subject matter that we're now covering.
Right.
So thank you, Vicky Johnson. Love you dearly. Again, remind everyone, hit that upvote because the enemy hits the downvotes immediately. Go on, Brandon. Yes, and Sammy.
Well, I just would refer viewers and listeners and people on the call to the biography of Isaac Newton by, I believe it was Walter Isaacson who did the biography of Einstein and others. Maybe Bill Gates as well. Not Bill Gates. Who's the Apple guy? Steve Jobs. And he did he's a good biographer supposedly, but and I read that a few Newton biographers, and it's in very this is mainstream, verifiable, and in fact I'll go on the internet and look it up right now and post the link in the chat if you don't mind.
Sure, by all means.
Okay.
So Brandon,
Yes.
So this
What's
guy
up?
so he was pretty much a Ken doll, like just like nothing.
That's me.
Maybe that's where they got the idea for Kendall. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, that's right.
So how would he go to the bathroom? Like
Well, he
like
can
a chick?
pee.
Or?
He just cut his balls off, not his dick.
No, he
everything.
cut his penis off too, according to Brandon.
Oh, I thought you said he just cut his balls off.
I think what Brandon said was he cut
Maybe.
the whole thing.
I'm
not-
pretty-
The works.
Listen, I am not a penile expert of Isaac Newton. Even though I have
Oh, really? I read different in the biography about your past life.
that biography is all full of slander and lies. I am suing for that. No, I'm joking, but no. I'll look it up right now, you guys, and I'll be right back. Okay.
No, yes. Take your time. And with that, our dear Sammy Romero, I think the twain of you, this lovely young lady and yourself, can keep things brewing.
What are you talking about? George is here. You don't even watch.
Oh,
Please.
shit. I wasn't looking. Oh, my God, George. I didn't see. So thank you, honey, for bringing that to my attention. And George can speak as well. Yes. Welcome aboard, George.
Hello, Douglas.
Yes,
Good evening.
Yes, glad you were able to make it. And so what was it in particular you wanted to speak about tonight?
Also, before George says that, let me just say, Doug, again, the reason you should cut your balls off, because you probably would have noticed him here if you weren't looking at the pornography.
Yes.
Love you.
Now, do give me some credit. I mean, I do have some sense of restraint. I mean, obviously, if I were like to cruise for porn during moments like this where I'm live on air, then people would begin to hear animal grunts or something like that. It's just I have to refrain from from stooping
You
to.
You only do that like twice a year. You try to save that for special occasions, right?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, people have heard me vomit on the show and everything else. So, I mean,
I'm just giving it
let's
to
not.
them.
Yeah, I know. Let's not give him too much. So
George.
George, yes. Yeah, and by the way, Brooke
Hello.
Gibson loves your voice. She yes. And oh yeah, and she thought Sammy Romero was black. Oh my god.
Well, Sammy, you have a deep voice, and then we were talking about race enough. Remember when we first started talking about racial things and race and the South? And so, I mean, you didn't, when I mentioned having, my kids being a Cuban or quarter Cuban, actually, really, but yeah, you didn't ever mention any Hispanic. So, I mean, but obviously you mentioned being a minority. So, I mean, my next thing too with that would have been black. So it wasn't like, I mean, there's nothing bad or wrong, like bad or good with me judging that. I mean, like saying that. I don't
No. I mean, I just bring that up because it's moderately entertaining. It's moderately.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, my name Douglas Dietrich. Everybody in the old days, whenever I got security jobs, half the time I was hired because they thought I was black. Honestly, Douglas Dietrich. And then I went into the room. Where's the black guy? And like they think blacks are bulletproof or some shit. And I said, no, you're stuck with me. And at that point,
I don't know how Douglas Dietrich sounds remotely in any way, any minority at all, other than maybe German.
I appreciate that, but they all thought Douglas Dwayne Dietrich. It just sounded to them like Frederick Douglass, like Douglas Dwayne Dietrich. It just sounded black.
Frederick, you do hear more minorities now with it, but I mean, Fred, I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, yes. So George, I do want you to know I'll be covering quite a bit tonight about Britain because I do feel it's an important topic. Hopefully you'll be able to listen to that and catch up on it. But I'm sure you had something to say in that regard, either about Britain or some other topics. By all means, launch into them.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. I'm happy to talk about anything. Really. I got nothing else to relay about the situation in Britain. Only, it's still in the same course of, total crisis. There's no, I don't think there's any solution. They're coming up with anything, any viable solution to anything at the moment, as far as what I'm gathering from every source of information. Yeah, unfortunately. But no, thank you for covering it tonight, and I'll look forward to reviewing it later.
Great.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yes. And in terms of, well, Brooke, ask some questions of these gentlemen and get them started. You're very good with questions. I mean, that's your gift.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Not knowing anything is a great gift, right?
That's cute. Oh, honey, don't be like that.
Oh, trust me. There's things that I can totally admit to, I know, but if you were to get me in this house with these dogs, I'm sure I would outdo all of you on how to deal with animals or many other things. So yeah, I have my own little gifts. I know that. But your history, yes, takes me away. By the way, Sammy, I love your voice as well. I love both of your voices. Sammy's got I'm actually jealous of all three of your voices because having a female voice and it has a tendency to raise, and if I get excited, it's up and down. And you all three have this, actually each of you a unique voice. I just want to say that, obviously George is because he's from England, which sounds very unique to me, although to him it may not because he hears everyone else in England talking that way. And then Douglas, you have your own very unique style and voice, and Sammy, yours is just so deep and just totally doesn't do like mine does, which is completely randomly way too high, up and down.
Honey, the female voice is so important, very important, and honestly, and I do hope that our lovely Deanna Fraser someday learns to appreciate her gift as well, and she just just felt that that. Anyhow, we'll go into that some other time. She felt she needed a break. So
last time I spoke with her, which I mentioned, I told her, like even with our conversation or recordings, her voice was definitely moving more. And I said, it's just like all of us, like I have a tendency to go into stories where I give too much detail to get to the point because my mother does that horribly. So I try to recognize and not say, all right, just because I needed to tell you I went to Burger King, I need to tell you that I also saw the neighbor on the way, got the mail, like sometimes we go into too much detail. And I told her that, it's the combination of just learning that, and we all do that at different times. And I'm definitely working on that myself, which I'm doing right now, is just going on and on. You asked me to ask a question. So I guess I don't know exactly where you want to start or what. Let me ask you this first, Douglas. What was your, so you posted something tonight in German. Mm-hmm. I obviously, believe it or not, don't speak German.
That's cute.
So what was the meaning of that? Just to kind of get an idea of if that has to do with the subject of tonight's.
Yes. Yeah. It's German Unification Day. Basically, this is the 32nd commemorative date, and it's a 3-day holiday in Germany. So, and of course, just so people understand, my adoptive son, who is in that photograph, that is the individual who married a individual who we've agreed never to name because that's what the individual demands, and that's his husband. We refer to him obliquely as Sugar Daddy, who I've worked a few security contracts for, and whom, in that sense, ultimately was able to meet my son through my own acquaintance, and ultimately fell in love with my son, and they got married after my son had sexual affirmation surgery. Tonight's photograph that's in thumbnail of live stream, just so people understand the significance of that, is where my son is manifesting Kawasaki syndrome. This is not because he's my genetic son at all. Basically, it's almost certainly because of experiments that were conducted on me at Letterman Army Medical Center by Dr. John Henry Hagman, where all of my blood was drained from my body at 14 years of age when I suffered a bleeding duodenal ulcer, and without my permission or even my knowledge, because I was in a state where I was not conscious, my parents were basically told a lie that I was bleeding out and I was going to die, and that they did not have any human plasma in which to replace my blood with, and that much is true because at that point the world blood market suffered a worldwide crash because of all of the blood they had been taking from various prisoners, homeless people, drug addicts, etc., that gave their own blood in exchange for money, and this was loaded with various diseases that ultimately began to kill many people. They've never really tabulated the amount that were killed, but it has to number in the tens of thousands at the least. And so the world blood market crashed at that point that I suffered a bleeding duodenal ulcer. So what was the lie was that I was going to bleed out. But they told my parents such, and they said, well, because there's no human plasma to provide your son, we have experimental plasma, what they called nanoplasma. This was before anyone had ever heard of the term. So my parents agreed for my sake, and that's understandable, and appreciated that they loved me and wanted me to live. But it had very profound effects on me. First of all, I died. I clinically died. I was dead for at least 24 hours, possibly as long as 48. To my parents, of course, it felt like a million years. And then I reanimated.
How the fuck were you dead for you mean brain dead? Or
clinically dead. I was clinically dead for about 24 to 48 hours.
How the fuck are you back? Does this have to do with the vampirism? Because I don't understand.
It's almost certainly that. It is almost certainly without that genealogy, without those genetics, I would not have survived. So then what happened was that having sex with my son back when he was a girl over the years, many times, apparently he contracted the Kawasaki syndrome through my sperm. This is what we found has also happened to anyone who basically has at least some Asian genetic heritage in them and becomes vulnerable to, like, say, the contract escorts that my son has employed for me in the past. Some of them who I see fairly regularly then have begun to manifest Kawasaki syndrome. Now, it's not in any way, shape, or form like the clinical nature of Kawasaki syndrome can be. In some cases, it can prove lethal. But in my case, it manifests as basically, as it does with most people of vampiric or vampiric heritage or lineage, as just a harmless cosmetic effect, where the eyes can turn red, the irises. So in this photograph, you can see quite clearly my son's eyes are turning red. So that is the Kawasaki syndrome manifesting at certain times. So he's waving the Prussian flag, and this is for German Unity Day. Now, his husband, Sugar Daddy, has enormous connections in East Asia for much of our business due to the high technology, which is the source of...
Wait a minute. Let me just interrupt. His husband, Sugar Daddy, the other week, I asked if that was your son,
Yeah.
and you said it was your son, and, well, your daughter, I guess now. Well, no, son now, yes. My point is, it looked like two women in the picture, because I said I'd fuck both of them.
Yes.
So are you saying Sugar Daddy looks very feminine as well?
Oh, no, that's not Sugar Daddy in that photo. Not the one from last episode.
Okay, I didn't know. That's what I was wondering. I was like, I thought you were saying that was
No.
Their couple photo.
No.
No.
Yeah, I'll go into that later, but in terms of...
well, not important. Just
Yeah.
I just thought that doesn't look like a Sugar Daddy to me. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Gotcha.
And but just so people understand, in Asia, Germany and German culture are very deeply respected, and everyone loves Germany in Asia. Germans are looked on as they do in Africa. In Africa, they have a deep and abiding love for the German peoples because the Germans were seen as the liberators who fought off the colonial powers. So when it came to the German Unity Day, there are many people who honor that in Asia as well, just so people understand that. And I'm reading something in the chat room where, first off, hello to Aloma Alber, who says, I heard Newton never knew a woman, but did not know that he did that. Uppercase. The lady has a good broadcast presence when she takes her time. Good show. Thank you, Aloma. And Billy Wongfang says, Sugar Daddy, a big old fat white guy. Very funny, yes. I actually find that quite funny.
That's what I picture, yes. And thank you, Aloma. I appreciate that because I've said this on the show before, but I have always talked, for a Southerner especially, always talked very fast, and I'm working on it now to try to slow down. So it's great to be reminded because, like I said, most of my parents, or all my friends when I was a child, their parents could not understand a word I said. And they would just look at me and have to call my mom over and say, what is she saying? And that was, child. So thank you for telling me to slow down. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And so with the track giving some context for that, then the question again was about when it comes to my son and myself. I forgot. You were asking something about, the German. So the German was, in terms of what the promotional banner says, just so people know, she's referring to the promotional banner, which you can find on my Facebook timeline. And as I always tell everyone, it's worth it just to start a false Facebook timeline just for the sake of accessing my promotional banners, if nothing else. And what it says is, Das Land hat des Außerhin des Jungen Nachahmt. And that means the country had imitated the appearance of the boy. That's all it means. Is in other words that Germany is basically a very young country in many respects, and so I simply felt that was an appropriate statement for just the way that my son was dressed in Teutonic robe, and that it kind of is a very, shall we say, it's a very crossroads moment for Germany. As I've been emphasizing over the past several transmissions, they're coming into their power, and they're going to be forced to start exercising that power, whether they want to or not. And therefore, I just feel that they need a kind of healthy model. I felt my son offered that, and I just felt that it was just a kind of fitting poetic thing to say, that the country had imitated the appearance of the boy. I don't know if that makes any sense per se, but that was the mood I was in.
Douglas, since I asked the question, I'll go ahead and head off there since you've answered it, and say that thank you for answering that. I actually did do the translation and got that basic translation, but again, I wasn't exactly sure if that was the right translation because you never know with Google Translate. So I wanted to ask. But can I just say one last thing? And you said you wanted to get into other conversation. Someone's asked me before, like, what podcast are you on and who is Douglas Dietrich? Do you realize it's very hard to explain? Like, I have tried. And then I'm like, Well, I mean, like, how did you start that? Well, he tells history that he knows because he worked for a Satanist. He has vampire blood in him. He has a trans son who he used to sleep with when it was his daughter, and yeah, like aliens aren't real, but we did in World War II, and it's because this vampire and everything. They just stopped me. Like, I don't. Like, I've heard enough. I think, like, because hearing you say it, like, and get so, but obviously trying to tell some, I don't know how to start that conversation. That's the only thing I will say. When Peter was talking about you doing your life story, that would be a great thing for you to write out. Well, how do we tell people who Douglas is without sounding completely crazy if they've never heard of him?
Yeah, taken out of context, it's just it's people shut down. It's a challenge. They so it requires a lot of context.
It does. That's what I'm saying. I can't tell. I would just, what I told people was like, you would just have to listen. I was like, I know it sounds like I'm not giving you information, but if I tried to tell you, I would mention something about World War II and satanic and set and the government, and then it just goes from there. So I just say, I don't know if anyone else has ever had that conversation.
Well,
they're like,
the person who both Samuel Romero and George Knight have had it. Samuel Romero with Isaac and Maria. I'm not giving anything away there. That's basically his lady and his twin brother. Believe it or not, there's two of them, the Sammy and Isaac brothers, and
oh my God.
Yeah, double the fun, honey. Yeah, you can imagine the deep voices talking to each other like two Darth
Yes,
Vaders.
that would be fun. I would love that. We need to get him on here.
Yes, we've had him on once. He's definitely not nearly as talkative, and George.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, come on. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
Sammy, we
what's
need
up?
your brother on here. Like, I want to hear some twin talking.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You know what? It's gonna be a little weird though because we do sound a lot alike. So yeah, I mean,
You've got that deep. You've got like you could be a on the radio. That's what I was looking like.
Oh,
Your
thank you.
voice, like, you've got that deep. Just definitely a radio or in a movie too, obviously. But the voice, you could catch somebody, and really all three of you for different reasons. But yeah.
I have a question, Brooke. And this is just a little personal. You don't have to answer, but it's because obviously I'm straight. But do you have?
I'm sorry. Did you just say because obviously I'm straight? Because just because you have a deep voice, so, I don't know where I would obviously.
Well, yeah, you're right. That sounds kind of dumb, but
I've never seen your picture. I've never seen you with a woman. And even if I had, maybe that guy or somewhere. I don't know.
Touche. Do you ever get frustrations being a lesbian with women? How do you guys, who becomes a masculine energy in the relationship? You know what I mean? Do you usually become the masculine energy?
So, typically, I mean, so it's kind of funny, like, typically, and it's all who you're attracted to. So I'm very feminine as far as my look. Like, that's why in the South, like, if I don't tell someone that I'm gay, they just assume I'm straight. So I get hit on all the time because I don't have the tip. And I mean, I don't mean this rude, but like a typical butch look or dressed in a certain way that makes me look non-feminine. I enjoy getting my nails done. I keep them very short for obvious reasons, but I enjoy, makeup, like all of those things. So at the same time, most of the people I've been with have been like my last serious relationship. She was more I wouldn't say butch, very skinny, but very tall, and just it definitely looked more the part of more of a masculine, or you would question. You couldn't be sure because she had very feminine features because she was small,
right?
But so skinny and small, but again, didn't wear makeup, dressed more of the throwing the tennis shoes on, and things like that just look that way, look the part of that you might question that. The funniest thing about it is we would always laugh because people would assume that she was one way in the relationship and I was the other, which was the complete opposite. as far as dominance went. Now, did we have some control issues? Yes. We had control issues, though, because we were both stubborn women that, and at one point she even said, well, somebody has to be in control. And I looked at her, so that should be just like in a man and a female. No one has to be in control. I don't think, like, you can say, well, if someone was just working and someone was staying at home, you can say I'm in control of the finances. I don't think there needs to be a control necessarily in the relationship. And that was something I had to really push on that. But again, in general, like, as far as just looking at us, like, there were a lot of things, whether you were looking at us to, like, I was the one that just didn't want to deal with people. Like, I could be the one that would talk to you all day, but then literally be like, oh my God, shut them up. Like, also very dominant in other ways, where it would look the opposite. So it's funny that it's just, I don't guess there's a stereotype for anyone. I think it's all, just like a straight heterosexual relationship. Does that answer your question at all? I don't know if I got off topic there or not.
Sammy?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's just intriguing. That's thank you.
No, that's wonderful. Thank you for asking that, Sammy. I think it's an important question, and it's quite legitimate. It helps to educate us. And I was going to make a horrible joke about why he was silent was because Sammy was on mute and busy jacking off over the image of you and this other chick. But yeah,
he was picturing my dominant. I was the fister.
Oh, there we are. Yes. And now I'll have to produce an illustration. So that being said, George, in the last few minutes we have, take us up to where I bring Peter Moon on. Do tell us a little bit about the challenges you have trying to explain.
And I'm sorry, I feel like when we talk about this, I'll just be honest, George, when we get into these conversations, I always do not feel guilty till I either look at your picture and realize you're on here because I love talking to you, but I feel like it's vulgar for you. It's like King George for me. Like, not that you're king. I'm just saying you're so just, you sound, I've never heard you not sound classy and just be like, I've never heard you say anything remotely vulgar. And I apologize for any vulgarity I have put out.
No, not at all. By all means, carry on. But yeah, there is something I do want to share, actually, Brooke. It was something that you reiterated a few moments ago about the some of the struggles and the problems that presenting a lot of information that you do about history with what Douglas has always had. If you listen to any of his past transmissions, he's always emphasized this to the person conducting the interview to him, that the problem is when he's presenting a lot of this information that he has, that he presents in these interviews, going back to his involvement with the Department of Defense. And the problem is when he presents the information, people do not want to ask questions about the information he's relaying. They want to ask questions about himself personally, which they completely deter away from the actual information, and right. They rather. Yeah, and I've noticed whenever I present the information, nobody does that to me. Nobody's asking me, what about your background, or who are you, and you got to prove who you are, or anything like that. And when they ask me, where does my sources come from, and I say, well, I got a lot of my information from Douglas, besides the information that I have done on my own. And that's the problem. It comes back to the question, the same problem. It's the same thing. It's people trying to discredit the actual person presenting the message as opposed to the message itself. And that's one of the struggles I wanted to just relay out, because that's a real struggle. It's one of the real problems. But the thing is, facts speak for themselves. Nobody can ever question the facts. And right. So, yeah, I just wanted to, because like what you said just a few moments ago, it's how do you present the story behind Douglas? And right. It's so complicated. It is so complicated.
It is so, and I will tell people this. The only thing I've said, the couple of people that I've talked to that I've tried, and then I just can't go to it. I just say, well, you know me, and I like information effects. So if I'm listening to someone, obviously all I can tell you is that there's a reason for it. If you can feel free to listen yourself. And I've had actually 2 people ask to listen. And actually, I've not sent the link to either one. I'm sorry, Doug. I did that. But I will. It's just I had a, as you know, I had a little crazy week this week.
Yes.
But Douglas knows just with my work and some things. So, but yeah, it was just, I would have to just relay it that way, that, you know, if you know me, like people that are close to me and know me, that actually know me, I obviously a stranger that I was trying to explain this to, it would be worse. But I could just say, you know, this is what you know me, and whether you believe in everything I believe in or not, you do know, like, I do my research, right? And if I'm going to come out and say I don't believe in this, or I'm not sure about this anymore, or these things, like, there's a reason for it. So, because most of the people I talk to are not that in depth. I mean, come on, first of all, I'm in the South, right? Come on. Like most, and I have people that are usually, and actually, like, one of my best friends is in Colorado, so I shouldn't say that I was actually speaking with. But he's very liberal, and he was one of the ones that wanted to hear it. But he said, you know, it's just, again, it's hard to explain, and you really just have to let someone hear Douglas for himself. And I do think that Douglas, because you have not only such a wide story, but okay, so George, you have this, again, in America especially, like, I don't know, we have an affinity I have affinity for all different, like, my favorite accent, to be honest, is South African, and after that is British. But those two accents just literally can mesmerize a table. I had at my pharmaceutical job a few years ago, he was, you know, he would come into town and had a South African accent, and we would sit around on our Christmas parties, you know, 20 of us, and he can mesmerize the table, and it didn't matter what the hell he was saying. I mean, it could have been idiotic sometimes, I think. He could have been drunk, but he sounded so good. We were all, like, sitting there as Southern rednecks, like, oh, it sounds pretty intelligent. I don't know. It sounds very good. Douglas, you have the same thing as far as you have this mesmerizing voice.
Oh, thank you.
But you're so open to everything, you know, like, as far as you can go a little bit of everywhere, and, you know, and you have that, you know, that thing that I kid you about where you're like, oh, lovely, oh, honey, like, you have almost like a stage personality.
Yes.
As far as that goes. And so that stage presence of yours, I believe, gives you both the positive boost of keeping the audience entertained for sure, but because you've lived such a wide variety of life and you're open to discussing other things, then people are just like, let me know more about this. Like, I feel like I can ask you this, and, you know, it's almost like meeting, you know, like, I don't know, like if you met a Kim Kardashian or something, which I hate I'm not a Kardashian fan at all, but I'm like, would you really want to know, like, what her opinions are on legal advice? Even if she's taking law school, which I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt, supposedly she went to law school, or she's been going. So if she had great legal advice, she may very well have it. I don't know. That's probably a very bad, it's a very bad analogy, because I'm not comparing to Kim Kardashian at all. It's a very bad analogy. But just as far as American goes, like Kardashian. So, but what are they going to ask her about? They're going to ask her about her ass and, like, how's so-and-so, and, you know. And then she's the type of person that has no problem, like, even though she may be in law school and may be very intelligent and may have that, she's no problem also, well, yeah, like you said, laughing at it and going, well, like, yeah, like, my ass is good. He loves it, you know, like, you know, whatever. So very much more of a presence as far as being able to entertain multi different people and not have to stay in one genre. Whereas George, you have the presence to be able to really, I'm not saying that you couldn't be really fun and we couldn't have some great sexual talk or go off topic on a million different other things, but you have that ability, and it may be in Britain as well, but especially with Americans, this is my opinion, to just sound like, okay, you know, like, I'm just going to shut up because, like, it all sounds very queenish, you know, like, that's what we get, the monarchy, right, type voice. That's what Americans think of. So it's more of a very serious type voice. So it again, even if you weren't to know Douglas's backstory on any of it, you would still probably have a tendency to ask more of Doug, hey, Doug, you know, by the way, you know, what were you doing last night? You know, like, or I would, because, you know, I'm so open and Doug seems so open. Whereas I'm not going to ask you that about although I'm pretty open, I may ask you that eventually. What were you doing last night with your wife?
By the way,
but most people would not.
Yes.
But my point is, yes, and then you add Doug's and end of story. Yes, you add Doug's other stories in, and then it becomes more about Doug's life, and they don't get to hear as much about the information. But I think, Doug, you've done a great job, and I know I'm talking a lot. I want to end it. I told you I bought the book last week. I did. I couldn't read much because of this week, but I read 2/3 of it this weekend, and I just want to say it's so well written. So it is definitely that book should be selling more, a lot more, and anybody that hasn't bought it should. But I do know why it's not selling more, but that's a whole different story I can give you later. But the writing and the story is just, I believe, wonderful and phenomenal the way you did it. At least everything I've read so far, which is again well over half.
Bless you. And I want to thank you so much for everything you've said. We're going to bring Peter Moon on now, but before we do, just want to thank Samuel Romero, George Knight, Brooke Gibson, and Brendan Zogit and Brandon Young for all helping us through the Wolvere, the opening hour. And I do want to say that what these men do for me, they're so valuable because they're all cisgendered, heterosexual, white males in general, except for Sammy, and they really help with getting the message out
LOL,
there.
I'm sorry I couldn't get that laugh out fast enough.
Yes. So yes, you have no idea how much that helps, because someone like George Knight speaks with his mates and tells them everything about World War II and the Allies losing, and they're not busy asking about, hey, who the hell are you? Because he's a straight, cisgendered, heterosexual male. And Peter Moon as well. It's a tremendous advantage to have. In my case, it's just simply different. As Peter Moon says, my presentation doesn't necessarily serve me well. Of course, with everything I have to say, I'm not quite sure there's any presentation I could tout that would necessarily be well serving. That being said, we bring on Peter.
Well, Peter, since you're here listening, I will say your presentation always isn't the best either.
Tony, don't talk like that.
Peter knows I love him. I love Peter. He's so intelligent. Like, I actually got his book today. Unfortunately, Peter, I'm sorry. Someone sent me a link. Actually, it's someone we were talking about earlier. He was not on the show. Sent me a link to apparently where you can download a lot of free books. And one of Peter's Montauk book was on there. So unfortunately, Peter, I was able to download it for free. I apologize. It's like, if you need the money, I will pay for it too. But I did buy both of Douglas's last week. But no, I did. I downloaded yours too. I haven't started it yet. But I love Peter. I was just kidding you. I love you. You have so many topics. That's why I said I would love to have a Q&A and like actually have a thing with you where to keep it on topic, to kind of know where we're going, because I never know where the hell we're going.
Well,
that's
we can arrange that.
Yeah.
You can have. You want a verbal Q&A?
I think that'd be great for an episode soon that she kind of interviews you and asks you a series of questions.
Yeah.
That's fine. Of course, what we're doing in this is it's an organic broadcast, and all of these things are, I guess, creating fodder for actual consumable products.
Yes.
Right.
This is where we're meandering. This is an organic conversation, just like when everybody else talks with Douglas. It's informal. It's a unique, actually, form of organic discussion. Really.
Correct.
I don't know if these things exist elsewhere on the internet, but we have a unique situation here, because we're not just a bunch of people talking about esoteric topics. This is not what we're doing. It's like we're very directed, or I'm very directed at what, core issues that Douglas sits on. He
Correct.
so this is unique. I will
Well,
touch.
and I will say this, Peter, like, for instance, the organic nature, and I think Douglas and I mentioned this, I think last week, that it is the organic nature. And then people in the comments, most of them were saying that's what they listen for. They like the organic nature of it, that there is randomness to it. I think what I was referring to with you is, I guess I have yet to hear you on with anyone else but Douglas. And I'm not saying like I deserve, because I just came on obviously here, so I've not maybe earned any creds to be on there with you as well. But what I'm saying is to hear you speaking many times. Like I think the first time I listened to you was when you were recounting your story to Romania right before you were going back. And I found that story very interesting, and with the cows and things like that. But to have more of that organic nature, to have someone, since again the chats are much, to just be able to kind of step in and say, well, hey, that's interesting. Like, tell me a little more about that. Like things like that. Like I think because Douglas obviously already knows a lot of your story, so that's where I was trying to. I think like with you is I would love to make it
suffices for that, Brooke. I mean, people can ask questions in chat.
Yeah.
And if they want me to digress onto some specific thing, that's okay.
Yeah.
That is a Q&A forum.
Yeah, it usually doesn't get out. Like usually, if you mean in chat, in the actual live chat, usually those, I guess, everybody's busy. So, but yeah, sometimes they get seen.
Yeah. So,
what I've noticed lately, there's not been much being said in the chat room.
And you're right. There a lot of times there isn't. I've asked one or two that I just know y'all were busy. So, but overall,
it's kind of dead. It's been kind of dead lately. So that's so it hasn't been focused on.
Right.
And Douglas will scour through it every now and then. And if I know if it's happening, I will look at it. But it's been dead. So you're always welcome to Q&A on that. And Brooke, I don't know if you can also Facebook me in the middle of if I don't know if we're friends on Facebook, but if we are, you can.
I don't think so.
But you can ask me a question and I can address it.
Right.
I will be addressing a question when I start my diatribe in
tonight.
A few minutes.
As a matter of fact, yes, in a few minutes. But by the way, Brooke, just do me a favor. I would ask of you if you could to just maintain your. Are you talking on your cell phone or on a computer?
I am on the cell phone. Is it not coming through good?
No, you're coming through. Great. I just need you to maintain your cell phone on the charger so that the call doesn't die, because you've effectively become the Executrix producer for tonight.
Oh, wait a minute. I was going to hang up because Peter's on here. I thought that
don't
I
do
hang
that.
up.
Don't do that, because that'll hang us all up. So, yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yes. So if you could just keep it on the
Oh, well, Peter, then I'm sorry. You might just get stuck with occasional interruption because it's Douglas. If you haven't listened to me already, sometimes I can't help it, but I would do my best to not interrupt you as much as possible. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, the main thing is you keep the cell phone on.
Yes.
Well, that's the main thing to you. The main thing to me is also to ask you questions.
Once in a while, but bear in mind we're going to try and save that for a special episode, and maybe a few special episodes.
It depends on what Peter goes into. We will see.
Yes, honey. Okay. Thank you so much, and I appreciate.
I will mute now. I know Peter does not like me. Well, I'm not even sure.
Well,
Douglas
it's not that he doesn't like you. Believe me.
There's no recording or evidence to suggest I don't like you.
Yes.
There's no recording.
Yeah.
You're right. I have no recording.
And I don't know if you're aware of this, Brooke. That we had a very wonderful conversation towards the end of the episode before last, which actually the last 5 minutes got cut off. The last 5 or 10 minutes, it was just such a shame because there was a lot of fun exchange between.
Well, that's what I loved about it. Yeah, Peter, when you came on at that very end and were able to discuss things that I'm very interested in as well. So I guess that was really cool to be able to talk for a minute about that.
Brooke, I'm, now as Mercury goes out of retrograde.
See, I love you again. I didn't know you even were into astrology. Look at you.
Yeah.
I refer to it quite a lot on the show.
You've got to remember, I've only been listening to the show for about 4 weeks. So
I've mentioned it very much in the last 4 weeks. But besides that, as Mercury goes out of retrograde, I'm going to seriously consider doing my own podcast.
Yes.
And there are many podcasts with me on it if you want to listen to me talking in a more formal setting or being interviewed. I just did an interview on Roswell. God, I don't know if I posted it, but with Chris Matthew. But he did a very good interview. He really got the Roswell stuff. But what I was going to say is I want to start doing podcasts and interviewing people just because I want to. But it's I've been very busy lately, too busy. I have to get out and do my daily walks, amongst other things. So.
And your Tai Chi. Is it Tai Chi? No, what is it? I was trying to look up what.
We can talk about Qigong if you want to. I'm happy to do that with you.
I'm going to let you go. I'm going to shut up so you can go ahead and do your thing.
Okay. It's okay. It's a very important thing to talk about. And that's, but yes, I'd like to, look at Brooke, I'm getting busier. I'm getting busier and busier.
Good for
and
you.
I'll just say what I just told my daughter. I just heard from my daughter and my wife in the last, half an hour or 45 minutes. And I was telling them, I've been so busy that in publishing, traditionally, the road from 1 book to 100,000 is a lot longer and tougher than the road from 100,000 to 1 million. So I've got about, I would estimate, at least 90,000 books out there, but some of them are in ebook format. So if like say 90,000 people have read or have bought the book, purchased the book, there's at least 450,000 people who have read the book.
Right.
And so then when I hit, if that rule still applies to the social times of internet and social media, and it should apply even more, I could be accelerating from 100,000, I'm talking about the Montauk Project, to 1 million books very fast, which means that I would be having to dedicate a lot of time to administration as opposed to creation. It's good and it's bad. And say, I'm almost 70 years old. This is not what I look forward to in my senior years.
Well, but at that point I would ask you, because what did they say? The old saying was, it was I think Dalai Lama that said basically something like we sell our health basically to make money. And I'm not saying it the correct way. And then by the end of our life, we use all our money for health. So at this point in your life, if you are end up there, like, would it not be advantageous to hire someone? Like,
well, of course it would. But you see, that involves all sorts of additional responsibilities as well. Being an employer is a pain in the ass. It's a real pain in the ass. There's a lot of responsibilities that go with that. So,
well, that's why you find somebody, hire them under the table. If you only need 1 or 2 people.
It's just more responsibility. No, but I'm not going to let it ruin my health by any stretch of the imagination. It might just involve, instead of, I'm not going to go into it. It's just too much. But I'm saying is, it just involves additional responsibilities, which I will manage one way or another, whether it means having people help me or whatnot. There's other ways of operating efficiently.
Well, you've obviously figured it out for 70 years, so I have no doubt you will succeed.
30 years in the business, or 30 years in the business, yes. But so what I'm saying is I'm going to get busier, yes. And that's good. It's really good.
Well, congratulations. I'm going to shut up and let you do your diatribe. And I'll I just plugged the phone in, Douglas, you don't have to worry.
Thank you so much.
And you guys should be good to go.
If you friend me on Facebook, then you can, that's the most efficient way to ask questions. Yes. If you have questions on your mind while we're doing the transmission, because it flashes across the screen and I can see that somebody's writing to me.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Because I was about to say, I won't think of a question unless it's during what I was That's perfect, though. Thank you for that. Because when you said just for me on Facebook, I thought you meant randomly ask you questions during the week. And like you, I'm also busy, not as busy as you are maybe right now, but definitely we are busy in our own way. So I was like, I'm probably not going to think of a random question in the middle of the week. But
Yeah,
I
I'm talking
mean,
about right now. If
yes.
you have
Okay.
questions
Yes.
that
Now
are
I understand.
on
That's
topic
perfect.
or semi on topic.
Yes. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you very much. I'll do that.
So send me a friend request, and then you can, PM me.
Sounds good.
As appropriate. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much, Brooke, and we will get on. Douglas, is there anything you want to say before we start?
Oh, nothing I can think of. Thank you so much for asking. Yeah, by all means, the stage is yours.
Okay. The first thing I want to address, and this is in the spirit of questions, and this was from my dear friend Sonia Barrett. Sonia Barrett has been very on top of the Roswell. She interviewed me on the Roswell stuff. She's, been my friend for a long time. 15 years or so. And she even interviewed David Anderson one time. He even did an interview with her and me. And she had one of her, on her chat board or forum, whatever she had, she says, somebody wrote in and she wanted to, can you please answer this question from a reader of yours? It's posting on my forum. And this lady said, I think it was a lady, she says, correct me if I am wrong. I thought that the Montauk Project book said that the basis for the whole Montauk Project was the retrieval of a consciousness sinking seat that was supposedly taken from the crashed Roswell saucer and hooked up to the massive radar dish at the naval base at Camp Hero. So was it a high-tech saucer or just a Japanese dirigible? Does Peter Moon address this contradiction somewhere? And I said that I would address that. And the way I forget what I wrote specifically to her, but there is no mention of Roswell in the Montauk Project books whatsoever. Not in the Montauk Project. It's not mentioned. So the reader has either conflated something or somebody said something about Montauk that she heard. It's an intriguing idea to think that aliens had a chair in a UFO and that there was a pilot that, could use their intention to manipulate space and time and travel about, and that it crashed. Preston had said, I don't know if we ever put it into writing, but he had said once that they had used radar to jam the quote unquote saucers at Roswell. But of course, that's the way he would think. It might even have been what he was told.
Right.
He might have even been consulted on the subject. Of course, Preston was only an infant when the Roswell incident happened. So he wasn't, whatever he heard, he wasn't in a position to know. And he heard a lot of things. Now, I am going to mention, though, because although it's not mentioned in the Montauk books, there is a book that I published that was Encounter in the Pleiades, an Inside Look at UFOs. This is written by Preston and myself. Of course, the first half of the book is Preston. The second half of the book is me, because Preston, unfortunately, never had enough content to fill an entire thick book. He just couldn't come up with anything. Wow. I would have to provide content. And this all has to do with, believe it or not, people have their own ideas about what they want to write. And most people are clueless as to what constitutes a book. And this is not only in terms of just the general book itself, but the page count and all of the things that go in. It has to be economically viable. So, like Radu Sinamar wrote his book, which is Transylvania Moonrise. It was called, I think, 12 Days in the Mysterious Land of the Gods. And that book was so short that, I mean, you know, I couldn't have sold it and made it economically viable. So I filled it with my own personal experiences. And he enjoyed it. He liked that. But I had to make an economically viable book, which is important. I wrote important things in there. I wasn't just filling it, but I was integrating myself into my own experiences in Romania, because if it was not for David Anderson, I would never have made it to Romania in the first place. Right. So there are certain formulas to publishing, but I'm seeing the average person that wants to write a book or something is completely oblivious to these, and so be it. Anyway, Preston. So Preston had experiences with UFOs, and the first chapter says, this is me doing the writing part, but it's basically him talking about it. Modern day ufology begins in a popular sense in 1947 with Kenneth Arnold's sightings in the Northwest and the crash in Roswell, New Mexico. The Roswell crash is particularly well documented and has been reported on in different books and a cable television movie. Although these events were reported on in the common press, earlier sightings were not so well known. Now, modern rumors of UFO crashes started roughly in 1936 and started right through World War II until the first documented crash at Roswell. Well, this is correct. There was a documented crash at Roswell. The problem is the documentation was manipulated and falsified. There was a crash in New Mexico and near Roswell. That's a fact. Even the government would tell you there was a weather balloon crash. That's their story. And then they make it look like it's a UFO story. So that is not really, there was a crash. But he also said, since that time period, crashes began to occur at a rate of about one every 3 or 4 months. This is why the Air Force began Project Blue Book, which was at least a 2-layered project. The first priority was for the Air Force to seek out and discover all information concerning UFO sightings and crashes, which could well fit into, you know, the flying craft that Douglas has talked about, whether it be Axis flying craft. This came under the heading of military intelligence gathering. It vitally concerned the security of the nation. The second priority was to cover up the information and keep it out of the hands of potential enemies. This included the general public. So there is this grand manipulation going on. But Preston did touch on that. He did say the earliest sightings he's personally been told of was in 1936. And he said that's when the military was conducting its first experiments with radar. Blah, blah, blah. So that's just, but whatever this person said about a chair is not even in this book. One of the most interesting things I found in this book, Encountering the Pleiades, an inside look at UFOs, which is only available currently in ebook form. I will be, in the next couple of weeks, sending in to make it a print-on-demand book, so it will be available again in hard copy, is that he describes being aboard a UFO and then walking aboard it or getting on top in it somehow, and it just goes on. In other words, when he's in that UFO, it's not like a small little ship that's 10 yards in diameter. It just goes on infinitely. So it's more like another space and time. I thought that was very interesting. So for whatever that's worth, that's just a comment on UFOs and what Preston Nichols thought or said. so be that. Now, I also wanted to mention that today is October 2nd.
Yes.
It's 111 years since Jack Parsons was born. It's his birthday. He would be 111 years old today. And of course, Jack Parsons was the man responsible for bringing us into outer space with the solid fuel rocket. There are a couple of books about him that were written well after I mentioned him. Of course, I didn't do a biography. These are biographical books. One is Sex and Rockets. The other book is Strange Angel, which they used some of that. They credited the book for a docu-series they did on CBS Access or something like that. It was a very Ridley Scott put it together, a very acclaimed director. It was very, I guess what you'd say, extravagantly well produced, although it was heavily fictionalized. And they had no respect or regard for the actual truth. In spite of that, they took many themes of Thelema, which was the, I guess, I hate to call it a belief system, but you could call it a belief system,
right,
of magic that Jack Parsons followed in the spirit of Aleister Crowley's Ordo Templi Orientis, or the Order of the Temple of the East, claimed to be descendants or affiliated with the Knights Templar. But that production was interesting, and I wrote review on every episode that's on my Facebook site, Montauk Revisited. Montauk Revisited is where I mentioned Jack Parsons. So I will just, in honor of the memory of Jack Parsons, just discuss how he came into my life. And he came into my life in probably 1978. 1978, when I was writing letters on behalf of L. Ron Hubbard. And we got lots of mail. There was a team of us. And I worked in an office with a couple of people, colleagues that were genuinely friends. And we would get letters, and if something was interesting, we might comment on it to each other. Most of the letters were saying, dear Ron, meaning L. Ron Hubbard, you're wonderful, da 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 da. I did this and I did that, and they were generally short and happy, and that was good. That's what you wanted to answer, because it didn't require any work. It required, thank you, great, keep going, or and then when there were letters of distress where the organization, the counseling the person had received or the training the person received was screwed up, the person was messed up, that required a whole administrative gyration to send out alerts to the appropriate people in the appropriate places, and correct this, fix this, or else, sort of thing. I would never say or else, but it was to correct problems that this individual had. Also, there were questions or letters that were legal, and those legal matters should have been ferreted out before they ever got to us, but they weren't always. Or threats, those would go to a special liaison with the Guardian's office, and I was not supposed to deal with that, although it would creep its way in sometimes. Then there were people would send in newspapers and stuff, or copies of books or something. And certainly somebody had sent in stuff about L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons, and that he was, went into Caltech and he was working with these Caltech scientists. And of course, Hubbard had been very quick to answer this with saying that he went into the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, those people, and was to break up a ring of black magic scientists who were involved with black magic. That was his PR story. There might be some truth to that, in that, according to, that's how he first came into my life, and that Jack Parsons was this magician, and he was a friend of L. Ron Hubbard's, and he was working with magic. And at the time I heard of this guy, I felt that Jack was very misguided because of what I was experiencing and learning in Scientology, because I said, wow, this is, you don't have to put on all of these robes and do all of this magic hocus pocus to achieve, I guess, what could be termed wizardry.
Right.
But that was just my response from my orientation. I said, oh, this guy, he was missing important parts of the equation. He was missing parts of what L. Ron Hubbard understood. Of course, he understood a lot of things that Hubbard didn't, and vice versa. At that time, I wasn't overly interested in Jack Parsons. It was an interesting story, and the Caltech stuff was interesting, but it was not something to focus on. It was because we were trying to, do Scientology, which, and one thing I'll say about Scientology, what L. Ron Hubbard did he was born in Pisces, under the sign of Pisces. Pisces is ruled by Neptune. Neptune is the god of illusion, Maya, in the Hindu tradition. Now, Neptune can paint a very beautiful picture. So if I could, sell you about living on a resort on some nice island in the South Pacific and tell you all the wonderful things about it and sell you on it so much that you want to go there, and I sell you a piece of property. Well, maybe I didn't tell you that there's no transportation to the island, or that you're going to have to take your own boat there. So Neptune can paint a beautiful dream. And Hubbard was born under this sign of Neptune. So what he did in Scientology, when we came of age, or those of my generation who got involved in it, me specifically in 1971, in my exposure to it, I kind of got involved right away. And, within a year was aboard Hubbard's ship, which was not quite a year, about a year and 3 or 4 months. But that's quite an amazing boom, 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 boom. Something certainly not everybody got to do. And what he painted a picture of, like saying, okay, there's this chart, which he also described as the equivalent to crossing the abyss in the magical tradition. It's crossing the abyss. He didn't use any of the magical jargon that you can read about. And I did refer to it in my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. But he painted this beautiful picture. He said, this is this gradation chart, and you can start here, and you can receive all this auditing or counseling and rise up to this state of, becoming clear and becoming, confronting your whole track meaning all of your previous life experiences, resolving those, becoming clear, and then moving on to have actual abilities as a spirit, operating spirit, or what he called operating Thetan, Thetan meaning spirit, and basically rise to the level where you could have full power of your own intention, and you could control matter, energy, space, and time, both subjectively and objectively. You could exteriorize from your body. This was a picture he painted. And he said, this is what you can do. These powers are inherent in you. Now, there were many people, most people who got involved in Scientology would have initial experiences that would be demonstrably skyrocket improvements in their lives. So you do the communications course, and all of a sudden your ability to communicate would amplify. You could, you'd look people directly in the eye, you'd said what you mean, you don't say, what you don't mean, and you could communicate much clearer. My parents noticed a noticeable change in me. Noticeable. At first it was positive. Then it was something they couldn't control, because you're making up your own mind and you're not fitting into their pattern. So this becomes, so all of a sudden you have to deal with people differently. But nevertheless, back to what I was saying, this is your full gamut of human potential. And he's saying it's all there. And not only is it there, but you can achieve it. You can achieve it, and I've created these techniques to achieve it. But you have to learn the techniques. That's the good news. The bad news is you got to do the work. You got to do the work. And I would say there was a relatively low percentage of people who did the work. This is just like it is in Qigong or Tai Chi or any martial arts or any field of endeavor. If you don't do the work, you won't get the result. Of course, we could debate what is the work. But if you don't do the work, you can't really debate it. So this becomes a problem. But nevertheless, I was talking about this Neptunian influence of, wow, this is what you can do. And people then following the yellow brick road. And, they get consumed by the witch. And if they don't get consumed by the witch, they find out the wizard is not what they thought the wizard was cracked up to be. And this is going to happen in any field of endeavor. And then the power is in your own ruby red slippers. To use the Wizard of Oz, you are the power. So it's like, wow, you can be disappointed that, things didn't work out the way you thought they were. But people will build bubbles for themselves. And of course, one of my good fortunes is that I was born under the sign of Saturn. I'm Capricorn, ruled by Saturn. And Saturn makes you see the bottom line very quick. And what I noticed when I got to the ship is that I noticed that people there held what Hubbard had done, although they admired it, in the one sense, too many of them held it in contempt. And when I say held it in contempt, they never would have said that out loud, but you could see that they weren't willing to do the work. They were more interested in just, doing the irreducible minimum. So they didn't have a passion or a fire for his work. There was a respect for it and an admiration for it, but they weren't going to do the work for whatever reason. And there are a lot of reasons, because people had jobs that they were under pressure, etc., and so on and so forth. So that was, but this is really about Jack Parsons. What I'm saying is, wow, that was just an aside about L. Ron Hubbard and being born under the sign of Neptune, and how people could, they're not really being disillusioned by Hubbard. You create a illusion when you read what somebody says. Oh, I can go do this. And sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't, for any number of reasons. Like, for example, when I was a kid, they used to have TV commercials for tennis shoes called PF Flyers. And they'd show, the characters putting on the PF Flyers and flying around. They could make you fly. So, when you saw this, you thought if you bought these tennis shoes, you could fly. This is how, suggestible you are when you're, 4 or whatever. And then your friend said, no, you can't fly. Yes, you can. No, you can't. Mom, can I fly if I get those shoes? No, it's just a commercial. But you still kind of believe it because you see it on TV. And this is, if you see something on TV enough, it becomes acceptable. The media has the power to convert the vast majority of human beings to Scientology if they promoted it in such a way. They could do it just because it's being in your face every day, not because it's right, but because it's in your face every day. If they knew how to disseminate Catholicism, they could do intelligently, they could do it with that too, or anything. It's just if you, pay enough, if you do it with enough cleverness. So anyway, but back to that's Jack Parsons came into my life via L. Ron Hubbard. I didn't really give it much thought. And then one day I was finishing up a job that I had done, company I'd worked with, was sort of a part owner of, in New York City, a computer company. And it was just, my last few days there. And I think that the office was on 11th Street. And I was walking, it was not far from a bookstore called The Forbidden Planet. And The Forbidden Planet was a science fiction bookstore. And I was in there just looking at science fiction. And I saw a book called L. Ron Hubbard, Barefaced Messiah. I go, wow, what's this? Hubbard was now dead. He'd been dead for about a year. And I picked up the book and started reading it. And I saw the stuff about Crowley, Aleister Crowley, connection to Aleister Crowley. And I said, I've got to buy this book. So I bought the book. I didn't hesitate. And it was also during that time period, I was walking down the street. And this is very rare in Manhattan, to run into somebody you know, whether you know a lot of people or don't know a lot of people. And I didn't think I knew a lot of people in Manhattan, although I worked there every day. You might see characters on the street that you see every day, but not somebody you know. And I bumped into somebody I knew from Scientology, which was very odd. And we eventually got together with his wife, who I knew from Scientology, and my wife. And he told me a story that, this is again not on Jack Parsons, but it's on L. Ron Hubbard. He said that he was twinned up. To twin up means you would do a course with somebody. They'd be your twin, and you get each other through the materials and participate in exercises and things like that together. And this particular twin of his was a messenger of L. Ron Hubbard's. And while they were telling their stories of their personal life stuff, he said, I think she wanted me to know certain things, but she could say things to me in the context of being my twin that she necessarily couldn't or shouldn't say if we were, just talking as two individuals. And she was telling him how L. Ron Hubbard would say, he would look in the mirror and say, poor Ronnie, the Markabians are after me.
Jesus.
I mean, the Markabians are a race of alien beings that he said basically controlled this sector of the galaxy. So in other words, it sounded like he was losing it. And this was like a report from his messenger telling this guy, who was relaying to me, that Hubbard was not playing with all of his marbles at the end of his life, or the last several years of his life, which I have heard that corroborated. She did surface on Facebook, and I wrote to her about it, and she had no recollection of it whatsoever. Of course, she didn't tell me. She also didn't have recollection of an incident where I had encountered her on the ship and battled back at her. She was a new person, a messenger, and she was giving me orders, and I rebuffed them. And she didn't remember that either, which that didn't surprise me that much, that she didn't remember that incident. And it was an incident that, I don't need to go into it, but she didn't remember saying this about L. Ron Hubbard. Maybe, if we got involved in a long conversation, it might stir up for her. But whatever. So anyway, it was during this time period that I said, okay, things are so different. So I read this book. I brought it home. I read the book. And what I learned from that book is how fascinated and how deeply involved L. Ron Hubbard was with Aleister Crowley. Now, I knew there had been some accusations and association with Jack Parsons, but I had no idea how much it was so passionate. I could see. Now, a lot of this testimony was coming from L. Ron Hubbard's son, L. Ron Hubbard Jr., who was had major issues with his father. He had major issues himself. But pretty much to his dying day, L. Ron Hubbard Jr. would give credence to the procedures that L. Ron Hubbard had. He believed in it, he used it, but he had issues with his father. And his father had issues with him, which is a whole nother story. But I could see that there was something to all this. And I go into this in the L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity book, which is not a book that sells a lot. But it's okay. It accomplished what I needed to. It's probably the best book out there on L. Ron Hubbard. I don't say that to toot my own horn, but it will give you the clearest view on the X factor, because Hubbard was always an X factor. And I'm trying to talk about Jack Parsons, and I will get back to that. But here I'm talking about Hubbard. But that book said, wow, Hubbard, there was a much bigger influence on Hubbard than I realized. So I felt it behooved me to start studying Aleister Crowley, particularly the Book of the Law, which is where Hubbard, according to his son, claimed to derive so much of his power from. That he claimed to be the successor to Aleister Crowley. I'm not sure how accurate that is, but certainly there was some meat to it. So I began to read Aleister Crowley. And Aleister Crowley was, this opened up all sorts of corridors of understanding for me in terms of the occult. Particularly his book 777, which is, he would show how all religions fit into the schematic of the Tree of Life, the Holy Kabbalah. It's very, very interesting. And of course, what I later learned is that when people would read books like that and more of Aleister Crowley, you're reading esoteric information that explains things, and it explains things so well that so much other esoterica does not explain, that people can develop a complex of thinking they have elite knowledge, because it is elite knowledge. But the problem is, people then their minds get fractured. It's not because there's spells in the book, it's because they can't handle the information. And their ego gets inflated to the point where they lose their mind. They lose their mind. And it took me years to realize this. People would read Aleister Crowley and then think they're Aleister Crowley. There's no shortage of these people. You think, okay, this is a form of, you call it a form of possession, but it's also a form of losing your mind. You know, what is your mind? You're not the same person. In other words, you never developed your own self. In the 60s, they used to say, go find yourself. Well, this is a good motivation to find yourself, because if you haven't found yourself and you're reading this stuff, you're going to start being consumed by other selves. So this is a problem when people read this stuff. I found, it took me years to figure this out. I didn't have that problem, but I was intrigued by everything that I read. Some of it was difficult, but in any case, all of this studying of magic and Aleister Crowley was setting me up. It was setting me up for meeting Preston Nichols. The first words that would come out of his mouth when I asked him a question, he told me that Aleister, the Philadelphia Experiment movie was released in VHS format by Thorny MI, which was a company that traced back to Aleister Crowley's father. Wow. He was in company with the Wilson brothers, who were the earlier incarnations of himself, Preston B. Wilson, and Duncan Cameron, who was Marcus Wilson. And this is the first thing he said to me. So I started going through my Crowley books, and wow, all of a sudden there was, all this stuff this time travel stuff, and Montauk was tied to all of this Aleister Crowley stuff. And I started having experiences in synchronicity in 666 when I would investigate the Montauk Project, all of which eventually led me to the door by synchronicity of Marjorie Cameron, Jack Parsons' wife. So here Jack Parsons began to shine brightly in my life. And Marjorie would refer to him as Jack. Jack this, Jack that. I felt like, wow, there was a personal rapport here I was having with Jack through his wife. And there was a point, I think it was just before I went out to see her, I felt like I had Jack Parsons' soul hovering around me, and that I needed to communicate his story. This needed to be let out. There was a phrase in the Babylon working, I think, that he channeled or whatnot, and says, "Let me go free. Let me go free." This was Babylon. Well, I felt I had Jack in my head saying, "Let me go free. I got to communicate this." So, of course, Jack Parsons took on a totally new meaning to me. And of course, I've written about that in Montauk Revisited, and also in Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which was a lot of accumulated debris, psychic debris, that I had from all of that investigations, which is a whole nother story. But, today, Jack Parsons gave us the solid fuel rocket. He was the creator of the Babylon working, which was designed to incarnate the goddess Babylon, to reverse the evil patriarchy that had been perpetrated on humanity for thousands of years through the Abrahamic religions, particularly the Catholic Church, but not exclusively. And when I had attended the funeral for Marjorie Cameron, I sat between her best friend, Moya McNulty, and Jack's best friend, George Frey. George Frey was a scientist who worked for, I forget who he worked for at the time, I think, but he worked for many companies. And he had known Jack, and he said Jack was the kindest person you'd ever want to know. And he spoke very highly. George was not into magic, Jack. He had attended one Gnostic mass where I think they were watching Wilfred Talbot Smith have, behind a screen, you could see they were doing something like it was, I guess it was probably sexual magic, but you weren't seeing it live in the flesh. It was behind a screen. I guess that made it more tasteful to the audience. But he was at Jack's funeral. I was originally referred to him by Marjorie Cameron, which is a whole nother story. But that's how I met him. And then I, spent a couple days with him, more or less, once at the funeral, and we also hung out with his wife at the time. So that was, gave me, I'm not going to go into all my experiences with Jack, but this is just a day to honor him and remember him. I ended up talking a lot more about Scientology and L. Ron Hubbard than I wanted to. But
it's all interconnected.
It is all interconnected. And this is, I say, just my memories of just to, he gave us a solid fuel rocket. He has been a very inspirational character in my own writing. And this really doesn't have to do with agreeing or disagreeing with him. It's just like he became an integral character in my work because, here I am, first off, my life, because I'm looking at L. Ron Hubbard and I hear about Jack Parsons, but he doesn't take center stage. He only takes stage when I'm having all these synchronicities with Montauk and I see the name Cameron and Wilson coming up and I see that his wife is Cameron. I said, what the hell's her name Cameron for? So there's an ancient lineage of the Cameron family, which is, as they say, a whole nother subject. And this is, so anyway, happy birthday to Jack Parsons. I can parlay this into the next part of what I want to talk about because I want to get back to you, Douglas. But if you could just spell me a restroom break.
Oh, of course. Of yes. Oh, no worries. I'll take over.
Put your 2 cents. I'll be right back.
Certainly. Yes. Just so everyone knows, of course, I don't feel as, shall we say, generous towards Jack Whiteside Parsons as our dear Peter does. I look at him in a lot darker light. And so, Brooke, you can come on for a few seconds with me just to chat if you wish. And I want to apologize profoundly to you.
Well, we had this whole conversation, remember, which I do love. Peter has an entire, obviously his own personal story to add to it. Obviously, at first I thought he was going to say he had met Jack Parsons, which obviously wouldn't have been possible since Jack Parsons died in 1952. But I was waiting. I was like, wait a minute. Did he say he met Jack Parsons?
No.
But remember, we had this conversation, you and George and I, last week, because we talked about George was bringing up the sexuality. George went into the whole thing about the goddess Thalamite and all of that.
And George is more along my lines on this. And but it's important to get this kind of almost affectionate memory from Peter. It really does add a different perspective, and I think that that's important. But
Peter correctly has not met him, obviously, since he died. He's going off, the stories that he knows, correct?
No. He never met Jack Whiteside Parsons personally. No.
I don't.
Parsons, of course, as Peter doesn't bring up, because this isn't like part of Peter's angle on this, but Parsons was assassinated, around that time that Peter was still fairly young. I mean, but definitely one of the things I wanted to bring up was I want to say a shout out to our dear friend out there, Mr. Robert. Now let me get his last name here, Appert. And Mr. Robert Appert has always been very friendly, very supportive. And so a shout out to Robert Appert. And he says, hi, Doug. I admit I am a little troubled about your assertions that Anton Szandor LaVey, that's the Black Pope of the First Church of Satan, and Marilyn Monroe had an affair. Looks like your favorite military officer, Michael Aquino, he says that facetiously, of course, had his doubts about the affair as well. He says too. How strong are your sources on the affair? I am intrigued by Marilyn's connection to MK Ultra. Do you have any intel on that issue? She's definitely she was traumatized. That much was quite obvious. Her behavior was that of a traumatized individual. So in terms of what we have in the case of what he's bringing in as a link, he brings in a link to evmagazine.com, which says Marilyn Monroe had a copy named Jane Mansfield. How Satanism and MK Ultra crafted basically the rest of the title. I don't feel the rest of the title is worth reading, to tell you all the truth, because already what I read in the title is
Jane Mansfield was not the copy of Marilyn Monroe.
Thank you. Yes, it's literally offensive. So what I responded in text was, it was Jane Mansfield, not Marilyn Monroe, Robert, meaning that that's who had the affair with the Magius, the Magus Anton Szandor LaVey. They were most definitely not the same person, and no cloning was involved. So there we are with
Thank you for saying that, because when we were talking earlier and someone mentioned earlier about reading a biography, I wanted to speak up. I didn't want to sound too like the one thing that I don't read. It's the one thing I still have I don't find pleasurable is reading biographies. I like to hear what people have to say themselves, or stories, but I'm not a big biography fan. The only biography I have ever read, actually, I'd read two. Actually, I take that back. I've read two. I read Adolf Hitler's. I did do a report on that in high school. So there was a biography on him, and but Marilyn Monroe was the main one that I really got into because I was a little older in high school and did a biography. Anyway, my point was, I'm sure there was not a lot in the biography, but I'm like, God, I hope I didn't miss all that, because I'm pretty sure.
Thank you. There
was no clone in there.
Yes, and it's amazing to me that even though I have brought up in the past that clones are quite real, but not in the way that people understand them. They have a total misunderstanding of cloning technology, and it's a pervasive misunderstanding that I find very irritating, to say the least. But basically, I explained to them, say for instance, cloning in Japan, and the fact that it's known of there. And even though no one will ever speak of it because it's considered impolite to speak of it, but it is something that when you produce a clone, you're simply producing a twin. All you're doing is what Dr. Joseph Mengele, the Nazi geneticist, one of the men who pioneered genetics before we had genetics, before we had discovered through the Jewish scientist Rosalind Franklin the spiral DNA. Before that was isolated through all of the X-ray work that she had conducted. The term gene simply referred to mathematical units of inheritance. But with even just that to work on through brutal surgical means, Joseph Mengele performed what was called twinning, the production of twins. And of course he was fascinated with twins because these are nature's clones. And so what happens is when you clone someone, they are going to be a child, and they're going to never, ever be the exact you, because it's like having a twin brother who's born 20 or 30 years after you, or sister. And it's just that these people are just going to age like you age. But wouldn't
there be a different soul spirit? I mean, if you believe in soul spirit.
Absolutely. By the way, our man Peter Moon is back, so I will go into this later. And of course, when Peter checks out for the night, then we all jump back on. So we have that to look forward to, and I can get back to this topic. So with that, we bring Peter back on.
Yeah, so I'll probably have to go, I have to mute some of this. I won't be able to hear you guys for a while. So
okay. All
right.
Brooke, before you go away, did you have a question? I heard you say something. Correct me if I'm wrong, or something you said. Did you have a question for me?
I probably had several, but that's what I'm saying. If I don't get to ask them when I'm thinking of them, then
It's okay.
I don't remember them later. I was saying, the only thing I did say that you probably heard me say was originally when you first, we had discussed Parsons last week and that story. And so part of it, George had told George Knight what's going into some of that. And so when you originally mentioned it, I thought you were saying that you had met him, and I didn't know enough about him, so I had to re-look up to remember because it really was introduced to him last week as far as a lot of the detail. And so when you said that, then I'm looking, I'm like, well, wait a minute, it must just be a story, because obviously Parsons died in 1952 or was killed or suicide, whichever one you believe, I guess, assassinated. But either way, I just was like, oh, okay. But I was waiting at first before I looked up his age. I was like, oh, I thought you were saying you had met him. That was where I was going with that.
No, but I came as close as one could to meeting him under the circumstances. You know, like I mean, it was like it was a very personal encounter. Of course, it was not a physical encounter.
You mean with his spirit? You truly encountered his spirit?
If not his spirit, his astral residue. If not one, it was the other.
Where was that at when you encountered that?
Yeah, it was like I had him right there. But it's like.
Where were you at though when that happened? Like what?
I was in my living room, feeling just feeling him. It's like, magic is about sympathy.
Yeah.
We can also call this quantum resonance. I was feeling feeling his burden.
Right.
And see,
you had tuned in enough to his soul that you had actually brought that in. It sounds like what you did. If you had,
it was part of what I encountered. It's like if somebody, life puts things before you. Like life gives you gifts or challenges, however you want to look at them.
Both. Well, we're both Saturn babies. I always say, I don't know if you read that, but we're both Capricorns and ruled under Saturn with the sun. So I understand the Saturn part of that. Anyway, yes, go ahead.
You're a Capricorn?
Yes.
Okay. What day?
15th.
So am I.
Are you serious?
Yeah, 15th. Yeah.
MLK's birthday, original birthday, actually. Martin Luther King's.
Wow. They call us Astro twins.
Yes, we must be. That's I don't meet many 15ths for sure. So that's awesome.
No, I don't meet many 15s either. But in any case, it's interesting. So yes, but you see, life gives you challenges, it gives you gifts. And Jack Parsons was somebody I encountered. I was not originally interested in him. I mean, I had some interest in him, but he was not my pursuit. I was pursuing his wife because her name was Cameron. Now, this
not in the way that sounds, mind you, though it might have been, for all I know.
I wasn't pursuing her in that way. Perhaps I was on some level, but no, I say that because this is like a magical encounter. And, magical encounter is all about animus and anima. And it's,
so wait a minute. Do you mean, so Cameron, you mean the one that she already passed as well, I guess. I'm not sure when Cameron
she passed a few years after I met her. And
okay.
See what had happened, so that you can appreciate this, Brooke, is that I had discovered her in a catalog from a bookstore in New York City called The Magical Child. And it said, buy her. I was on their mailing list or whatever. And it said, Freedom is a Two-Edged Sword, a book by John Whiteside Parsons, edited by his wife, Cameron. And I go, what the hell is he had a wife named Cameron for? This makes, when I was having all these synchronicities with the names of Cameron and Wilson, I go, this is too much. I said, this is weird.
Synchronicity, though, is one of those things, just so everybody's listening, like that's one of the things, right, to look out for in the universe. Like that's
Of course, and I've written extensively about it, yes.
Yeah.
And so I said but these were my experiences before I'd actually written about it. And I said, I want to find this out. So I started, and then I think I started to write a letter, but I didn't know how to address her. And then I actually found the book in a bookstore in New York City, and I bought it, and I read that his wife, edited by his wife, Cameron, she was born, and whenever she was born, it told me, this woman's got to be pretty old. I don't know how many years she has left. I got to contact her. So I wrote a letter to the head of the Ordo Templi Orientis, OTO, Aleister Crowley's order, and it was the P.O. Box 7666 in New York City, and I sent it to him. I wrote explaining who I was, my research with Montauk and the Philadelphia experiment, and I wanted to meet Marjorie Cameron. Could you please, give me her address? And I ended up going to the book fair in Anaheim. After I put the letter in my mailbox so the mailman would pick it up. I arrived talking to the head of the OTO. Now, he didn't identify himself as such before the letter got to him in New York City. We were in Anaheim, and I was referred to him. He knew where Marjorie Cameron was, I was told. This guy, they didn't tell me he was the head of the OTO. So we're talking, and after a few days of talking to him, I realized who he is. It became obvious, and he said, yeah, I am. Just please don't tell anybody. And he arranged for me to meet Marjorie Cameron, and that's how I met her. Now, she was used to people coming to her and wanting to know about Jack. They always want to know about Jack, she said. She says, but I am the person of interest because I am Babylon. People don't understand this. I am the product of this. And she says, it's okay to be interested in Jack, but they completely ignore me in terms of who she was and what she had to offer. And I was different. So I was actually interested in her. And to me, it was kind of like being clubbed on the third eye with the importance of the feminine principle, the goddess principle. Although I definitely had some affinity and respect for it, this was like a major awakening. She's saying, okay, it's about the feminine. It's not about the patriarchal machinations of, electrons and radio frequencies and all this sort of stuff. It's so she plunked me figuratively.
Plugged you with some Mother Gaia, some feminine creativity that was not about war and just creation.
Not about war. On the other hand, her work was called Woman. What was it called? A woman. It wasn't called Woman with a Sword, but it was Woman with a Girdle.
Well, women can be some of the best warriors there are.
Yeah. She had a warrior spirit.
Yeah.
But but you see, I was not. But because she was so intimately connected to Jack, I kind of got a bird's eye view into him. And then through George, I got another bird's eye into him. And this person was a human being. He was interested in the occult. He was passionate about the occult, as most occultists will experience. They will get over their head. This is typical. And if you read his work, The Black Pilgrimage, which is available on the internet, he gave his life for what he believed in. He became the sacrifice. It was very Christ-like in a way, except it was done under the vein of the Antichrist because, and this is a subject I'm going to touch on tonight. It's like, there's, when you think of the yin yang symbol, there's light in the greatest evil. There's light in the greatest evil, good, and vice versa. There's darkness in the greatest good. So when I was presented with this was like I'm being presented with raw information. It's not coming through any lens other than how it's being presented to me. And then it's like I'm sort of like, say, when you would audit somebody in Scientology, process them, counsel them, you never judge them. You take them at face value and you work with them, because that's what you do. You don't, you look at the best in them and work with them. And in a sense, if I'm being generous with them, I'm taking what's at face value. I'm not taking all the diabolical things I heard from this source or that source or this source. Those things might be true. They might be 50, 30, 80, 20% true. But it's like, okay, I'm working with this energy.
Yeah, that's you and I agree completely on that. You have to work with what you know to be true in your soul.
Yeah, Marjorie Cameron, the same thing. There was a dark element to her, but there was also a part of her that was a grandmother. There was a part of her that was a mother. There was a part of her that had human needs.
Yeah, we all have light and dark.
Yeah, and there was a part of her that could scare the hell out of people.
And just speaking of that, two things real quick. Just say this, and I know you'll agree with it. I think that I do believe anyway that what good would good be without evil? Like what would this world teach us, right? What good would there be light without darkness? You have to have both elements truly to make this world function the way it does, as a teaching and learning, what I believe a soul school in general, to growth. Like, how can you have growth if you have forever? Like, I just heard someone ask, if you have forever and you never were going to die, well, what would you get out of bed tomorrow? Well, I have tomorrow, and I have tomorrow. Everything was always good. Everyone you knew would always love you no matter what you did. Like, there was just always, there's an element, a need of darkness. So, but the second thing, and you can agree or disagree on that, but I was just going to really briefly tell you that looking up his astrological signs, because obviously I don't have his times, but his sun was in Libra. But what I found interesting is when you're talking about Neptune, his moon, which obviously, as you know, rules his emotions, was in Pisces. So he was ruled that way emotionally. And his communication style, Mercury, was in Scorpio, which so I found that interesting because it almost seems to fit, especially the moon and Mercury. Sun in Libra is going to make him basically what he looks like, very easy to look at and look peaceful and tranquil, but have so much deeper things going on inside and deeper ways to speak about it that are so in depth. That anyway, that's just what I see in the chart.
Marjorie Cameron was an astrologer herself, and she did his chart, and she said, if you look at his chart, she says, he has all the indicators of being the head of the CIA. Of course.
Yeah, that sun in Libra is going to make him perfectly able to balance everyone out. That sun, that's how you're coming off to everyone completely. Moon in Pisces, very deep, like you said. And Neptune has depth, but again, like you said. And then the Mercury in Scorpio is, I mean, I assume you know what you know about. I'm a Scorpio rising, so, but Scorpio can be, a little secretive, a little they're investigative, they're probing, they want to know, they're suspicious, they want to, whatever, they're intuitive, they want to know those profound insights. Very good at keeping secrets. So yeah, it looks like he did have those. That's just for me, just without a time, looking his birth date up for those main three things. Obviously can't get his rising, but yeah.
Sure.
Well, yes. So there is, and of course, what he did with the Babylon working was, he was at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. The archivist told me this. I think his name was John Bloom. He said that Jack was known for getting results. Like with chemistry, with rocketry, he could get results. He didn't have a formal college training. as a rocket scientist. He created rocket science. The mathematician, Frank Molina, followed him. Frank Molina developed a very dark pedigree, but that's a different story. But so he actually created rocket science. And he got results. Now, he took his results-oriented approach into the occult. He was taking what he knew from studying Crowley and going on and creating a whole experiment, which was frowned upon by Crowley. And he was getting a result. Now, he has been very critically assailed against this because what he was doing was considered dangerous and unorthodox. But you know what? He was in there trying. He was in there trying. And back to what I was saying, if you read the Black Pilgrimage, he gave his whole life. He says, this may cost you your life. And this was his ultimate, it's sort of it's very relatable to the life of Christ, except it's done kind of inverted.
It's inverted, and you know what? I just realized because I pulled the rest. I ascendant. I cannot pull without a time. Luckily, his moon was not changing. Not only was his Mercury in Scorpio, his Venus was in Scorpio, which makes sense of his love, where that went into occult tendencies when he met her, as far as from what I've read. And then his Mars was in Scorpio. So he had, even though he was completely on the outside, able to come across very, like you said, like she would say, she's great, like head of CIA, could be very diplomatic to people on the outside. The depth of, obviously, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, what those, and in Scorpio, what those would mean. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just that just threw me when I read that, but it just completely validates exactly what you're saying.
Wow.
Well, yes. And of course, one of the things that the archivist told me that he was known for was he would, the women were very attracted to him. And this would create a,
and that's your Libra. I say everybody's attracted to a Libra. That's your outside appearance. Yep.
Disruption of morale, because he had an open and free lifestyle. Mm-hmm. So, in other words, it was considered disruptive, and he became disruptive to, the status quo at JPL, which was, in its early days. Mm-hmm. So he was, and then eventually there was problems. They didn't want him, the government. He was a wild card. He was somebody they couldn't control.
Yeah.
And this also applied to his participation in the occult. And so, but what I'm saying is,
it's just so funny you said his birth chart is inverted again, because
his birth chart, I said the dark pilgrimage, or black pilgrimage rather, is sort of an inversion of
Jesus. So yes,
the Jesus thing. I don't know. Inversion is, but there were aspects of it that were inverted. But in other words, he was carrying the burden of humanity.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He had very good and like we all do, good and bad. But he had that moon, having a moon in Pisces, where is your emotions, which is going to make, again, like you talked about, it was basically seeing rose-colored glasses, emotionally naive in some ways. Yet is tremendously unselfish, trusting, and open-handed, yet and highly sensitive. So he had all that emotionally going on, able to come off as in his son, very much diplomatic in some ways, but then the opposite in his emotions. So those were at conflict anyway. But Pisces is depth. It's a water sign. Then he had triple water sign in Scorpio, which is that's a deeper, Scorpio is the depth of all signs as far as going deep and dark, like I'm able to handle the darkness. Like the darkness doesn't scare me. Like that's where I have to go to get my answers. That's Scorpio. And he had his like three of these main signs. Like that's where they were. So it makes sense that he had exactly what you're like I've just studied, you know, it's just, I love it when a birth chart completely makes sense, even without a rising, that is completely accurate.
Right. And just to put some perspective in all of this, we have to remember again, just to balance this out, because this is such a forgiving and romantic perspective on Jack Whiteside Parsons. Understand that he had lost his Navy security clearance by 1948, which was, of course, that meant he was out of his Caltech job. And it was after that that he really declared himself the Antichrist in his own right. And wrote the book of the Antichrist the following year. And it was around 1950 that he was finally fired from Hughes Aircraft for stealing confidential documents, which he was selling to Israel, of all places, which had just been established in occupation over Palestine. And it was shortly after that he was assassinated on June 17th when he died in that mercury fulminate explosion, after which his mother killed herself. In grief, unable to bear the loss of her son. So it's we have all that, and aside from that, the Magical Child bookstore, just another thing that is just redolent with so much of the vibrations that we were talking about. Michael Aquino said that everybody who frequented the place knew it as the Warlock Shop. It was located at 400 Henry Street.
Called the Warlock Shop before it was the Magical Child, I believe.
There we are. Thank you.
And it was in a different location.
Yeah.
And I think it was in Queens, if I'm not mistaken. I never went to the Warlock Shop. The Magical Child, I think, was on 17th Street, if I recall.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you. Yeah, and that was how...
19th Street, I think. But whatever, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, well, I'm sure he was operating on the old... the old memories he had of when he was visiting it from the beginning. So
he probably was there. I wouldn't be surprised at all, because he had friends who hung out there.
Yeah, definitively. Yeah, and what he had told me was that a lot of these people were. Oh God, what did he say about them? I'm trying to remember. I think it was owned by Herman Slater. The way he related.
That's correct. Herman Slater owned it.
Yeah, and he said that his gay lover was Ed Buczynski, and that basically he was part owner of the shop later on, and so he used to relay stories about them.
Well, the bookstore, I would just say this, like a bookstore in itself, calling itself magical or not, and having great books, in my opinion, books that are considered magical or occult would not bring these energies in. But what will bring these energies in is to have that open doorway to that. You're bringing people in, those souls that are open to this, or those souls that have written this. And then, like Peter said, he went in and he was able to get this. So again, it's openness to souls and spirits. And then you bring that back, you'll learn more. You can open that doorway yourself. So it's opening the doorway. It's on your own soul, not the bookstore itself opening the doorway. What it provides and whatever your soul gets out of it and is able to connect with, to me, is where then that magic or connection, however you would want to call it, would come in. Would you agree, Peter?
I don't disagree.
There we are. And just to finish the thought about Michael Aquino's memories, back when it was the Warlock Shop and back when it was at 400 Henry Street in Brooklyn was when Michael Aquino had pointed out to Herman Slater's gay lover, Ed Buczynski, that Howard Phillips Lovecraft had once lived in an apartment just up the block from where they were. So all these connections. There we have that.
Right, well, that's where you go. Yes, and that's where we talk about the connections, or the, like we said, it's the seeing the connections, seeing the. We all have to see our own. What was the word I just used? And now my mind has gone blank on it.
Worries.
You said it earlier.
Yeah.
But just seeing the numbers, seeing the same names, knowing those symbols, knowing what is God, Peter, you said the word. What was it?
What word did I say?
I don't expect Peter or myself to remember things like that any more than you, honey.
Symbol. I know everybody talks about like symbology. Like if you see the number,
Synchronicity? Are you talking about synchronicity or
synchronicity? Thank you, God. I don't know. Like it's like forgetting the name of like the coat. When I was pregnant, I swear to God, I know y'all haven't been pregnant, but I would forget the name of random things. Like a person could come in. I had a coat rack. I would be like, you can hang your coat on that thing at the door. The coat, that thing. Like I couldn't even get the word out.
The coat rack.
Yes. But I'm saying when you're pregnant, and this is a known thing, many women will do. It makes it even worse. So now I feel like age is probably doing that to me. But yeah, yes, forgetting words and can use every day. Totally. So synchronicity I use all the time, but totally forgot it. But yes, that was the word. Thank you very much.
Just think synchronicity and the seventh seal. Yes, that'll help
you
remember that.
That's the name of my book. But I would also tell you that synchronicity is a word that was coined by Carl Jung, the famous psychologist, and he said that synchronicity, which is coincidences occurring outside the stream of what would be coincidence.
Correct.
When they occur at a higher rate than would be, happenstance. And
that's where you have to look for it, because people sometimes look for synchronicities, and if you're just really looking for them, they're like, oh my gosh, I saw 7 again. Well, you may see 7 everywhere if you're really looking for it. If that's for some reason but it's outside that.
But what he says, it's a precursor to the Tao. The Tao, it's a precursor to the Tao. In other words, the Tao is when you're in the flow of existence. You're in the flow. So it's like it's leading you to the flow where you can see. It's a communication from the God mind. So it's like it's getting you to see from a perspective that is from outside of the normal time.
Raising your vibration, getting in touch with your higher self, all the different ways that we say it now. But yes, I agree.
Yeah. Yes. So and this is, because in the last transmission I was talking about the yin yang symbol and positioning Douglas,
yes,
and all of the events that he deals with, and his mother and I totally wholeheartedly agree with what you said about the darkness, because I studied up on it. It's not that I don't understand it, but I put my attention on it, and it's like evil exists with good. If you didn't have good, you wouldn't have evil. If you didn't have evil, you didn't have good.
Exactly.
And light and all of these things are not something you overcome. It's something you come to terms with, because they are. So what you want is to achieve the balance and the harmony. So you are neutral. You are not the good. You are not the evil. Now, that doesn't mean you don't have a life and you don't, try and help your neighbor and all that. That's not what that means. Or that you follow the evil path to, steal money from the cookie jar, whatever it is. But
I remember one of the most depressing things when I first saw it. I had been so just deeply in love and actually had my heart broken. Just thought, anyway, it was a Buddhist priest, and he was saying that he basically what he used is a medallion, and he held it up, and exactly what you said. He said the goal is to not swing this far this way, or this far this way, because once you put that resistance on something, you can be like, I'm so in love with something, or I so hate something. We think that it's just not about hating and being so in love. But what he showed is either way, a medallion will be released. And when it is, what happens when you hold it to the right all the way up, or hold it to the left all the way up? Is there neutrality when you let it go? No, there's not the peace. So it's getting to that peace in the middle where you can. And so to me, it was almost depressing at first, because I'm like, oh, wait, I can't just be completely all into everything 100%. But there is a peace you can get there in love it's just not getting, what do you call it? Not invested, but with the, I guess investment is a term, but that's not the word term I'm looking for. But yes, where you are completely, that is what your basis is. So that can affect you, that nothing should be able to affect you that much, where you swing so far to the other direction. And the only thing I would say is, as a mother, like, I guess if your children pass away or something, I think it would swing me there, like I would kill someone. But other than that, but yeah, I mean, like, and I have no problem with that, because I'm also at peace with that. I'm like, well, yeah, you know, I'd killed them and I wouldn't feel guilty or evil about it. But again, overall, do you see what I'm saying? Like, that was a good explanation for me when he held that up and showed it that way, that you want to be in balance. And when you swing so far either way, you can't hold there, and it will eventually come down. And then when the release comes, when you let it up, hold your necklace up with your medallion, hold it to the right, all good or all bad, either way, it's going to let go. And there's just you could say both sides were good. It's going to start swinging, and it's going to go way to the other side, and it's going to take a while to bring it in balance. So it's finding that balance without having to go.
Totally correct. You're totally correct. And this is why Buddhism teaches the middle way. It's like, don't go to extremes.
Yes.
And, you know, it's just like, and this is the challenge. It's like we can, and you will often see this with evangelists. They are so polarized into the quote unquote good that they're doing evil. You know, they're doing tremendous evil behind the scenes, because they're preaching the gospel, and meanwhile they're doing the opposite. There are plenty of examples of those. So it's like, yeah, you have to beware of the do-gooder, the one who is aggressively doing good.
Yes.
Right.
It's not that the good acts are bad, but why is he doing the good acts? So be it. But
and just piece, and just really short, because I know I've talked about it, really, for me, recently, it has been able to find peace with those who have hurt me or just been angry at, have had, you know, been hurt by just a friend even recently, and be able to, there was a prayer actually that my CEO, believe it or not, had sent me, and it was just a basic where you hold, I can't remember exactly what it says, but you hold in your mind, and I read it daily, but just where you hold that person in your mind. And it can be someone you love, can be someone that you feel sorry for, it can be someone that you don't. It's that forgiveness, and just to be able to say, I wish you peace. I believe it's like, I wish you peace, I wish you joy, and you know, I can't remember the third quote, and it's the basic principle. I know you would know it, but anyway, I'll shut up right now because I can't remember it. If I remember it, I'll let you know.
It's very good to not hold on to hate, right, and to hold on to emotions, because emotions can completely determine your own future, and what's gonna go positive or gonna go negative. And you know, holding on to stuff is, it doesn't mean you can't correct a situation with the person, but you know, to hate them, it just basically consumes your energy. So
right. Yes.
You know.
Well, I found what he was referring to, and I'm sure you would know it since you're more familiar with Buddhists than I am, the Buddhism culture. He said it's the loving kindness meditation from the Buddhist tradition. And just the basics are to hold someone in mind and say, may you be happy. May you be free of suffering. May you find peace and joy today. And if you can do that for people, like you said, and that's where I found the peace, that when I say that and can hold them in mind, even if it's someone that has done me wrong, I come out of that feeling. It's not just for them. I'm sending them that message truly, because you have to truly send it to feel it. But then I truly can come out of that wishing them to be free of suffering, wishing them to be happy, and wishing them to find peace and joy today, because at the end of the day, we're all humans, right? So even if they've hurt me, just like we were talking about, you know, anyone with good and bad in them, like we all do. And so to me, keeps me then in the middle and at peace, right? By wishing that peace for others.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if you've heard that, but yeah.
No, I mean, that's good.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So, but back to Douglas, what somebody today who's a great fan of my work had said to me, "Why do you work with Douglas Dietrich?" And of course, they have not heard any of the shows because they don't have internet.
Oh.
But I said, well, it's, I've kind of covered it in my newsletters. But when you get to the event horizon, this is what's there to communicate. I said, David Anderson isn't communicating. Radu Cinema is far, years behind in delivering his next book. I said, and much of the people out there aren't worth communicating with.
Thank you. Yes.
And I said, if you want to go to, at least with regards to my own work, it's like there's work to be done here, and there's things to uncover. And I explained the whole relationship with Mae Brussel and all this sort of thing, and it's like, okay, what I do is unique. It's not what everybody else does by a long shot. So it's like, okay, I understand my job better than other people who, like to read consumable packages of information, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm out here cutting the diamonds in the rough.
Yes.
And there's a lot more diamonds than I have time to cut. So I have to cut the best diamonds. So, but back to the yin yang symbol is that, yeah, the darkness and the light exist. So we have Michael Aquino, who was not only a dark character, he prided himself on it.
Yes.
He was evil. He tried to go beyond evil.
Yes.
But I think he mostly said in that evil, band. And he was not incapable of doing acts of kindness either. They were motivated, from his own self-interest. But as I say, he would, as you've said, he would repay people for doing him favors.
Yes. And
so, he was not completely evil. Nobody can be completely evil.
Yes.
Even if he's 99.5% evil.
Yes.
And I don't mean to compliment him.
Understood.
There were dark sides to L. Ron Hubbard's personality. There were dark sides to Jack Parsons' personality, Marjorie's personality, and Aleister Crowley's personality. There were also light sides to it. There were also positive sides to it. And so when we talk of Douglas's stories, which he's told about how and another person said, well, you're dealing with, vampires and blood boys. And it's like sort of because they were talking about, stuff that was just, I said, you shouldn't have your attention on this stuff. It's just crap. It's media stuff, I said, you shouldn't, you're paying too much attention to the media, I told them.
Thank you.
He said, well, you're talking about blood boys and vampires. I said, well, first off,
that's not your focus. It really is.
No, but they are a factor.
Yes.
They are a factor in the schematic of, what Douglas is dealing with, and they are part of your support system right now.
Yes.
And I'm not casting a judgment on that, but there is darkness and there is light, and we have this remarkable tale of the vampire magi being the custodians of the knowledge of Christianity.
Yes.
And this is a remarkable tale. And at the same time, it's being purveyed through Douglas's mother, who's a remarkable woman. But at the same time, she's a predator who would suck the blood from victims.
Did you ever meet Douglas's mother?
No.
I always just question. I didn't know.
It's sort of in a dream, astrally. You could
Oh
say.
yeah. That was quite, yeah. Yeah.
He came to me last week too to send him a message. By the way, do you remember Douglas?
I did not. So you can let me know about that privately if you
Oh,
will.
remember we were in the podcast and we were talking about JFK Jr. and I said, you were like, that's exactly what my mother would say.
Oh yes,
like,
that's right.
That's so
Yes.
odd because I don't normally, I would never say that and I don't know where it came from.
Understood. Yes, I do remember now. Thank you. Thank you. I'll clarify that for people.
So, this is somebody who has not only given us the knowledge and tradition of this, she was at a focal point in history of negotiating between the Emperor of Japan and his interests with that of the Third Reich,
Yes.
directly with Hitler. She was involved in these negotiations and talks. She was involved with the Mongolian Empire, Manchurian Empire, excuse me.
Yes. And the Mongol Empire, to an extent, there was she was working with those Mongolian monarchists who were helping her at the time that they were hunting for the Nyaga, which Henry Wallace was trying to abduct. But go on. Yes.
Right. And she was that's a remarkable story. And she was involved with the talk downs of World War II. So she had accumulated a remarkable history. This is a lens. It is a focal point that is unique to history. And so one of the big issues with Chinatown, I can only say what my mother told me about Chinatown in San Francisco. She said, this is the most important Chinatown. She says, there's other Chinatowns, but this is like the Chinatown of Chinatowns.
It's so
she always
true.
said this. I don't know how the hell she knew it, but
I'm impressed. Yes, I'm impressed. Go.
I mean, she read, she didn't go to college, but she was like a, straight A student. So she was pretty smart. So, she just said this, and she whatever she knew. And she said that, this is so it's like, but you see, and as they say, I went to Chinatown in school and studied it. But basically Chinatown doesn't really talk. Douglas is the only real voice from Chinatown in any way, shape, or form. And that would include Japantown as well. Yes. Asia Town, now I'm using a paraphrase. There's an actual Japantown in San Francisco. Asia Town I'm just using a metaphor here. But it's like he's a spokesman for Asia because the people in Chinatown are so much under the influence of the Tongs or the benevolent groups, yes. Which are basically always involved with self-protection. And that includes organized crime. They have to deal with criminal acts that have been perpetrated against them as a culture. So how do you combat that? Is with your own criminal enterprises. And so you don't hear, anything you hear coming out of Chinatown is going to be very public relations oriented. And should they be given their inside dope to anybody? So Douglas, we actually learn a tremendous amount of culturally. He speaks out. Yes. And his mother was a great influence on him because she told him the history of these things, which were corroborated and authenticated by all of his forays into the documents at the Presidio. Yes. Or at the Defense Department Library at the Presidio, to be more specific. And reading all these documents is something that no human being, I don't think, ever did, because nobody was assigned to read the documents. He did it because he was assigned to burn them.
Yes.
And he wasn't supposed to read them. He wasn't even supposed to burn them. So he was put in that position by circumstance, by destiny, by fate. I certainly don't think Aquino necessarily wanted you to read all those documents. I think that was done out of his purview, if I'm not mistaken.
That is quite correct. So just to put to rest any notion that people may have that, oh, Douglas Dietrich was set up to read these documents, because there was no guarantee I would have read them. Just to put this into some context so that people understand, the people who had the security clearance where they were supposed to be dealing with these materials were indeed actually supposed to read them to a degree. They were supposed to skim them, scan them, make certain that these were the right documents to be destroyed, and that if these were incorrectly dated or somehow wound up misfiled, that then, of course, they were not to be destroyed. This was what was called the collation of documents. I, of course, should not have even been burning them, let alone being exposed to them. And I did, of course, read them to a far greater degree and with far greater intensity than was ever intended. It's all based on the corruption, the laziness, the incompetence of the U.S. federal government in every possible way you can imagine, including, of course, and especially its military. Understand, of course, this wasn't its military per se, in all fairness. These were all civilians working in the library, and it was the responsibility of civilians to be handling these documents. The military, of course, has its own documents that may or may not wind up in the civilian half of the Department of Defense purview. But such being said, I was never supposed to be anywhere near these materials at all. When Michael Aquino found out I was dealing with these materials, he certainly did absolutely nothing to correct the situation. He felt it was very amusing, and he felt that he could take advantage of it by, of course, using myself, exploiting myself as his liaison to serve himself better. And I think that there was kind of a certain degree of criminality and corruption in his using myself, a way of further corrupting myself, a way of what he felt would render myself, by being useful to him, therefore more pliable and amenable to his manipulations. So yes, take it away, Peter.
Well, yeah, or he just felt you were a fellow criminal.
Yes, that's right. And there's an element of truth to that.
That you were on, and that you were on his side.
Yes. And not that I'll say that there's an element of truth to that, but yet there is. As I said, it's not like I didn't take advantage of the parties that he held, and just that is, of course, where, as I've mentioned before, I met many defense contractors, these engineering types who were truly juicing the system, and it was all in their own eyes, and Aquino's as well, a monumental scam in so many ways. Was
Tony Robbins ever at any of those parties?
It's funny that you say that. I never personally met Tony Robbins, but I know for a fact that he had been on base, and that he had been contracted by the guy we called General Spoonbender, who I wound up interviewing years later on Revolution Radio in what was one of the most uncomfortable and just besieged interviews that I've ever conducted. And it was just awful in so many ways, and yet so expositive.
Stubble buying.
Yeah, stubble buying. Yeah, which, by the way, is the correct pronunciation according to his wife, who was really tripping off that to a pathological degree. And I realized, or I concluded, that this had to be like something to do with his trigger programming, something to do with his programming, where she kept him under her spell. Bear in mind that General Stubblebine is the man that they portrayed in The Men Who Stare at Goats, not by George Clooney. George Clooney was portraying Channon, James Channon of the First Earth Battalion, they really sexed that miserable loser up by having George Clooney play him. They did everything they could to make these people as appealing, as attractive, as rehabilitated as possible. In the case of General Stubblebine, they had some other older actor portraying him, but General, whatever they did to portray him, they didn't do it justice. This guy was. He was made a general because he looked like a general. He had that classic look of a square jaw, kind of like, and he was white and white-haired, like a sugar cube with a patch of mold on top, is how I used to describe it. And that's how their lantern-jawed square heads would look. And then they'd literally say, let's make this guy a general just because he has the looks for it and a commanding presence. The guys really running the show would be these brevet colonels, as they referred to themselves, like Michael Aquino. That was an old term for field commissions, where oftentimes, basically, they didn't have generals available, and they would put a colonel in charge of entire field armies during the American Civil War. And therefore, they called these brevet colonels, meaning that these were colonels acting with the power of generals in the field.
Temporary acting status.
Yes, thank you. And they were using this unofficially, this term, of course. It was not an official term by the time of Aquino, but when Aquino and the like, his ilk, like James Channon would use that term, basically they were saying they were really running the show, while poor bastards like Stubblebine were the saps. And Stubblebine was, of course, this poor, simple-minded dolt who believed that if you believed strong enough, you could perform miracles. And so he believed he could walk through walls. And so he broke his nose more than once trying to walk through walls. I mean, this is the kind of individual we're talking about. And so when I finally got him on Revolution Radio and I asked him about Tony Robbins, okay, this is the horror that I'm dealing with. I had him in front of me. I had Mike Ringley in back of me. And basically what happened was his wife, Dr. Rima Leibo, was his psychiatrist, his handler, and his wife. That's an enormous amount of power to have, all three in one man's life. That's like fucking your mother, for God's sakes. I mean, imagine, an incestuous relationship with your mother while you're still young. The power that she holds over you at that point, food, nourishment, shelter, and sex is just, it's too much for one person to have. This is the kind of power Rima Leibo had over this poor doll. And Rima Leibo had been on Revolution Radio. And what had happened was she produced a video she released on YouTube. You could probably still find it on the dark web, where she said, "I am Adam Lanza's psychiatrist." And that was the title of the video. Adam Lanza being the kid who killed all of those young children at Sandy Hook. So she basically came out and said, "I am Adam Lanza's psychiatrist." She produced that video saying she had programmed Adam Lanza to kill those kids. So this is the woman we're talking about. At that point, she got fired from Revolution Radio. And to tell you the truth, it wasn't even that. She got fired because basically she tried to get a bunch of colloidal silver over to Liberia when they were suffering from that plague that broke out, Ebola. She was trying to get colloidal silver over to the Liberians so that they could combat Ebola. And this was something that she and a bunch of other radicals at Revolution Radio thought they could do good by smuggling this into Liberia. They wound up breaking a bunch of international laws. The World Health Organization clamped down, and that's what got Mike Ringley in international trouble, at which point he fired her. And so he hated her guts. So when I brought her on, along with her husband, then Mike Ringley is breathing down my neck, saying, "You piece of shit, what are you trying to do to me? You trying to get me shut down? I really ought to shut you down." And, he was so close behind my neck, I could smell his pickled uvula. I mean, this is how alcoholic this guy was. But, so I've got that going on behind my back consistently throughout this interview. And it took them forever to start. They claimed they were in Latin America because they claimed to be fugitives, that the United States was trying to persecute them. So they claimed to be fugitives in Latin America. He claimed he had traced their location and said that they were somewhere here in the United States on the East Coast or something. So he was claiming they were lying, and I'm getting all this input from him while trying to get them to get their Skype started. They finally got their Skype started. We're talking about 15 minutes into basically 2 hours, maybe half an hour into 2 hours. So we've wasted half an hour while they try to get their Skype started. When they do get it started, then we waste, I swear to God, at least another 15 minutes. So while this idiot bitch keeps correcting me on her husband's name, which I couldn't believe. First off, Stubblebine sounds horrible. So I kept Europeanizing it. I kept Europeanizing it as Stubblebine, which has a modicum of dignity, as opposed to Stubblebine, which sounds like, all you can think of is somebody's hairy chin, like stubble, like razor burn. And no,
That's
but
like irritating the hell out of them by mispronouncing the name.
she was pathological about it. I mean, she kept
Yeah,
saying,
that's what I mean. I'm not saying that you were intentionally doing so, but effectively doing so.
Yeah. And so she kept shouting at the top of her lungs, Stubblebine! Stubblebine! And I couldn't understand.
I'm going to clarify this just because for people that are listening, because I know when I sometimes lose something, I know that listeners sometimes do too. So I've learned that. So you are referring to Adam Lanza, the school shooter's psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
And her name again was what?
Dr. Rima Leibo.
But then who is Stubble, which...
He was a colonel or a general. Yeah, but he was her husband, and he was a bigwig.
Oh, so she didn't take his name. So she kept her own name.
No, she did not take his name.
Yeah, imagine that. I mean, why then does his name fucking
why did
matter?
you give a shit about correcting it?
Thank you. And this went on for like 15 minutes until, I just trained myself. So then the first question I asked him, so this is like 45 minutes into the interview. So I said, okay, we can settle down now. And Mike Ringley had kind of like picked up a bottle or something, so he backed off for several minutes while he was chug-a-lugging his alcohol. And I said, what about Tony Robbins? I said, I understand that I didn't mean this as any kind of ambush. It was just like something that I felt was generally known. I said, I understand that he said that he could help the U.S. Army fire their Colt 45s with 100% accuracy, and that when you contracted him, it was for $1 billion United States dollars. And then he said, I refuse to talk. I will neither confirm nor deny anything you say. And I said, dude, we got fucking an hour and 15 minutes left. And this is how you're going to start? Is that you're not going to talk? Really? Then his wife said, I will speak for him. And she spoke for him for the rest of the interview. And he said nothing until the end of the interview. He said, that was fun. We can do it again. And I was like thinking, why?
But why was he speaking if he was not he wasn't the psychiatrist? Like, what was the point of there? Where am I losing that?
You're losing I had the interview to interview him, not her. He
didn't have anything to do with Lanza, did he?
No, but I'm not interviewing about Lanza. I was trying to interview him about Tony Robbins and the fucking men who stare at goats and the fucking First Earth Battalion and Michael Aquino.
No. Sorry, that's
no worries. No worries. No worries.
I heard Lanza.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize.
No worries. Gotcha. No. I get it. I totally get it. This needs to be clarified because, like you said, if you're losing the thread, think about everybody else who just...
Well, yeah, and that's why I asked, because it's a long broadcast, so every now and then somebody tunes out, and obviously they may tune out when I don't, but I feel like good questions come back in and just gets us back on track.
Yeah.
That's all I was doing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Or at least getting me on track.
Yeah, so basically this fucker Tony Robbins made $1 billion United States dollars off of your taxpayers' money because this idiot, General Stubblebine, hired him based on the claim that he could have everyone in the Army shoot their Colt 45s with 100% accuracy, never missing their target. And then basically what they told me was they got ripped off. Basically, the psychiatrist's wife who took over said, well, basically there's an individual who we're not going to name. I mean, believe that shit? I mean, I already named the guy. There's no point in going there with this sudden, like, oh, we now, we'll no longer describe him by name, the name that none dare utter aloud.
Formerly known as.
Yes, right. And she says, he said he to do this, but he couldn't do it, so we found out he was a fraud. And, by that time, the U.S. budget was out $1 billion. What Tony Robbins ever did with that $1 billion US, I have no idea. I can't even imagine how you would spend that, but he's just sleaze.
You're referring to the Tony Robbins that does all the speaking tours.
Yes, the Mr. Firewalker, Tony Robbins, the guy who
Are you serious? So again, I'm clarifying for people because I'm sure there are at least, they always say if you ask a dumb question, there's at least one other person that asked the question. So I don't feel bad asking them. Tony Robbins.
Yeah, that tall, ugly guy. The tall, ugly white guy who everybody mistakes for Richard Kyle because he looks just like Richard.
It's doing all the hoorah, hoorah, and you can do anything in your life.
That dude. Yeah.
He was part of this military shit?
Yeah, he got contracted by the U.S. military claiming he could have everyone turn into an instant marksman, that they would never miss a target again once they went through his program. And, and it was Stubblebine, of course, who hired him. Okay, and then he ran off with the money without, and everybody was still a lousy shot.
I'm pretty sure you pronounced that Stubblebine, just in case he's listening. It's called Stubblebine.
Well, he's dead now, poor son of a bitch. Yeah, and he and his wife, by the way, were starting a cult in Central America. They had this cult going where they were like trying to start their own Jonestown and shit, from what I understand. So that's why they had these Central American connections. As a matter of fact, they claimed that they were in Argentina at the time of the interview. They were claiming that they were in Argentina, where, Mike Ringley was claiming, oh no, they're right here in the U.S. I can trace them, he said. Through
they were posted in New York. Fucking New Jersey.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. Yeah, that's it. It was New Jersey. He said they were in New Jersey. Yeah.
I'm telling you, I have a little bit of premonitions every now and then.
Yeah. So it's just, anyhow, so there you go with that. I mean,
I'm sorry for those. And when I do those horrible loud laughs, everyone forgive me. I try not to yell.
Understood. And so there we go. So hopefully that puts that into some perspective. So Peter, go on. I mean,
Tony sounds like the epitome of someone who, not only just believes his own shit,
yes,
but just can talk about it casually, oh yeah, I was the third baseman for the New York Yankees last night, and I got a couple of hits, and and people don't really understand, they believe you, and you're telling this shit.
Yeah,
it's like, and you get so good at it to the point where, he talks to a lot of people, and he convinces a lot of people of a lot of different things, and it's like, wow, it's like he can say anything and people will believe it.
Well, what do you call it? Fake it till you make it.
Yes,
we've all heard that, right?
Yes.
So what I think Tony must have done, which I don't think fake it till you make it's a bad perspective. Fake it till you make it's good. The problem is if you fake it till you make it, till now you faked yourself fucking out and you don't even know who the fuck you are or what you're selling. Do you see what I'm saying? I think that, to me, I guess that's where I kind of see that going.
You'll lose your integrity.
Yes, exactly.
That's the whole problem with a situation like that.
Thank you.
You've completely lost your integrity, and there's so many people who will never find out.
Thank you.
They'll never find out.
Yeah.
And obviously, he's still making millions of dollars on his things this year. I mean, people are attending them like mad. So obviously,
even if you do find out, even if somebody finds out and hears this and doesn't go to his thing, no, it's like it's not critical mass. It's not going to make a difference.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. What really matters though? We all talk about money, and it's like, yeah, it makes a difference. Yeah, maybe if he completely went broke. The problem is it's all internal, right? So my internal, just like you, everybody has their internal struggle and growth that they have to do. And so regardless if he faked, he lost his integrity, like you said. At the end of the day, will he even get his integrity back if even only 100,000 come? What will it take for someone? Like, we're all different, but at the end of the day, hell, he could fucking be on the street and homeless, and he could still, like some people are, and I still can't see my own truth. Like, it's being able to see your own truth.
Well, you're totally right. You're totally right, because it has to do with your own internal game. Because look, some people can go to his seminar and get something out of it. There's no question of that. I can't say what percentage do and what percent, because again, he's not all dark, but certainly he's the epitome of somebody who can believe his own stuff.
Yes.
And believe it to an extreme point to where he can casually, just scam, scam the government. And if there's any institution that deserved to be scammed, it is the government. Yes. And I'm not saying he should do it, but it becomes kind of like this is the paradigm.
It goes to show his boldness. At that point, he was so brazen. He was just so brazen that scamming the government for him was like having lunch. And so it is what it is. I find it almost hard to believe that guy's still operating. You would think that people would have found out by now that their lives have not changed because of this buffoon telling them that they're winners, so long as they pay him the big bucks. But such is life. And so what had happened was that with
I find it the opposite, though, Douglas. I have to say, I find it the opposite. It's just like we talk about narcissism, which I mentioned to you that I rarely use that word, but narcissism, what is it? At the end of the day, a narcissist, which is what we're talking about, your ego taking over, which is what has happened there. At the end of the day, once that happens, it's more likely than less that he would not continue to be successful, because the problem is it's like people falling in love, and I'm sorry for the people that are in love with Trump on here, because I know there are some are. I'm sorry if you are, but at the end of the day, like when you fall for a narcissist, because I have done it on an emotional level, and you don't realize what you're falling for, whether it's large or small, because there is a pull, there's a magnetism, there is and then a I am better, and then they never let up. There's never a let up, whether it's ego, like he in front of everyone, he in front of the meeting with the CIA or FBI and DOD, whatever, or in front of his crowd or in front of his fucking wife. He has decided he has the power, right? And once you've decided that and have that ego, it is very easy when you don't question. There's two problems. When you don't question yourself, that is your number one biggest two things. It can be your biggest strength in some ways. If you know when to not question yourself, all those doubts you had about yourself that you have proven are wrong, like, I don't think I'm good enough to do this. Those are the times you've proven I am good enough. I can do this. Those questions you don't ask. But when you stop questioning yourself, period, and you stop saying, hey, do I have not something more to learn or gain in life? Am I completely doing 100% the right thing here? Does it matter? Does it matter to me? Like, should it matter to me? Those type questions are the questions when you stop asking them to yourself, then you have become completely taken over by your ego. And at that point, people will fall for you goddamn left and right for the rest of your fucking life. Problem is, guess what? If you believe in past life, you're going to come back and pay for it. But you'll pay for it one way or the other. But you may get through this life scot-free. He may fucking die fucking a billionaire with still people following him, just like Trump. But I still believe there's a bigger answer and a bigger lesson, and I'd rather die with no one following me and not have that ego than the opposite.
I mean, that's definitely appreciated. I mean, in all fairness, like I pointed out before, I despise Trump for many reasons, but certainly in terms of my homeland and heartland of Taiwan, were it not for Donald Trump.
You got to speak up, Douglas. You're
sure.
shady.
Oh, yeah. Can people hear me now?
That's
yes.
better. That's much better.
There we are. So, as I've said before, when it comes to Donald Trump, in all fairness, obviously, Taiwan is in a very precarious situation, and were it not for Donald Trump, that situation was growing ever more precarious. What Donald Trump did do, as Peter says, not everyone can be completely evil or completely incompetent. Donald Trump certainly did something that needed to be done. Was he stood up to communist China, and he was the only.
He's
president
a classic case. He's a classic case of somebody who has good characteristics and negative characteristics, and his negative characteristics completely polarize people against him. And a lot of the polarity isn't on substance. It's on, it's on just small stuff.
No, I agree. I know I will disagree with you, Peter. And
he
I
is
feel like
narcissistic.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Like, you're much more intelligent than me in a lot of ways. You've lived longer.
But he is narcissistic. That's undeniable.
So is that not more of substance than standing up to China? Yes, is of substance, but it has to be, where are you saying the substance lies? Standing up to China, let's give him a check on that. Yes, you have some great business skills. Some, and I won't say great business skills. He also has some shitty business skills. He also knows how to lie and manipulate a shit out of way of things, which can be considered skills. Hell, I've manipulated my way out of some certain things in my life. I will be honest with you. I learned that's not the best karma or dharma to freaking come back, especially having Saturn as a ruler. So, but at the end of the day,
what I would ask, though, is that we don't turn this into a discussion about Trump right now. We do want to stay on topic with the.
Okay.
We could go back to that. We could always go back to that later. But
well, I was just going to finish that out. So, end of the day, all I'm saying is just because I love that what Peter, what he said was just that. Yes, I just am wondering, is what he did truly the best of, like, what's more important? What's more important? Is it the character inside you, or is it just some of the actions that you did, but not why you did them? I look at why people do what they do. To me, that is their substance. So why do you do what you do? I can go help my neighbor.
I see what you're saying, and that's appreciated. But in terms of, sometimes it doesn't matter why someone does something when the results are just astronomically important. In the case of Taiwan, like I pointed out before, and you may not be familiar with this, but just to explain it to you in brief, Taiwan produces the overwhelming majority of the world's microchips.
You're getting broken up, Douglas.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to maneuver the microphone much closer to myself. So I don't know if this helps or if it just makes things worse, because a lot of people say that, otherwise I echo. So I do want people to understand this. Taiwan, where I was born, produces the overwhelming majority of the world's microchips. So basically what happens is that if something happens to Taiwan, then the civilization collapses. It's just basically our cell phones.
And Douglas, you never hear anybody say this. You never hear anybody say this. You're the only one that's taught the world this.
Yes.
Now, there might be people that know it, but they certainly don't talk about it or advertise it.
Ever. Yes, that's quite true. That's quite true. No one ever brings this up. And for one thing, it's just, it's something that I think would they're probably afraid it would trigger a panic. The reality is that the world hangs on a thread, and that thread is Taiwan. There's only 3 places in the world that make microchips. There's California, South Korea, and Taiwan. And California and South Korea don't make many of them. I mean, not even Japan makes microchips. So it's Taiwan's microchips supply everyone on Earth. It's like communist China needs the microchips from Taiwan because they can't make it themselves. America needs those microchips, and all the defense of all of these nations, for everything from the brains, the electronic brains of their missile systems, to the fighter jets, rely on these microchips. And that includes, of course, your cell phones and your cars all operate on Taiwanese microchips. The end result is that if something were to happen to Taiwan and these microchips stop flooding or the supply stops, then very quickly society collapses. Society as we know it collapses, and we pretty much begin to lose everything. So that includes the satellites would fall from the sky, the planes would fall from the sky, the cell phones would stop working, etc. It just goes on and on. So the end result was that communist China, which is so dedicated to continually threatening Taiwan, is really threatening the world. And if they were to invade and somehow conquer Taiwan, they effectively conquer the world. So it's this is what's never brought up. This is why it doesn't matter why Trump did what he did, whether he did it knowingly or not.
But so I have to, Dietrich, if you're going to bring that up, you have to be willing to have a conversation on it. And my point, I mean, you don't have to. Obviously, you can shut me out, but then I'll shut the system down. So luckily, so I have a little point. So my point is, if that is true, number one, and I'm not saying it's not at all, because like I said, I have completely, like, there's not much that we have disagreed on except for war and a question about aliens completely not being real. You said there's no way they can be. And I've said I don't necessarily believe that. Those are about the only two things that I have disagreed with you on, or at least halfway. I guess we've had a not complete meeting of the minds. My point is, on this, I am not seeing that 100%. And I'm not saying it's not. What I am saying is, if that is the case, and don't get me wrong, I was working with some of my companies, but right, like even last week, I had one of my companies we were still having trouble getting chips in. I don't know where they were coming from. Maybe they were from Taiwan, getting the chips in for our trucks because this was a transit system. So the point is, if that is the case, it's not just so America, which is a power. We don't have to say it's the powerhouse, but it is a powerful country. We can agree on that. It's a powerful country. And then China is a powerful country. And you have many European nations that are powerful countries as others. They have intelligence, just like the intelligence you were burning many years ago on other things. This would not be hidden intelligence. To know that these chips are coming out of Taiwan would not be hidden. So my question then would be, if there would either be two things. Number one, why the fuck are we not building the chips or realizing this and like Europe, like we need to build some fucking chips, because we can't always what if this happens, if our world's dependent on it. Number one, why is that not being looked at? Because it has to be, and if you know it is a knowledgeable thing amongst the leadership of most of these countries. And number two, then if you're saying they know it, they can't, then why can't they?
Oh, they can't because they shut down all of their rare metals acquisitions and mines in the United States a number of years ago, because they're so toxic and they pollute the environment so heavily that they basically left it to the communist Chinese to mine a lot of these rare metals. And
from what I understand, then, if you're talking about rare metals, China is taking over many parts of Africa,
yes, that's right,
mining for these.
Yes, that's right. As well as what they mine in their own countries. These rare metals aren't exactly that rare, but they are rare enough. And they are where you find them, and the Chinese are trying to monopolize that. So in terms of America, we used to have these rare metals mines, but they were all closed. Now it'll take about 10 years to open them again, during which time it's just too late. So they're just counting now on basically Taiwan. There's other factors as well. Taiwan needs neon gas to put into these microchips to make them work. And the majority of that neon gas comes from Ukraine. That's why the Russians invaded Ukraine, so they could dominate the neon gas and shut down the world's microchip industries. So again, that's something no one else has ever said outside of myself yet. If anyone were to look all this up, look up the majority of the world's microchips, where do they come from? You're going to find out Taiwan. If you look it up, where does most of the world's neon gas come from? You're going to find out Ukraine. So this was a concerted attack on behalf of the Russians and the Chinese to dominate the world. They screwed it up monumentally, thank God. But we would not have even responded to that if it had not been, in all fairness, for Donald Trump. So for whatever else he may have committed, which is plenty of wrong. And believe me, I can go on for hours and hours about everything he's done wrong. The one thing he did right is so monumental, it almost balances it balances the scales.
You mean by standing up to China?
By standing up to communist China, yes. Just to put this into perspective, and people just are completely unaware of this, every president until Donald Trump was surrendering to communist China in every way. Everybody who was a pundit, a talking head, everybody who was an advisor to the executive, everybody was saying the communist Chinese will rule the world, that their time has come, ours is over, it's time to surrender to them, just surrender to the fact that their time has come and our time is gone. And he was the only man too stubborn to accept that. And he just told all of those advisors, go fuck yourself, and I'm taking Taiwan's side. And whether that's based on he actually got the picture that, hey, the microchip's sourced from here, or whether he just did it out of some sense of stubbornness, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. It's a moot point. It's just the fact that he did the right thing, that he will be remembered for that in history, because communist China is truly a dystopia.
And the last thing I will say on this, and I want to leave it, I'm going to shut up so you guys can talk. The only thing I will say on that is I do believe he stood up to China. I do not know that I feel like he's given maybe some accolades here that are not well deserved by him just for doing it for Taiwan. Because let's look, Nancy Pelosi is the biggest hated political figure on the Democratic side, and certainly not a fan of Trump, and Trump not a fan of her, and who went to Taiwan even though China was threatening. So at that point, where are you saying that lies? Because why would she go there?
Well, because she had investments. She has investments in Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing.
Oh, you don't.
That's why.
You don't think Trump has investments all over the world,
Trump,
including Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, believe me, he does. But here's the difference. Trump also had investment, along with his daughters, in communist China. And he still stood up to them, despite the fact that cost him those business contracts and connections there. So he was willing to sacrifice something. And in terms
he's not. He was willing. I'll tell you what he was willing to do. He was willing to sacrifice. And I'm just going to say this out there, and I don't know anywhere.
You're not even talking clearly, Brooke. You got to say what you're saying clearly, because
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to give water to my dog. The dog was needing water. He is not standing up correctly to me in that regard, because to me he was standing up for himself, and Trump has a long game, and if you don't understand a narcissist, there's always a long game. And so if you thought he was going to lose money in China and not make it up elsewhere,
I get it completely, honey, I get it completely. It's like it's not, this isn't to portray him as some kind of hero in that sense of this, like Peter Moon has this almost romantic vision.
Too much ambient noise there. I think it's coming from you, Brooke, but I'm not sure.
It might be me. Who knows? It's like could be the microphone, because, like I said, the Real Tech Geek
Go ahead.
Yeah, he's going to send me a new microphone, and hopefully that hopefully that works. But in terms of what I wanted to say was that believe me, Brooke, it's kind of like Peter Moon presents the Jack Whiteside Parsons with this almost, I think Peter Moon felt a real resonance with him, and got a kind of a feel for him that gave him a sense of empathy. And so he has a kind of empathy with Jack Parsons that I don't have. So he tends to look at Jack Parsons and express what happened to Jack Parsons as kind of this almost Christ-like sacrifice and inversion thereof. Whereas I look at Jack Parsons as basically a desperate spy who wound up being assassinated because he got way out of his league in a certain sense. But at the same time, he was very deeply involved with the occult. So that occult and alchemical element is not to be ignored. Also, it's just definitely a lot of the politics that were around at the time. He certainly was brilliant. He certainly developed the solid fuel rocketry, but at the same time, one of the things that gave him a boost was that he was an honest-to-God, open, practicing Satanist. And for that, the Army gave him everything and kicked out Robert Goddard, who they later on approached again at the end of World War II when the Japanese super dirigibles showed up in their skies. Then they gave Goddard a call, and that's when he died of a heart attack, knowing that it was already too late for anything to be done, and America had lost the war. So that's, it's these situations that we have a context for all of them, and I appreciate what you're saying about Trump, and believe me, I'm not dismissing that. It's not to be dismissed. It's just that, again, like I'm saying, the character or the rationale or whatever long game he was playing, I'm just saying that in this sense, it worked out for the best for all of us in the long run, simply because he did what he did. And no one else was willing to do
and
that.
I think... So I will just go back. Hopefully it's not, I'm not giving the dogs water anymore. So is that better? Is it quieter?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I have 4 dogs and they were all wanting water.
No worries. No, I understand it, honey.
But I hope it's quieter is what I was saying.
Yeah,
but all I'm going to say is, and I'll let y'all talk, and especially
it is quieter.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So I just wanted to say that, yeah. So I guess it would go back to actually, what we were all talking about earlier is everyone has good and bad in them, and hell, even sometimes maybe their things that they may do for their own selfish gain creates good, right?
The world is a complicated place with many events and circumstances. So I totally understand what you're saying about Trump. And, he's a complex character. He's a real human being. He has a huge ego. And he plays in an arena that most people are completely oblivious of. They don't understand the arena. And you would have to, and many of these reporters who sit there and get the inside view of him, they don't have a picture of the bigger game. He's been playing it for a long time. Politics is, again, a new game to him that he's learning. And it's much more sinister than the game of New York real estate, which is quite sinister, which he's very good at. So it's like, it's easy to criticize what's going on from the side, but it's just like, and now when Douglas talks about all this stuff going on in Taiwan, the people that kind of know the information, they're probably not even investing on it. They're just kind of like sluggish bureaucrats or generals that are more interested in their paycheck. It's like there are certain people that would capitalize on the investments, like Nancy Pelosi or whatnot, or other people, but they're not interested in solving the geopolitical problems of the world. Most people that are involved with the geopolitical problems are part of the problem because they have their own selfish motivations. So it's like, this is why Douglas is special. And, frankly, what do most of us have to do with geopolitics anyway? Most of us are, victims or in position to be victims of, like the crisis in oil or the crisis in inflation or whatever. It's
I don't know, though, to lighten the subject up in just a second, Peter. Maybe we start a second podcast, just like you're going to start one. And if we're right about, and everyone, I've heard it multiple times on both sides of the aisle, Nancy Pelosi's investments, maybe that is where we should all be investing. And then we can be more involved in geopolitics as far as having a say so. If we can just get those fucking investments right.
Well, by that's a whole different game.
It's a joke. I know. I'm joking.
That doesn't work.
If we can know what she's investing in ahead of time, we would all.
Yeah, and then they wouldn't be investing in it anymore.
Right. Yeah.
That game works, but.
Well, no, you can short sell it. I mean, there's multiple things.
Well, yeah, but then you have to be. Then you're now a full-time trader, and that's a whole different ball game in and of itself.
That's what my father was.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So now you're becoming one of them. So.
I owed, just so you know, like I'll give this little secret. Before I was 18 years old, I owed $1.5 million in taxes in my own name. I had never worked a full-time job.
And that's because your dad fobbed it onto you?
No, he was investing in his name, but he was also making money on mine because I had an ankle surgery. Basically, I had gotten hurt and had 3 surgeries when I was 10. So he invested that money. And anyway, long story short, he's always done well in the stock market. This is where it sent him into a depression. He actually ended up retiring he still plays the stock market, but he retired. He went to a deep depression at around 45 to 50 because I remember him buying me a brand new 3000 GT, like that I didn't even need. And we just bought a brand new house and, 3 stories. And I didn't understand why. I'm only like 17, and I knew I didn't deserve this car for multiple reasons, but he spoiled me. And then found out later what happened was that he was investing in, I guess what you would call, it ended up being what he found out later. I know there's a name for it. He, right at the end of the year, was up to several, close to $1 billion, like he had in there, like 9 million, and he had it in him and my name, and he didn't sell it at the end of December, and in January it ended up being, what do you call it? It's like a jump, like it completely went from millions and millions of dollars to basically worthless. So he had so what he invested, he lost, but he hadn't invested millions of dollars. He had wrote it out, but it's one of those things where it's like, you hold on one more day, can you imagine that? Like, that's what he still deals with. But that's a sad note for him. But the point is because December 31st came and it showed that I had made, like in stocks, like, had no children and $9 million or whatever it was. And so it showed me with right around a little over $1 million tax. And then, of course, January came and it all deflated. The problem is taxes, they don't look at it that way. They look at it as you owe it for this year. Well, every other year for the rest of my life, I would have had a write-off. So we just didn't. I mean, luckily, I was able to ignore it. 10 years, it gets written off because they knew, and they didn't come after me. I mean, I was 18, but there was no money to come after as far as that $10 million, whatever they were looking for. But yeah. I mean, it was funny. I get a tax for my first tax bill, and I'm like, Dad, like, they're seeing it, or like, this has to be wrong. Like, it's like $1.2 million. There's zeros here. And he's like, yeah, well, I need to talk to you about that.
Jesus.
That's another story.
Well, so sorry you went through that as a child. Thank you for sharing that. And okay,
I was a child. I was 17.
Yes. Yeah. Well, a teenager. And so like you said, honey, and thank you to that wonderful lady in the chat room as well. And our chat room is actually always fairly active. It may be dead in terms of asking questions specifically, but active it is. So, and Callan said,
what's sadder than that? Let me tell you. So just to a quick, where my dad went to into deep depression, man here had a lottery ticket. I don't know if you've been familiar with this or ever had it happen in your city. He won the Powerball. And they traced it to him, picture of him buying it. He admitted, he lost the fucking ticket. Never found it. Never got his.
I'm sorry, that's awful. Thank you. Shout out to, yes. I'm sorry, Ann Callan.
I just said that would cause a deep depression for anyone. Can you imagine?
Not really. I can't imagine it at all. Ann Callan was talking about the volume earlier, and she does ask, how did Aquino die when I can't find a thing? So maybe Peter can address that. I mean, pretty much in a sense, he hasn't died with his Horcrux, as it would be described by his follower J.K. Rowling's, basically occupying the bodies of some of his acolytes. But as Peter Moon can go on a little bit.
Yeah, if Peter's going to go into that, I would like to ask Peter too, because I asked this question last week and George briefly described it, Peter. But Douglas has briefly mentioned, obviously I know about the 12 and he wanted to do the 13th. I know about his birthday.
Wait. What are you talking about? 12? what the hell are you talking about?
So when he was born, so from what George told me, so basically the day he was born.
The day of the Nuremberg hangings. Aquino, because someone
wasn't born on the 12th or the 13th. So I don't, still, it's like this isn't making any sense. He wasn't
No,
born.
he wasn't born. No. The
No, he was
day
born in October, and I forget exactly the date, but it was the date of the Nuremberg hangings. And
Yes.
there were
Yes.
There were, and there
I
were.
think it was October 16th.
Thank you.
Yes, so
Thank
there
you.
were 12. So basically, what he needed, there were
There
he
was
wanted
supposed to be 13 men that were hanged, so that
12.
they-
Well, there's to be 12,
Yeah,
and then
at
there
least
weren't
12.
enough. He was
Yeah.
yes.
And so what happened was Bormann escaped, and Goering suicided, and so it was an imperfect birth of the Antichrist that they were attempting to usher in through the ritual, and that's when Michael Aquino was born. But she's saying simply that she's aware of that, but most people aren't aware of how he died because his death was kept very secret,
Yes, this is a question I'm happy to address, but it had nothing to do with any of the other stuff. That's why it was confusing.
Yes, understood. It came up in the chat.
So anyway, I just needed to clear that up.
Understood.
So anyway, okay. So it was about I think 2 years ago.
Yeah.
There was a posting. I think it was a YouTube that Aquino was dead, and somebody was bragging that he killed him or to taken over from him. But that was somebody on Australia. He was full of bull. And then we looked in, and there was a website that announced it, and we were, of course, skeptical. But it was also overdue. And we basically heard that he was dead. And then there was somebody claiming to be his son, which was BS. And there was spurious stuff coming out. I wrote a whole article. I'll try and send it to you. I don't know how much it goes into the, factual if, ands, or buts of it, but basically it became evident. So it became evident that he was dead. And then, of course, he hasn't surfaced. And then Douglas had found out that he had stomach cancer.
Yes. Actually, I had known of that for many years before.
Yeah, it had to do with eating people.
Yes. Yes, seriously.
Yeah, no, it all made sense. I'm going to, send you a newsletter on Aquino's death and momentarily.
Right. And I want to credit the young lady in the chat room, Ann Callan, who had asked about Michael Aquino that brought us to this topic. But I do want to have a suggestion aside from a kiss to Anne here, and of course a kiss to Brooke. Mwah! I do want to. Here's a constructive suggestion, Brooke, is that there's no need to overqualify everything you say. I do notice that you tend to, as if you're in a court of law, as if we were all on trial. Our topics are already serious enough, and they already have a sense of gravity. Let's not add that stress and tension to it where we're qualifying every fucking thing we say, which for some reason, I don't know where you get that from, but for some reason you do that, and there's just no need for it. You don't need to qualify everything you say at all. The points can be made much more concisely without the.
I'm sorry. Are you referring to something someone in the chat, or this is to?
I'm referring to you, honey. I'm referring to you.
Yeah. No, I was making sure it was your comment or not someone else's in the chat.
Yeah. No. It's not someone in the chat. It's me. It's the same.
Yeah. So overqualifying. What do you mean? I just.
To qualify something that you say, it's like, it means that it's like over contextualization. This is why Peter had a difficulty understanding what you were saying. Yeah, it's like.
I think maybe I assume Peter, and I may be wrong. That's true. Like, that's fine. And I will clarify what you mean. But I thought Peter didn't understand because I was going into two separate topics.
Well,
like I went from my father and
there's that, but it's just basically everything that you say you qualify profoundly. You
qualify how?
Qualify meaning that you contextualize it just profoundly.
Contextualize. So southern redneck idiot.
It might be. I don't know about that, but I would just say that just think bullet points. Just think bullet points. That it's different from me when I go on monologue than as Peter Moon says, sometimes you go into too much detail. Yeah, well, it's it's different in my case because it's a monologue. That's I can do that.
Well,
Yeah, but
I will say this, Doug, and I'm more than glad not to come back on. Like at the end of the day,
don't be like that. Don't be like that.
I'm not going to be, but I will say this. Here I am. I'm a Southern woman.
Yeah, but
I have had no experience ever speaking publicly at all.
Right.
And
That's why I said
you were in the room with me.
I said it's constructive. I said it's constructive criticism.
Well, I don't understand.
By the way,
what
just so people understand
contextualizing-
this, what happened was that we had
Thank you, Peter.
who was the lady now? I'm already forgetting her name. Deanna Fraser. We had Deanna Fraser, and we were telling her, just as constructive criticism, that she tended to talk for very long periods of time, and that then she took deep offense at this and said that I was using her as a doormat and exploiting her, and therefore she's done being a producer, so to speak. It's one of these things where it's just don't take it the wrong way. It's not like that. It's literally constructive criticism.
I have no problem. So here's my problem. If I want to take it the wrong way, I will. I'm truly, and this is, I think you're thinking the wrong thing. I'm asking you what you mean, because I truly, contextualize is not a common word I use, and I am sure it is something you guys obviously get exactly what you're saying. I don't are you saying I just go into too much detail?
Yes, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
We don't need
Got
all
it.
those goddamn details.
And,
I mean, it's awful. It's awful. It kills.
Well, Douglas, that's good. That's good. You made your point.
Thank you.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
In terms of what when I'm speaking, of course, then I talk a lot about context. But understand, I'm not professionally trained either. None of us are professionally trained here. None of us is a radio announcer at all, or anything of the sort. This is, in fact, why a lot of people complain about me, is because they expect to tune into some kind of professional broadcast. Which, by the way, just a good example of this is like when anyone who's professionally trained, truly professionally trained in broadcasting, they would never, ever say, and I do that all the time until I get into the zone. When I get into the zone, then basically I stop doing that. But when I'm not in the zone and I'm just like coming down from my hangover or emerging therefrom or pulling my head out of my ass, as I say, when I come on, basically all you're going to hear is a lot of ums and ahs, and and people just find that insufferable. But that's and they've spoken of that over the past. I've probably gotten better with the years, but nevertheless, what people are spoiled by is professional delivery, and it's just not going to happen here. So this is why we all help each other. We all help each other with these observations. That's so there we have that. It's like when people tell me, I can't hear you, Douglas, then volume, Douglas. It's like, I need to know these things. I need that feedback. Or I go on blathering at a low volume and breaking up and all that stuff. So there we have that. Like Peter said, point made. And so Peter, take it from here. You did want to talk a bit more tonight about directions you and I were going to go in, or
well yes, and this is a good point to segue into it, is that yes, it's all about getting the information. Of course, there's so much information that we can't just write it all down and then pick at it. It's too much. It's too voluminous. So I had actually spent some time on it after our last broadcast, and I didn't completely go in the direction I wanted to tonight. Not because of Brooke and not because of you, just because I sort of went on that Jack Parsons, because it was his birthday, so I paid due attention to him, but don't need to over focus on him for the time being. There is yes, but there is a necessity to communicate. See, the things that you talk about are very dark, the things that you talk about are not all the time. Some of it's just pure geopolitics, which is, well, it is dark. And if it's not dark, it's weird. It's weird. It's heavy. It's weird, like with the Artilect. This gets into very deep territory. So, but when we come to the prospect of your mother and the vampirology and all of this stuff, whether we're including the vampirology in the narrative or not, because there's an argument to make for, first my inclination was not to include it because it's too dark and too off-putting. But then when I get to talk about the darkness and the light and the necessity of the two, it invites us to explore. Now, I did write something, Douglas, and you can, this is just what I wrote. We'll see where it takes us. It's just a paragraph. And this is as if I was giving you a script to read. I was born into an Asian bloodline, and while it is shrouded in mystery and legend, it was a very real tradition, or it is a very real tradition, which I have been either forced or privileged to live. Because its heritage is so rich and subtle, it has penetrated its way into our modern society in numerous ways that are both compelling and consequential in our daily lives. While many of these actualities are occulted and intriguingly complex, these mysterious elements or spells that we live under can be penetrated and simplified by hearkening back to that ancient pinnacle of Chinese wisdom, the Taiji Tu, or Taiji, more commonly known as the yin yang symbol. And then that's about as far as I've gotten with that.
Okay.
That's just, that's a sort of a starting paragraph to work with. And of course, the more you work with a paragraph like that, you want to break it down even further. I also stumbled across, listening to YouTube on astrology, there is a Sabian symbol. The Sabian symbols represent the 360 degrees of the zodiac. Each one has a Sabian symbol, which is a whole subject in itself. But there is one that I think it's 10 degrees Capricorn, an albatross feeding from the hand of a sailor. And then there's a keynote. It says, not a keynote, a keynote. Mm-hmm. The overcoming of fear and its reward. This is an astrological configuration that was taking place on September 28th, or no, maybe it's taking place now. But anyway, the man who radiates perfect harmlessness can call the wildest creatures to him and can establish with them a partnership based on mutual respect and understanding. Now, the man who radiates perfect harmlessness, we're talking about like somebody who's a monk or a Buddha or Christ-like, or even a fool, can call the wildest creatures to him and can establish with them a partnership based on mutual respect and understanding. That's sort of the take I take with many of the dark characters I've dealt with. I'm not harmful to them. Aquino I was harmful to, because I would have exposed him to.
Yes.
Douglas I'm not harmful to. Parsons, Cameron, I was not harmful to these people. L. Ron Hubbard, I was not harmful to him. The wildest creatures. The man who radiates perfect harmlessness can call the wildest creatures to him and can establish with them a partnership based on mutual respect and understanding. Every living entity plays a role in the world's ritual of existence. Beyond these specific roles, which too often separate one entity from another, the communion of love and compassion can bring together these most disparate lives. Disparate meaning they're separate. Now, this is, in other words, every creature has a role. Aquino has a role. Christ has a role. Judas has a role. All of these things have a role. And I think when we look at the New Testament of Christ embracing Judas, it's like, okay, this is your trick, do the trick. He was invoking a policy, the same with Pontius Pilate. He invoked it on him. Do your thing. I'm not resisting you. And it's kind of like saying, I accept your evil. I accept your evil. I accept you. I accept the universe. There is a bit of a backspill to that because of what ensues afterwards and what we're left with. But the idea or the basic principle is not resisting evil. And then one of this idea, there's a very interesting idea. It presents a picture extending the ideal of peace and happiness through a culture of harmlessness and compassion that generates trust everywhere. And this is why I never cared for the song Imagine by John Lennon. People love that song.
It's nihilism. Yes, it's total nihilism, that there's no nothing. Yes.
I'm not one of them. Because it's idealism this is the same thing that happened and it didn't just happen at Altamont with the Rolling Stones and the Hells Angels and this guy getting killed. There were other instances in Hippieville when the hippies embraced the Hells Angels and the Hells Angels started busting heads because they were veterans and they resented the hippies' take on the veterans. So, in other words, this was the idealism of, oh yeah, peace and love. We welcome the angels. The angels didn't necessarily welcome them. So it's like in a perfect world, and there is a lot of existential and philosophical exploration that can be done in the vein of pragmatism versus idealism. This was explained to me in Bulgaria, whereas the true Thracian or even Proto-Thracian would be idealistic. These are the people who occupied from the Balkans all the way up to Romania. Whereas down in Greek, they were considered pragmatic. Everything in Greek was pragmatism. And they have their own words for it. So I remember struggling with this in high school. Like idealism was pure. Pragmatism was compromise. So these are two extremes. One of the problems, and you see this in fights between, or polarity between liberals and conservatives, is the liberal will say, well, let's give peace a chance. Let's give these criminals a chance. It was never explained to them that they shouldn't steal, that they need to go get a job and contribute to society. Meanwhile, the conservative, will enforce law and order because these people are viewed to be something along the order of a wild beast that need to be restrained. And there is a collision of, it's very pragmatic to lock them up and keep them out of society. If you idealize it, you're going to get few and far between, if any, corrections. There was on PBS, one of my friends told me there was this big thing heralded about this sex offender, pedophile, who was released from jail, and he did a program, and they were making a big celebration of his release and that he'd actually been through this program, sort of like Batman used to correct the criminals or whatever on the Batman show, and they'd say, this person has been rehabilitated. And then this person that was this pedophile that was quote unquote rehabilitated proceeded to send a picture of his private parts to the head of the program. But now that might not surprise anybody. What was surprising was that the PBS show that was showing it didn't make any editorial comment. Like it was just, like, okay, it worked,
Just accepted it. Yes.
Yeah, they accepted it. Like, oh, this is, whereas he shouldn't be showing his private parts to anybody. Especially now I'm not making a judgment on that, but I'm saying is if you have been cast out of society and put in a rehab program and you don't understand that showing your private parts in a photograph to somebody is going to offend them and reflect poorly on yourself, you got a serious problem. And the serious problem was that this person, it's like he didn't change. He might have changed, but he didn't change what he was supposed to change if he wanted to function in society, which is the game. So this is a person, who is defying rehabilitation. And the best rehabilitation story I know is from my Qigong teacher. And this was not a rehabilitation thing you can do. And you might be able to do it in real life, but you're not going to do it as a therapist. Is that he had an aunt. And the aunt came to him, upset beyond belief. Her husband had a crack habit and he was going to sell the living room furniture for $800 to get his next crack fix. Great. Makes perfect sense, right?
Yes.
Needs fix. Got the furniture. Found somebody who'd buy it for $800. So she goes to my teacher who says, please help me. And he takes this guy, he says, come here. He takes him up on the roof, the apartment building, built by Donald Trump's father. And he says, and they look at, the people in the elevator look like, oh God, what's going on? This is not good, because they know what he's capable of. And he takes him up to the top floor and he dangles him off the building with his hands. His hands are like a vice. He's dangling his body over the sides of the high apartment building. He's going to drop him, he says. And the guy's screaming. And he's saying, you're going to quit? You're going to quit your habit? And I think he said no. And finally he's shaking him. I'm going to drop you. And the guy just got so scared. Yeah, please, I'll stop. And he brings him up and he says, okay, if you ever go back to that, I'm going to, your ass is grass. And he quit his crack habit and he went to church every Sunday. And he says it took that shock to put a shock in him, this or else. And he actually fixed him by doing that. Now, that's not a cure. That most people aren't strong enough to do such a cure. And you also got to remember, he's living in a neighborhood, where the cops probably wouldn't give a shit if the guy dropped to the... He probably wouldn't give a shit. And if he did die, there might have been some relief in the family. But the bottom line was he saved his life. He did what was in his purview to do as somebody, who grew up in an area of Coney Island that was called Little Vietnam. And he personally reduced the crime in that area when he had kids because he wanted his kids to grow up in a place that was halfway decent. Police were afraid to go in there. And he was like one of the top gang leaders, if not the top gang leader. So it's like he cured this uncle of his. And sometimes that's what it takes to cure somebody of an addiction. Now, when you get into prison, it's not quite a situation where that would even work because you're not in such an environment. you're in one of Dante's, version,
Lower
levels
of hell, yes.
You're definitely in levels of hell. So, and anyway, I was talking about idealism and pragmatism. It's like sometimes people don't have enough experience, and they live in an ideal world. And the ideal world will eventually come. If you live long enough, you'll understand the pragmatic aspects of the world. And people have their head up their ass when it comes to world politics, when it comes to world situations, when it comes to the confronting of evil. And there are so many things that could be done right in this world. And I would also say, I've brought up various and sundry issues in my career about time travel, about secret government projects. And when you look back on it, what have I really done? I've written some interesting stuff, and I know people have said, "Oh, yeah, it made me see things differently. It's great. I love it." But what was really the threat all about? It's like now that it's all been written about, it's kind of like, okay. But there was this constant struggle, and it involved my personal life where I had to struggle for writing what I wrote. It was a payback. And now I'm in a position where I could just kind of kick back and be done with everything. And I can tell you, nobody's cheering me on to work with Douglas. They're not cheering me on. Some people appreciate it, but there's no serious cheering or serious support. There is some supportive comments, but they're few and far between. So as JFK would say, we choose to do these things not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
That's an awful Bostonian accent, but good try.
It gets better if I practice it. But anyway, yes, it's like, this is important. This is important. So it's like, yes, this is what needs, people don't necessarily understand, but it's, yeah. So it's like, I did work on this, Douglas, and I read what little I had to say there, what little I wrote, because it's still in the form of an outline.
Yes.
But I thought, I said, I'm going to bring this in because it's like okay, good and evil are inevitable. Now, this is an existential journey. It's like, it also ties into the apocalypse, because it's like, see, the more we're living in times that are suggestive of, if not apocalyptic in and of themselves. So it's like where everything becomes amplified. The vaccination situation has become amplified more things. The COVID situation, all of this stuff. The crisis in the Ukraine, the crisis with Putin, the crisis with Biden, the crisis with Trump. They're actually separate crises that all of them which interrelate with each other. We need to some of these things I'm dealing with. It's like with Douglas, it's like this is okay. So, what is if I can contextualize this in the great darkness? Okay, how are we gonna? The good is in the evil is in the good. We need to find the evil in the good. We need to find the good and the evil, and we need to find the evil and the good and not confuse the two. And that is the balance. That is just the balance. It's like you have your two hands on a dial. You know, like the radio, the old radios used to have two dials, one for the volume and one for the tuning.
Yes.
And it's like you could also have it on a vertical and horizontal axis. And this is, you know, what we need to control, like how much good, there's too much good, evil, too much good here, too much evil over here, too much, you know, one knob is turning the evil up and down, one is turning it, the good up and down. And then it's a matter of acceptance, and it's a matter of emotionally relating to the summary of your life and giving people a context and reason to listen to you, other than the people who listen to you anyway because they're interested. And they're interested in this format or interested enough to give it a few hours or whatever they give to it. And that's wonderful. But we're talking about you know, so all of a sudden in doing this, I developed a renewed interest in certain aspects of your mother and certain aspects of some of these characters that you talked about. We won't go into them now. And then, of course, I'm revisiting Roswell now because I did a show on it, and we'll probably be doing another show on it. And certainly it was well received and appreciated by the host, which is great. So, and as they say, this stuff, if we can get the stuff off the ground, things will become a lot more interesting. I feel that tonight's show was a digression. We covered certain topics. It's okay. But it was a digression from where maybe we should focus more on that next week or next Wednesday. Mm-hmm. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yes, I'm busy reading, of course, Brooke. You can come on now, Brooke. Peter's proposing, of course, we can continue speaking about what we were trying to focus on next week, and we'll probably all be more focused by then. I would have had my time off. So understand this, Brooke. You can hang up and end the call, and what happens at that point is I just reestablish the call by calling Peter back.
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure you could. Yeah, just wanted to be sure because I wasn't
like,
asked to do this. Obviously.
But I told you, don't take this as disrespect. It's just one of those things where it was at the moment that you were going on, it was becoming oppressive at that point, and it just had
what
to be
was
said.
I going? So exactly. So I talk a lot.
I think you're being too.
Yeah, maybe I'm too hard, and and I do want you to appreciate this as well. That Peter is very much coming to your defense.
Yeah,
but understand what's shocking me, and try and think of this from my perspective. We see Peter's trying to talk about doing something.
Yeah, but
he's writing this book, right?
I wouldn't blame Brooke for my digression. It contributed to it, but it wasn't. I wouldn't blame her for it.
It's not. Again, that's taking this and putting it in a context it doesn't need. As I said, it's simply the matter of exorbitant detail was becoming oppressive. There was just no
what
need for
was
that.
exorbitant on it.
See,
Douglas, if you're going to call me
out,
Douglas,
yeah.
if you're going to call me out in a public format in front of at least 30 people listening,
well, let's
then,
put it this
then
way.
tell me
I
what
get
was
called
I
out all
You
the
better
deserve.
have
time.
the bullet pointed, Douglas. You better have all those criticisms bullet pointed.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
there we
saying
are,
I don't need
yes.
them all. I don't even need them all.
No,
You said
it's
that-
like, he can't go back and do it because he's not taking mental notes to do that.
Yes.
It's not a question he
don't
can answer.
call
That's
me
why I
on
said,
the first call
Brooke,
to hold the fucking call.
Yeah.
Brooke,
Yeah.
that's why I said he has to let up on it because you're not going to, don't make any further criticism because you can't do it. In other words, you're going to have to give her more specific stuff. And if it comes up again in the context of a conversation, then address it when it happens.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was your original participation when you were speaking about Tony Robbins. It was part of the thematic. Then by the time that we got into your dad's depression, his buying you the car, at this point, it's way
it
off
got
topic.
on a little personal note. I get that.
I thought it was interesting, actually.
Yeah, and again, I want you to appreciate that Peter is coming here to defend you on that.
But I did think it was interesting because I don't know that much about her, and this is a pretty weird story about this guy, and it's like, but anyway, it's okay. It's just like, I think you should just drop it and address it.
Well, let's just put it this way, Peter. No, I can't drop it when she's writing about it and threatening to end the call. Okay, so cut me some slack and fuck off on that, Peter. Seriously,
I'm sorry, I didn't know if she was writing to you.
She's fucking writing me in the goddamn. I'm dealing with this while I'm dealing with you. Okay,
so let's be very clear, Douglas.
Yeah.
I didn't know I was holding this call. Yeah. And then when I went to hang up because I thought it would be on later and be doing other things, you had to hear me. Peter heard no. Let me
just
finish.
stay with
Peter
us,
had
and
to hear me doing things.
and I was giving you an opportunity.
I was never asked to hold this
break
call.
into the call, and you did that, and it was working out fine.
And I don't mind it, but then if you're going to put me down, can you at least do it?
It's not putting you down. It's not putting you down. This is like what you said to Deanna Fraser.
No, what I said to Deanna,
she goes on with
what I said to Deanna, I had already said to Deanna personally.
Yes,
and I told you that in a personal message because you had said it, and I said, this is what I think you meant, and and we and her and I had talked. So that was a personal message. That was a joke. I said it in a joking format. Go back and listen.
I mean, let's put it this way. We were talking to her on air, and we were talking about, basically speeding up her narrative a bit. And she took that as being stepped on publicly, and that she's a doormat. And then she quit production. And so
so ask Deanna, since she's messaging me right now, who she thinks made her feel like a doormat.
Yeah, she says it's me.
So I'm telling you,
it's an easy target because it's my transmission.
Because you're the head of the show, and that's all Peter's saying to you.
So to understand this, as the person who's heading this transmission, basically. Well, when Peter came on tonight, he wanted to cover certain topics, but then when you get involved with your topics, it takes him off my topic, and that way he never completes my topic, which was one of your complaints. So that's the whole thing. That is the paradox of the situation that leads us into a situational paradox where he comes on here and then we talk about you. Then he doesn't get to talking about whatever he's planning with me. Now, granted, I'm not quite enamored or thrilled with some of the, shall we say, thought experiments that we've been performing in this regard. But in terms of getting us past that stage to where he's writing more, it's important for him to be able to express this and understand that he tends to cut off at around midnight his time. So you've taken him past midnight his time when he was just getting started talking about this yin yang paragraph.
Okay,
you did, in the sense that you started talking about your story, which he found interesting. But nevertheless, your story.
I don't think even Peter would say that was like.
It's fine. You can rally Peter against me, and that's fine. But as I explained, I can show Peter the notes you sent me. You're busy writing me while he's talking, so I'm dealing with several things at once.
I said exactly what I just said here.
Yeah. So what we can do is we can end the call, and I can just continue streaming. So
that's fine.
The only reason that I wanted you to stay on the call was because, yes, I wanted you to participate and understand, again, none of this is professional. So this is all part of that organic development. So,
right, which was what I was doing with Peter, which Peter said he appreciated the organic.
Whatever Peter fucking says, he's not running this show. I am. So in terms of that, it's my stream. And so when I get uncomfortable with someone going on a bit in terms of detail, then yes, I have a right to say that. And so it has nothing to do with anything personal. It has to do with just a method of delivery that does impose on the show, in the sense that, first off, Peter usually leaves around midnight. It did make him just get started on talking about what he was saying about the yin-yang paragraph at midnight. He didn't even get to that till midnight, because of certain things that we were going on about. There is a time when I just have to stop what's going on in one sense to get something going on in the intended sense. There was an itinerary here that was not completed tonight. So that's, it is an issue. And then if I don't take charge of that issue, then, what should I do? Just let you run all over me? You can just talk as long as you want and just...
no, again, I thought it was more of an informal thing, and did not...
So, yeah,
I apologize.
Honestly, this has nothing to do with... There's no need for an apology. It just is what it is. And as Peter says, there's only so much need to dwell on it. But because you were asking for some...
The conversation is over. How about that?
Yes. Thank you.
Well, yeah, and it's a matter of defining what we're to do and the boundaries, and that wasn't done.
Well, these things can't be defined. See, this is part of the overqualification.
But that's
you can't define these things ahead of time.
We're defining them right now. We're defining them right now, and it's a little awkward. So I want to stay here till...
But it's organic. It's organic. It is just the raw... This is the raw intercourse of people who are speaking spontaneously. So this is reality. If people want reality television, reality radio, this is it.
This is reality radio.
Yeah, and I think that we all held up admirably well. It's one of those things where there's just certain things that, up to a point, there's a need for me to do what I do. And in terms of what Peter was talking about, I don't think he really got to it tonight, but that's fine. We can continue that on Wednesday. In terms of everything else, honestly, there was no need for Deanna to take anything the way she did, because anybody who's listened could tell that I was trying to pay her as much respect as possible. By this point, my patience was just wearing thin with a lot of things. But such being said, we're beyond that now. So all that is out of the way. That is, we are done with that. That being said, Peter, definitely appreciate your... you're coming on tonight. We'll be back on Wednesday with Peter. And what I'll do now is we can hang up this call and I'll continue streaming. I'll try and bring on a few other people and see if I can buy myself some more time for a short break. And after that, go into monologue. That's, who knows when I'll start the monologue. If somebody does come on and we go into a bit of a round table, that's fine too. But likely I'll start my monologue sooner tonight. Such being said, honestly, in general, you were wonderful, Brooke. And don't let my, shall I say, quote-unquote constructive criticism, which is what I felt it was, be taken as something other than what it was. Because there's no real way to sometimes say this privately. There's certain things that you just have to say this while the truck is on the move, so to speak, because it's like driving school. And that's exactly how I've had to learn it. And so,
right.
Yeah,
I understand. And let me just say this, since this, since I won't get probably to speak again, let me just say this. What you said.
Don't say something like that. I mean,
any constructive. No, okay, maybe it won't. I'm never a never person. I'm not like that. I don't hold grudges. But right now, where we're at, I need you to understand this, that I feel like it's just like, I love, you are so good. Like I complimented you a million times tonight. You're so great speaker. Each of you has such great gifts. I've not spoken much before, but I've given you, like, you're like, oh, sweetie, you use your love terms. Oh, love, but then I've also told you, when we spoke on the phone privately, I said, make sure you don't use it too much. Like, don't make it where it feels fake, because people don't really like fake, right? But at the end of the day, what I would say with this is, and I'm not saying that as, I'm just saying sometimes there are times where certain things can come off break. You want things to be real. That would be what I said to you privately, and not have said on here. But at the end of the day, I think you're wonderful and great. I think you both are. And I've been glad to be on here. I'm glad to have had the opportunity to. As far as anything you said to me tonight, if you thought I was speaking too long, all it would have taken was, hey, you know what? Peter's got some time. Let's let him finish. And then those personal things that you wanted to say to me, I think should have been set off here.
I mean, you can say that, but the reality is, I was trying to hint at that for quite some time. It wasn't going through. Do give me some credit. It's just one of those things where I was kind of bringing in there, kind of going in there. And granted, it may have been too nuanced. Maybe it's too oblique. Maybe it's too subtle.
I'm just too much of an idiot to take it. It's fine. Either way, obviously didn't hear it, didn't get it.
But let's put it this way. You're always welcome back here, just as Deanna Fraser is. Deanna Fraser can come back anytime she wants. And you can as well. There's nothing that either one of you has said that is something that I deem to be unforgivable or passing some kind of border or boundary.
Thank you, King Douglas.
It's just that I had reached a point where all of my oblique suggestiveness just wasn't working. I was trying to come in there.
I'm sorry again. I apologize.
Don't apologize. It's
just, no. I apologize to you because it's your show only. That's the only reason. I will apologize to Peter because it was his time to talk. And Peter, if there's anything you didn't get to say because of me, I sincerely apologize.
Well, he seems to have enjoyed. He seems to have really enjoyed.
And I'm done with the conversation.
Yeah, he seems to have really enjoyed your being here tonight, and that's fine. And and God, don't cry. Come on, don't do that. That's just weaponization. that's a weaponization of human emotions.
No, it's me needing to go meditate and get past my emotions, but it's not weaponization.
We don't need to get past our emotions. There's nothing wrong with our emotions. It's simply that it's. It is what it is. What happened tonight happened, and but it was organic, and that's to all our credit. So that being said, Alan Callan gave us all a nice big clap, and she said, "Thanks, Peter," and yes, thanks, Peter. Share our love with Paula, and take care, and we'll be here on Wednesday again.
Okay.
Hopefully,
all right. And good night, Brooke.
Yes.
Good night, Douglas.
Yes. Good night for now. And so,
good night, Peter.
Yeah, now it's just you and I and a number of other people, and you can take off if you wish, or I can try and bring some other people on to hold for a few minutes while I take a break. But honestly, I think we're over the hump now, to just take it this way. I've been through plenty of hell and back when it comes to public transmissions, so I know you can handle it. So let me see here if I can bring somebody else on, or if you wish, you and I can end the call now, and I can try calling these other people. The stream will continue, but otherwise we can see if anyone else will jump back on. They're certainly more than welcome to, and then that way they can add their perspective to this, which I'm sure will be very supportive of you. And that's
it's important. Okay, Douglas. You know what? I've never done crack or heroin in my life, but I've just looked up drug dealers to call because maybe those will.
No, that's just awful. That's just awful. Don't talk like that. That's just, so in terms of, we've got a bunch of people who are already on the call. They're all welcome to jump on if they wish. Or even Brain Dancer can come on if she responds.
She's not listening to you.
Yeah, that would be funny because that way the two of you could gang up on me. So did she block me on the Skype? It looks like she blocked me on the Skype. That's
I don't know if she blocked you on Skype or not. I just know she's not listening to you because I asked her if she was.
Yeah, there we are with that. And so as for George Knight and Sammy Romero or The Real Tech Geek, I mean, they're all on the call. Technically, they can jump back on if they wish. If they don't in the next few moments, we'll just hang up and I'll continue with the live stream. But aside from that, you're welcome now to go into something, anything you want, as long as you want, though I doubt you're in the mood at this point. But you can, complain about myself, for instance. Yeah, I can handle
I'm not
it.
in the mood to complain. Like, I prefer to have conversations. I think conversations are great back and forth. I do think I understand Peter has limited time, but at the end of the day, we all have limited time. Feel like, as far as Peter, and I feel like Peter got this, that I really respected his time and was most of the conversation, especially for me on here. Like, I had to stay on and listen. I didn't get in until I was asked to speak when he went to the bathroom. And when he came back, he was talking to me and we were having a conversation. And I jumped in when the conversation had something to do relevant to me. And the only thing I went personal with was at the very end, which was about, yes, my father in that situation, just because it was so random to I don't even know why the IRS, that part came up. There was something that brought that up. And so I went into that tiny diet. It wasn't a diatribe. It was literally like a 2-minute story. And, I get it's your show, but if it's Peter supposed to be talking and Peter's finding it very, like he said, like he didn't find offense to it. As a matter of fact, he found the story interesting. I do not see where that particular part got into it. As a matter of fact, if anything, it would be when I maybe was going on about Trump, like my fucking dog is getting mad, the 19-year-old dog, because he can tell I'm so upset, like if you hear him growling. Like that is where I'm at with it. Like I went on with like the Trump when he couldn't hear me and I was doing the water bowls and I had to mute it. But again, like I could say, okay, maybe I went too far there. But again, there was nothing like, okay, well, let's just end it on Trump. Every time you started speaking on something else, I went mute. So that is untrue and unfactually true when you would say I wouldn't stop. I would come back and say something else like I always have. And you've known me, like you know me enough for the last month, like how I'm going to speak if I'm invited in to speak. So again, why invite me if you don't know that?
Yeah, sure, whatever. The in terms of the there's no point in
See, that's not an
there's no point in
answer,
even going
Douglas.
over this.
That's
It's
not a fucking
it's one of
answer.
those things where, let's just put it this way. Peter definitely likes you. When it comes to the overwhelming majority of people who speak, Peter takes deep offense. He really hates anybody speaking in his time. It's usually, it's like, this is my time, this is my space with him. And whenever anybody else speaks, then I really have to kind of police it. He wasn't like that with you, so certainly he's very different with you than anyone else this far. I'll tell you that much. When it comes to
you got two Capricorns born on January 15th.
yeah, that's nice. I'm so glad both of you resonate. But when it comes to in terms of however way you remember this, and of course it's all on record anyway. I think people who are familiar enough with me can tell where I was trying to just butt in and just say, relent. But it's one of those things that you're not familiar with, so don't worry about it. When that didn't work in terms of that, then I just vocalized it. And like I said, it's quote unquote constructive criticism. And it was like what we were trying to tell Deanna Fraser. It's like, and we told this to her face on air. We told this to her while it was on record. And you know that to be true because it's on record. We just told her, you got to speed the stories up a bit, change from the monotone to a little more engagement in terms of the tonality. And ultimately she took this to be deeply offensive. And then she says, now I'm being used as a doormat. And of course she points it on me because I'm the easiest target. It's my show. Even though you're the person who also reinforced this with her privately. But then she takes that as girl on girl talk. See, there's a little bit of bias here for different reasons. It's just the way it is. You know.
Deanna, let's get this clear for Deanna in case she hears this or goes and replays it. Deanna and I, when we had our conversation, what she said to me was, again, and as I have already stated to you and stated publicly, that I do know I have a tendency to interrupt when I get excited on something, and I try to hold that back. And she had said to you, she tells me that she felt interrupted by multiple people and that I was one of them. But what she told me, this is her words. I had never said a word to her about anything she had done. She said, but then I went back and listened because Deanna is at least very good. Just like I try to be at self-analyzation. Doesn't mean you always get it right at the moment, but you self-analyze. And she said, I went back and listened. And then I realized that it wasn't that you were interrupting me. It was that I was taking too long. And I remember the word she used, like for her stories, that she was going too slow or something like that. And she said, so I apologize like for telling Douglas that because like that was not you, like that was me. And I told her, these are my words. I said, well, that's when I said, you know what? I know I have a tendency to interrupt. That is one of my things I work on. If there's something that I want to say, I've done it with Sammy. I've done it with multiple people. And I try to bite my tongue, but it's just like if you're in front of someone,
actually, it can
having a
be
conversation.
it can be very, how would I say it? Your spontaneity is valued. It wasn't your spontaneity I was clamping down on. I think you realize that. So that's not the issue here. As a matter of fact,
but again, with Deanna, so going back to Deanna, what I told her was, and this is why I got brought up publicly, was I said, but yes, you're right too. Like just like I have my thing, your stories can go on. Sometimes they go on a little long. Like I don't know if it's long because you're talking slow or just too many details, but yeah, that can happen too. So
at this point, are you talking about her or me? Or both?
No, her.
Oh, okay.
What her? So I was agreeing with what she. So I never pointed out anything to her that she had not already self-analyzed herself. You see what I'm saying? And I certainly would have pointed it out publicly to her unless she had already said it. So I said that in a joking way.
I get it. I mean, in her case, it's actually kind of tragic. I mean, it's like, without going too deep into the tragedy, she really doesn't need to self-analyze all that much. I mean, I guess she does, because that way she like listened to the show and then realized, well, I really was going on a little bit long. I mean, okay, so then she realizes that, then I don't understand why she still takes offense. Where's the offense coming from? Yeah, it's like being exploited because, she's like a working without pay. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, what did she expect? It's like one of those things where, she's being given a platform. So it's like, it is what it is. I'm not quite sure what she was expecting. And anyhow, at any rate, Peter reaffirms, he just sent me a message. He's reaffirming now that he certainly did not mind your input, it's one of the anyhow, so I can show you all this stuff later. Best to show you this stuff privately. Other than that, it is what it is. Everything will be better by Wednesday is what he's saying, and of course it will be. It will be, let's just put it this way, whether you decide to come back or not, which you're welcome to, as far as I'm concerned, there's no place to go but up. This is just one of those bumps that comes into adapting to each other's, how do I say it, manners. We have certain mannerisms, and sometimes these mannerisms are abrasive to other people for reasons that are not always easy to explain. So it's one of those things where, how about this? How about, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just
thank you.
I
mean, that's meaningful. Thank you. And I, again, like I said, I was sorry. I'm sorry for.
No, you don't need to say that. I'm sorry. It's just
meaningful to get an apology from Douglas Dietrich, I'm sure. So I will take that.
Actually, I'm not really one to. I mean, it's not like I don't apologize. I've apologized plenty of times to people who felt they needed it. I just I value you enough where I wouldn't want to lose you. So I
appreciate it.
apologize, and I'm sorry for hurting your feelings, because that's
I appreciate it. I
yeah,
appreciate
sorry.
it. Like, we all have our things that we are sensitive on, and we sometimes don't realize how the other person is going to take it, just like me interrupting or what story I was telling.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's spontaneity really isn't that troublesome. Anyhow, Joe Ty was in the chat room earlier, and Pete Moon handled something he said pretty well, which I was astonished by. It was basically Joe Ty was saying, yeah, Peter Moon, like someone who waves his Peter and then moons people with his ass. I mean, he's that's something I thought of before but never would say out loud, but Joe Ty said it out loud, and it's like, and then Peter Moon, kind of ran with it, which I guess he's just getting better as time progresses or something with this sort of thing. So whereas before he would have probably have taken almost violent offense at that. So these things, they are what they are. That being said, if anyone else can join us in the next few minutes, I'll get my voice back and then go into the monologue. Let me take a look at this. When it comes to the people we have on, basically we have a number of people on this call who just are not participating right now, and it could be they're intimidated or they're scared or something. And if so,
where did Sammy go? Sammy left me. He said he was taking care of Scorpio baby.
Yeah, he should be around, but if he doesn't show up, then that's fine. I'll go on, like I said, with monologue soon enough. But in the interim,
what do you need me? I can't sing, so I don't know if you need to talk by myself.
Well, I don't really need to take a break. I can just,
sure?
Like I said, launch into it. But I
Are you
did want to ask.
Till 8? You're going to go till 8 a.m. early?
Well, you were telling me that we maybe shouldn't do that. And I'm not saying I'll end the stream right now, but I mean, like, maybe I'll end it a little bit earlier. I mean, we'll see.
Well, I think, I was going to tell you, like, I think there should be votes on that when we have enough people on there. Like, what would they like to see,
Actually, when I've asked it in the past, most people want it throughout the night or they wouldn't be here. It's one of those
right.
things.
And that's probably true because people are listening from all different time zones and then all different, like, their schedules are different. So I can see that as well.
Yes. What I'm trying to do is put a little bit more of my thought processes together to express something that I feel is important to express concerning the geopolitical situation. But that being said, the way you can buy me a little more time is to, you can actually go a little bit into, I have a question about your father here. Yeah, I think what he did was rather exploitive. He was like exploiting you as a underage child to basically trade. He was essentially trading in your name or investing in your name. Was that not the case?
So I can go into that and you can take a break and I can tell everyone that and you can listen to it later. I can totally go into that and tell you.
I can listen to it right now. I really don't need to go to the bathroom.
So Douglas is wrong again, but he's completely wrong on this. And let me tell everyone why. I can see exactly why that would, but I do see exactly why you would think that because I tried to give a very short version of it. I was 10 years old. Had a serious injury that ended up causing 3 surgeries, a staph infection on top of it, 4 months of home health care with IVs and nurses 3 times a day. So there was a lawsuit because it involved a neighbor that, and I don't believe in big lawsuits, but it involved the neighbor that was an adult that was recording this when it happened. And we were on a trampoline and I was screaming to get off because he had let his 2 sons get on to try to bounce the 3 girls off.
Oh my God.
And he thought it was fun and he was recording it. And he had to be, yes, he lived 2 houses up. And so he's recording this while I got off sync with the trampoline as we're jumping because there's too many people on it. So when I come down, it's going up. So it was like my ankle hit a brick wall. So it snapped. I'm then on the ground.
I'm sorry, what exactly snapped? Which part of your body?
My right ankle. my right ankle
Okay.
snapped, and I'm then on the trampoline, like just like if you fall on trampolines. So I guess assume that's what he thought. And I'm yelling and screaming and crying. But again, he had two boys on there that had jumped on trying to get us off. And so all kids, they're yelling. So everyone's kind of yelling, and having fun. And he did not I guess understand fast enough that I was really hurt. So he let that go on for a couple of minutes, and I couldn't move. But anyway, so eventually when they realized like seriously hurt, he got me home, carried me home, had to carry me there. And then, that happened, but I had broken not just the ankle, but the growth plate in the ankle, and I was only 10, and then they had to put pins in there. And then the problem with that was it got a staph infection.
Oh, Jesus.
So then, they went, and I didn't even know back then they would put a cast on it. So this is just giving you time, like you don't have to listen to you, like do your thing. But this, they put a cast on it back then. And back then, when they would put a cast on you after surgery, they didn't immediately cut it open where the surgery was, right? They waited until Monday. So it was in the hospital, I think, for 2 days.
I'm sorry, why did they wait? What was their excuse? Just because they didn't have staff over the weekend or something?
No. They just, for whatever reason back then, they just sewed it up. So they sewed it up. They sewed up where they did the surgery, and then they knew they had to put a cast on it. But instead of cutting the square in the cast to see the surgical hole and be able to check that, they didn't do that at the hospital. And so what happened was, and I don't know, that was just, I guess, procedure back then. This, you got to remember, I mean, this would have been I was 10. So this would have been in 88 and 88, 89. So but that was procedure, I guess. And so I was in the hospital for 2 days and then went home and had to see the doctor on Monday. I was at home for 2 days. And when they took me in, my parents, couldn't walk, wheelchaired in, and a horrible pain. I kept complaining about them, and I felt bad. Well, when they get me in there, I had a fever of like 104 or 5 degrees. Oh my God. And they cut open that, which they had already, I guess, planned to do. And I could hear, and my mom and dad are standing there, I can remember, and I'm laid back on this table, and they cut a square in the cast around where they know the incision is. And all I can remember is laying back and looking at my mom's face and my dad's in just sheer horror. And then I tried to sit up, and they just were like, no, lay back. And I've seen pictures now that they took. I can't look at them.
Of course not.
It was open to the bone.
Yes, of course.
Then flesh was completely eaten out, boils everywhere. Mm-hmm. Because the staff was in there when they closed it, and it had those 4 days just completely. So immediately, I guess the surgeon obviously also scared, like, take her to the hospital, or so they immediately had home health care. Father set up met us basically at my house with a nurse, with an IV. I had an IV for 4 months in my arm, and they would come 3 times a day to give me antibiotics for 4 months, and change that 3.5 months, I think it was, and then change the bandage, which was always horrible because it felt so bad pulling that off because it would stick, because obviously it's an open gash wound until it's surgically, like, it's horrible. And I'm 10. I mean, it's not like I'm an adult and could maybe hold pain better. Like, I'm 10 and it hurts, and they're doing the IV, and then they had to come at 6 a.m., which was horrible. They had to wake up at 6 a.m. That was 3 p.m. and 11 p.m. at night. And so lived through that. And then obviously,
how long were you admitted? How long were you admitted?
They didn't admit me in the hospital. They did this at home. So
You're
my father
kidding.
arranged home health. That was home health care.
That's almost unheard of. How did your parents arrange for that?
Because I'm not exactly sure, but I mean, they knew it was going to be long term. They knew the staff was so bad that it was going to be long term. And basically, I guess my father was like, she didn't need the hospital as long, which would have been more expensive for them. But I was scared to death at the hospital, and they had a nurse meeting us at the house before we got home from the doctor's office. So they had already arranged they knew how to treat staph, and it would have to be 3 times a day antibiotics and changing this bandage, but that they could do it at home would be the same equivalent. So that is how that worked. And again, I don't know what went into those details exactly. I never asked if my father pushed for that or the doc. Like, I don't know. But that happened. And then once I was able to get better, then I was, after those 3.5 months, then learned to walk again. Then the pins needed to come out. So they did the surgery for the pins, which was an easy surgery. It was outpatient, very easy. Actually, the funniest thing about that surgery is the first time I ever got high in my life, because only time I woke up screaming, because the other 2 surgeries were inpatient, so you didn't wake up. I woke up and I don't even remember, other than just screaming my lungs out because it hurt so bad, because it was inpatient and worn off, whatever they used then. And they're trying to calm me down, and they're trying to make me to stop screaming. And I'm like 11 and a half at this point, 12 and 11 and a half, I think. And then I just remember the nurse hitting something in my IV. Now I know it was morphine. And I don't know if you've ever seen those cartoons where the little guy gets hit over the head and he literally sees stars.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You know, like the cartoon character, like the stars.
Yes.
I saw star. Like,
Hello,
I kid you not. I saw star. Hey, buddy.
Yes. Hi, Sammy.
How you doing?
Fine.
Yeah,
yes, fine. And so,
Hello. Are you?
yes, go on.
Go ahead. Hold
I
on.
was just telling my stupid story about morphine.
No,
I saw
this is
stars.
fine.
Yeah.
I mean, no, this is profoundly interesting, and it is.
Yeah. So yeah, saw stars during that, and immediately went to.
I'm not quite sure that
like
sound
from
effect, Sammy, really
screaming
helps.
to ecstasy.
Yes.
Like that should have been. That was probably my first. Yeah, that was my.
That
first
was
interaction.
orgasm. Like, that was orgasmic. Too?
Yes. Like screaming your lungs out to.
Wow! Holy shit!
Yeah, 11 and a half. Like, oh my god.
Oh my god!
Great. Like,
How did you avoid becoming a junkie?
I'm 11 and a half. I didn't have any access. I know what the fuck they gave me really at that point. Like later on I asked, but I was only 11 and a half. So they just gave it to me just to get me out of the hospital. I mean, to get me from the pain right after the surgery. They didn't continue to give me morphine. It was just in the hospital. And then the third surgery was, of course, like bad luck. They then I then went in and they're checking on it and they're like, well, you broke the growth plate. That good news is we got that ankle to keep growing because you weren't done growing. That was the problem. So they had to keep it growing. Problem is your other ankle is now shut down growing. This one's continuing to grow.
Oh my god.
So you're going to have like 2 different leg lengths. So we're going to have to go and do a third surgery, like 13 or 14. They had to do that to do what they call a growth arrest. So they go in and they close up. However, I don't even know how they do it, but they stop the growth bone from growing anymore. So those were the 3. Point is, Dad, and so then getting back to the money, my dad had done a lawsuit. My dad had full access to that money and he could have spent it. Okay. He's a trustee for it. So not only could he have spent it if he was taking advantage of me, he didn't have to save that money for me. What he had done was he was a stockbroker. I mean, he actually worked as outside sales for a while, but he always invested in stocks and then became basically fully into stocks. But he invested that money somewhere. He invested it many times, but he had invested it safely. And then he invested it when his was going up. Like I said, I was around probably 17, 18, and that money grew. It was just not what you call a junk bond. It was something else at that time that they ended up having. But it grew like astronomically, kind of like hitting the lottery. Like he had, he always went up. He always made a little money on stocks, but not where your money went from, $100,000 to $1 million, like one, like 10 times. Everything was going 10 times that he was investing in this particular company. And so he had invested his own, but he had invested that money, which he, instead of, like I said, even though he was trustee, he could have taken it out. He didn't. He kept it in my name so that I would have that money for myself. And so I never lost any. I had more than what he got me in a lawsuit. The problem is what he invested to make money, which I would never blame him for. He invested it, made a great amount of money. He's the one that suffered more than anything because it wasn't just my money, it was his. Imagine knowing that you could retire with, I would say he was upwards of, $8 million that he lost in about one day. And that 8 million is not his money. Again, he probably invested several $100,000, but he had grown it by investing. Well, he invested, on and off, but in this particular company, invested several $100,000 and grown it to 7 or 8 million. Obviously, for me to owe over $1 million in taxes just for mine, it was a substantial amount that I owed at the end of the year because I had made all that year. And that's how they see it. That's how stocks work. That's how, obviously, we all work. They look at what you had and what it's worth at December 31st. As of December 31st, it was worth this. By January, before my birthday, it was down to, a tenth. It was down to maybe where I had it before, but not anywhere near what it was. Millions of dollars lost, both between his and my accounts. And so he lost all that. And he went into a deep depression. My thing with the tax thing, he immediately told me, bro, don't worry about it. He said, he explained it to me, and he was right. Like, if I had owed that and it was going to get me in trouble, he would have handled it. He would have figured something out. He would have. But the thing is I didn't make it that time. Like, I was just kind of like, what the fuck am I making, like fucking $30,000 a year? He's like, bro, here's the thing. They're gonna send you that bill. It's gonna send you $1 million. Okay, if you could even pay that, which you can't, you would have a tax write-off for the rest of your life, most likely, because you're not ever going to make probably that amount of money again, millions and millions of dollars, especially for many years, especially for 10, which is the write-off period. And so just ignore the letters. They never came after me to audit because, what are they going to audit on? They're looking at somebody with $30,000 and the stocks aren't there. They're gone. It was a legality thing of December 31st, you had this much money. But I'm sure that's why they were never audited, because if they went in and looked, they realized, oh, well, they don't have this much money, and they didn't sell it and get the money. It just went down. And this poor girl's 18, and what does she make, So he didn't screw me. And he went into a deep depression. Like, he literally did. He ended up, I would say probably, he's better now, but he went into a deep depression for that. And I didn't really realize why or what, but he had some pain and ended up, he was on some pain pills because he had arthritis but I realized he was using probably not, I wouldn't say narcotically wise, too many, like what we would think an addict, what we would consider a true addict or you see on the street was, but he was getting a prescription of pain pills and he was using those literally to numb. He was, like, I was like, why is Dad in the bed all the time? Like, why does he not want to go anywhere anymore? Right. Like, it thinks like he never wants to go anywhere. But it was that, and he was the provider. My mom never worked, and he just thought he still provided. We still had a great house, and I have a nice house, like completely paid for. That part of that money that I had from the lawsuit paid for. I had some savings from some jobs, and he helped me with the rest and completely paid off my house. So, he was always able to provide. But to know you lost, it's just like saying I have the winning lottery ticket for $1 billion fucking dollars. Right. And then you fucking have it. You got a recording it there. Everybody's like helping you look. It's recording you in the gas station buying it. And you never found that fucker. Like, it's just like what could have been, and why the fuck didn't I sell it a day sooner, or why didn't I put that lottery ticket in my fucking wallet? Like, it's that, I think it's getting over that mentality, which has taken him a long time to do. And I think he's pretty much there now, but he's in his 70s, and I think it's taken, and it's, like I said, that's been 20 years. Wow. So it took him a while.
Well, but
so that's where I go, and that's a diatribe. That's a long story, but I was doing it so that you could hopefully have some kind of break. Or
I was too fascinated by your story to take a break. And now Sam is with us, so the two of you can banter, and I can take that break. Sammy, are you still with us? Because when he came on, then he did that yawn, which was
sorry.
That was nothing.
I figured he had been.
Hello.
There he is. He's back. He's back.
Hey, Peter.
Sorry,
Peter?
Was my story that boring, Sammy?
No, No,
No,
no.
I was just being annoying. Don't worry about it.
Uh,
It's fine.
so,
You're annoyed
are
by
Fine.
me.
are you?
You're
Yeah.
annoyed by
No, I
that
just
Scorpio baby.
no, I was just being annoying. Don't worry.
I mean, it's
Just being
only 10
annoying.
p.m. where Sammy's at. I mean, Sammy's in my time zone, so he's
I'm
very early for him, comparatively speaking.
yeah. I mean,
I mean, this guy works swing shift for God's sakes, so he should be able to handle, a little bit of. Sammy, if you could banter with our lovely Lady Brooke while I take a short break.
yes. You know what? I actually felt like I was at Thanksgiving a couple years ago, earlier on. It's bringing back flashbacks for my family.
Which
You know, Brooke,
part?
I have 7 sisters. You know that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you mentioned a twin. Oh, I knew you had last week. You said you had. I knew it was a lie. I couldn't remember the exact
I
number,
have
but I knew you had
I
a
have
lie.
7 sisters. So yes.
Yeah,
drama
yeah. And
is-
this week, I thought you were the only boy. That's why I said you were spoiled. But you do have a twin brother.
He has a
right?
twin brother, and then there's some other boys who were from different mothers, right?
Yes.
Oh my
You're
God.
giving all the details. All right. Well, so
Yes.
why did you feel you were at Thanksgiving?
Well, because I have 7 sisters. You know how much estrogen is in the air, oceans.
A lot of
my
bitchiness,
sisters.
just a lot of bitchiness,
Yes,
cat
a lot of
scratching.
bitchiness.
I'm going
It is
to
what it
go
is.
mute, and you two
Yes,
take the
go ahead.
stage.
Yeah,
It's all
Douglas
yours.
should probably go mute on this right
Yes.
now. Actually,
Thank you.
what do you mean estrogen? You mean when I was going back and forth with Douglas?
No, look, I'm gonna tell you what. Okay, you're a great addition to his transmission.
I certainly feel like it. Right?
No, you're you're a great addition. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Thank you for
Okay.
saying that. I just don't quite feel like it
Okay.
right now. But thank you.
No, you have to understand that there is a kind of like a rhythm that everybody plays off of Doug, and because really, what you brought a lot of organic. You know, you bring a lot of dialogue, a lot of talk, and you kind of loosen up, and you're very spunky. You're very, for the most part, you're very positive in the sense of just getting to know people. What you sometimes I think are going to find out when Doug gets into some of the subjects, especially with the Kino stuff. It's like not like a dark cloud, but it's like he literally takes you into that world. Especially when he refers stuff, for example, to history. It's like you're going into Mars.
Right.
So his podcast, the reason why he's called the most dangerous side on the eastern side of the Pacific, because some of his stuff, it's like you're pretty much talking to a Kino. Okay. Obviously, Doug does not go into that every transmission, but when he does, you know it. And some of the stuff that he talks about, you'll find out, and you'll get to kind of analyze yourself as far as if it's going to affect you being part of the transmission. I'm not saying that that you can't handle it,
right?
But at the same time, some of these subjects are very they're very explosive in the sense that you being the background you are, when I mean about your skin, quote unquote, being from an Anglo background, you might take offense to it. And it's not that he's talking about you, but it's just, history is what it is, right? It's ugly. But for the most part, you're a great addition. Compared to his previous executive producer that was with him for almost maybe a year and a half, even prior to that, you're a great fresh breath of air. It's just, I think you'll start getting the rhythm. You just need to, I think sometimes you have a lot to say, and you have a great story. I mean, I don't really know you as much, but I'm very curious because, one thing I do like about you is you're very comfortable with your sexuality and even your conservative background. I really do think you're more conservative than I actually thought, in the sense that, yeah, you're you're comfortable, but you have a lot of great qualities in the sense of values. You know,
Yes, I was raised Southern Baptist, very conservative. So
of course,
I'm very, I consider myself more spiritual now, but I hold those values
exactly.
to
So,
heart.
and I pick up on that, and that's very appreciated in a sense that, for the most part, I know you respect as far as I'm sure you've met people that have actually walked the walk and talked the talk as far as being Christian, being you know being part of that world, which you and I somewhat know.
Right.
My background is more Hispanic, but you get what I'm saying. So I do appreciate the fact that you are sensitive to that in the sense of that background.
The
But
people that can walk the walk and talk the talk versus the people that just talk the talk.
well, I might even say that you actually walk more the walk, and I think sometimes we don't give enough. We don't give ourselves enough credit. But that's another story. But compared to his last executive producer really hindered Doug in the sense that getting a female audience, because this previous person really had no interaction with women. At times he came off very creepy, in a sense that he wanted to. Well, I can't talk to girls. And, he had other issues, but it started to become very toxic in the sense that Doug is very much a ladies' man, and I'm not trying to because Doug is very good with women, but I think because Doug at times got used to his last executive producer, it's been a challenge to the sense that women are sensitive, and obviously you're a woman, but I don't think he means no disrespect. It's just part of the show that you got to get the flow in, and you have to get the rhythm. And a round table is great. When we have a round table and you really do think about it, his round tables now are very diverse. We got a British guy, we got a person from the South from you, and you're even, you also represent.
We've got a black Hispanic guy.
What's that?
We've got a black Hispanic guy.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. And it's just we're very mixture of a lot of things. It's just I know when to step back and let Doug do him, because to tell the truth, this is great what we do, but really what we're doing is we're just warming up the audience for what Doug has to introduce. And some of the subjects are very dark, especially when he starts getting into the geopolitics with Ukraine, but even more with American history, well, U.S. history really, that he hasn't touched. In other words, I haven't listened to all the transmissions, prior ones, but I've caught a couple of them, at least certain segments. And he timelines them, but I'm busy. But when I do, when he does get into those subjects, when he talks about, I'll give you an example. He talked about psionic people with psionic abilities or special abilities. For example, telepathy, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going blank. But all this stuff is great because it's not even in the lens of fiction. It's really with government, what the government already knows, and what he knows through the government working, with the Department of Defense. But even with that, also folding into what he learned through the occult complex to the government, pretty much the occult that he learned from Aquino, and more of the research that he had to do. So he mixes in a lot, and he also interjects culture in it too. That's one of the things too that I always appreciated about Doug, because being a person of color, when someone integrates culture in it, and it's not always America or good old US of A, it's not the reality, in a sense that I'll give you an example. There was I had a customer coming yesterday. He was reading the Tom Clancy book. I believe it was something dark warrior or something. I keep forgetting. And I said, "Oh, you're interested in the military?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I like reading the Tom Clancy books." And anyways, our conversation fast forwarded to the Third Reich never surrendering, which they didn't. And he's all, "Well," I told him that, and he's all, "Well, what do you mean?" Well, World War II was a UN war. It wasn't an actual U.S. war. It was a United Nations war. So, the United States was part of the UN, and we were part of this war, but we weren't really spearheading it in the sense that, it was only the United States. Obviously, everybody knows that with the Axis and the allies. But, when the UN as an organization of war does not recognize your government, they can't take a surrender because you're not recognized. So just this simple narrative that I learned from Doug, and also reading it, I explained to him that
That's referring to Japan, right?
no, to the Third Reich.
Oh, okay.
The Third Reich was
I knew we were talking about that tonight, just meaning that's why he said it changed from something to Department of Defense. And then they were invited into the UN. That was just another conversation tonight. I think that was talking about the Japan surrender, but supposedly surrender where they didn't surrender, but we made it look like they surrendered. That whole thing.
Well, the Third Reich was not recognized as a legitimate government to the UN. So even if the Third Reich wanted to surrender, they couldn't. And the term unconditional surrender, it's not really realistic because that's pretty much annihilation. So these simple points that I've learned from Doug as far as understanding history, and it's not really through Doug, it's just mostly him contextualizing history how it really is. It's all this verifiable.
I always go and look up. I mean, usually while he's talking or while we're talking, even while I'm on there, I'll mute myself and I'll be searching. So I'm trying to verify as much as I can.
So exactly. So technically, legally, the Third Reich is still legally the government of Germany because this was not a dictatorship. This was a coalition government that was voted in. And I mean, not that they didn't get voted out, but Germany got split into sections. So because they weren't recognized, they could never take a surrender. So I say that to say this. Most Americans do not know this. They don't know this information, and not because they don't know it. It's just it's been about 80 years already. I mean, there's generations that have died off already, upon generations. But this narrative that that we won, it's still prevalent till today because
what's cool. I mean, that's
we're still paying for it, but also a lot of the other things that has Doug introduced, like the Homestead Act. Homestead Act was the U.S. government allowing U.S. citizens to pretty much civilize frontier land. They can keep the land as long as they can civilize it. Well, I mean, that's unheard of nowadays. I mean, the Homestead Act ended back in the 80s. I believe the last couple pieces of land were in Alaska, but even then, you can't have the Homestead Act and then tell people to go back to their countries.
Right. Those are things I completely agree with because, how are we sitting here saying go back to your country when it wasn't our fucking country to begin with?
See, not everybody thinks like you, or not everybody cares to actually admit to themselves.
I don't ever, and that's what I've never gotten. Even being raised here, I just don't get it. We were Indian land.
And to a certain extent, it is what it is. I mean, the damage is done. But you tell that to any person, any good old boy, they don't care because it's not really about that. It's necessarily what's the present, and they don't teach this to someone that's going for this initiative. This information is not related to them because it's not something they want to admit. But this very damaging
I will
this is
say though, that there were many people, and I don't want to throw these two terms out there, Democrat, Republican. It's just going to be the two easiest ways to describe it. Although definitely you're going to like just liberal, let's say, and conservative. You would have more conservatives that would basically not even want or like I was Trumpers that would never even say that was a factor. Like they would just not want to hear it at all. I think you do have more liberals that would admit to that, right? But the problem, like you said again, then it goes back to people are still in the mindset of, well, it doesn't mean anything now. Where do we take it? And I guess that is true in some respect because we can't just, I mean, we're not all just going to go move back to all our home countries and say, here's your Native American land back, right? I don't think anybody's prepared to do that. Even myself, I don't even know what fucking country I'd be from, like 4 fucking different ones.
right. That's not going to work. It's just not.
So you can't. So it is like it's about teaching the correct past, but then
Right.
what do we learn from that to make sure we progress correctly?
Well, here's the thing, and I get your point. The problem is people don't want to change. It's already been ingrained in this version of the Constitution. And one of the genius things that Doug has talked about is we need to revise our Constitution. We need to scrap.
And has some fucked up things in it. Let me tell you.
No, well, put this in this context, okay? And this is why Europe will always be better than the States, because the French have amended their Constitution dozens of times, and there's nothing wrong with it. The United States, it's still stuck in 250 backwards. We're behind.
Today was one about just let's talk about how we vote, and we can't have a popular vote versus like we have to do what we did, which was only done because the southern states back then were scared to death. There were more people up north and they weren't going to have a right. So that is why the Electoral College doesn't apply anymore. Also, why are there 2 senators for every state when California, for instance, has like 10 times as many people as Wyoming, who also gets 2 senators?
Right. And,
but none of that can be changed. Like you're correct, without the Constitution. That's what we're talking about today.
There's many things that need to be overhauled, and the more we don't wake up, it doesn't matter what color you are. Because of that, we're gonna go to war because and I don't mean to. I'm not a warmonger. I'm not. But
Civil War.
Civil War. I'm sorry, Civil War, because as much as this is very, ABC 1, 2, 3 basic, it's not, because that would require people acknowledging different ethnic groups.
And you're right. When I say I don't agree with war and don't think so, when I was arguing with I don't agree with war and think that war is what defines us as humans, and that's where I argued with him, it doesn't mean that I don't see realistically that we in America are headed to a civil war, and it may take a civil war to change shit.
Of course, and it's sad, but it's the reality. And all this stuff to me it's a blessing in my life to kind of hear someone contextualize this, because it's not really about political. That's just really to me, politics is just business. Okay, let's keep it real. If the majority of people who don't have the income and resources, for example, you're not wealthy or rich, as far as.
Yes. Yes, I know. I would not consider myself rich at all, for sure. I'm rich in love. I have beautiful dogs and kids. I'm very rich in that. But yeah, no, rich. But I agree with what you're saying. I think I know where you're going with this. That I assume since you stopped talking, or either you're gone. I hope you're not. Are you there? Are you there?
Well, I just showed up.
'Cause it seems like you just stopped talking and now started.
Yes, that was, well, it's the Scorpion Kid. Strangled him, right? I mean, it
Yeah,
came up from
something
behind him,
happened.
dragged him
I
into the
wasn't
crib.
interrupting that time. I
Yeah.
just started talking because he like stopped for a second,
It's-
and so
No, that's really disconcerting. No, I just got back in time to just kind of put the earbuds on, and I'm still, did my lines of Coke. Now I'm just drinking the liquid. So with that in mind,
you promised no more lines of Coke unless you would send me some. Come on, buddy. I'm having Coke.
Yeah, that. I mean, if we, honey, if we get to the point where we're sharing drugs, we'll be sharing plenty of other things as well. We'll be exchanging bodily fluids at that point.
Okay, well, apparently from what he said about your last ex-producer, whatever, executive producer you were, so maybe that isn't a good idea.
Whoa, wait a second. Which one was that? Which one is he? He's not talking.
Apparently, Deanna.
What?
I'm just
That's.
No.
Did he say that? Did
He did not say. He just said some. No, it was some like some of you had for like a year and a half.
What? Oh, what? Lena? Is it? You mean Lena?
Yeah.
God,
he did not
awful.
say you were necessarily exchanging bodily fluids. He was just
No,
saying,
no. I mean, no. Lena was. That whole thing was awful. That was just a. That's an ongoing nightmare in a sense, though. The majority.
Did you exchange bodily? Now, since I have you and he didn't say that, did you exchange bodily fluids?
Yeah, with Lena, yeah. I mean, but that was like, how would I say this? The repercussions of that were, how would I say it? They've only just now stabilized, and it took an enormous effort for that.
How old was Lena?
A lot younger than myself. I don't remember exactly. 30s, 40, 30s, I guess. Maybe just turning 40. So like I'm 55, I think. Born in 1966, October 20th. October 20th is my birthday. Had to think about that. So, but that being said, what was I going to say? It is pretty disconcerting whatever happened to Sammy, but hopefully he's okay.
Scorpio, baby, it must be. It might grab him. Like I need attention.
Yeah, there he is. Oh, please continue. Yes, we hear you. Oh my God, what happened?
Scorpio baby cut you off? I'm telling you, the Scorpio babies, they can have some mind control and cut you off.
Yes, it's your mother's spidey sense, Brooke. You have a good mother's spidey sense. Yeah, I had to fix him a bottle. So.
Oh my God.
Plus, the mother called, so you know how it is.
Oh yes. Yes.
So, no, what I was just being relating to Brooke was, just to state that we are, as far as we're on that precipice of a civil war, and it's no lighter way to put it, but one of the things that I was mentioning to her was, us amending our Constitution to at least start civilizing ourselves, just how Europe has, and many other nations. And, all these little nuances these points that you talked about, Doug, it kind of brings to me if you know the danger, then it's not going to shock you in a sense that how it's going to shock the general public. I mean, you kind of called out January 6th. You talked about that before.
Before it happened, you mean?
Well, yeah, it's one of the things that Doug always. I mean, he's kind of alluded to those type of things.
Yes.
Let me take care of Scorpio, baby.
Sure. Sure. Oh my God, he's gonna have that haunting him into his teenage years. His dad will be calling him that. In terms of honey, you're welcome to tell me now
I
about...
agree. So what I was agreeing with him on is the two things of where we were, and then that way you can get into where you want to go with it if you want to go any further. I told him basically, I don't know if you heard that I never disagree. So I don't disagree with the fact that I believe that. So what I told him was, when I disagreed with you about war, I was disagreeing about the fact that war made us who we are as humans, that war is what makes us different. What I was not disagreeing with was the fact that war can sometimes be inevitable, and that not because we're all good, but it's because we're not all good, and we can't all agree and get it to fucking together. And like the Constitution, for instance, I was having this conversation with my friend in Colorado today, and we were just talking about voting and the things that need to change there. And again, we went into the Constitution, and he's very political and knows even more about that than me, and said, hell, everybody knows more about shit than me, I'm sure. So he was saying, like the problem with that is like it will take a constitutional change. It's not going to fucking happen. Like just like 2 senators, like, first of all, I don't believe in the whole electoral college thing anymore. I think that's bullshit. Yes. I think the fact that we only have a 2-party system, like my daughter, I told you in political science, has said you'll never have a third party win unless we change the way we do it, which again, kind of be a constitutional thing. Third thing is like senators. You have 2 senators in California, which has how many, people versus two senators out of Wyoming. So there's the same representation there. Mm-hmm. It's not this, but it's not equaling representation of the people. Right. It's completely not. So those are just things about voting that talk about how we need to change the Constitution, and how that's obviously not going to happen without. Because the kicker was, and that's what we said, and I say kicker apparently too much, but that's fine. People will not, the people that have the power, even if we agree on it, even if we can get Americans and it's the people that have the power are not going to change it because it makes them give up their power. If I'm not correct, like that is the basis of it. Mm-hmm. No, they don't want to give up their power, because that is what gives them their power. So the people that have the power, even if they're liberal or Democrat, like liberal or Republican, you can have some on both sides of the aisle that see the benefit of changing some of this. But it's the people in power, majority of them are not going to want to change these things, and then constitutionally takes so much to do that. You've got to have so many states to do it. It's never going to fucking happen unless you do have a civil war, most likely, which is sad. But it seems like now after Trump, and I'm not blaming Trump for that. It just brought out so much of our differences.
Well, he certainly shares his responsibility in that.
Yeah. So I was trying to not go too deep into that because of where we went last
time. No worries.
Sammy's
back, but I will say Trump is actually fun as a political football, so I don't mind taking that on at all. I mean, that's, he is what he is. He exists for that. That's what he's for. He's a giant weeble. So go on, Sammy, with your train of thought. You've heard where,
Oh, really, it was just pretty much what Brooke was talking about. I think really your subjects, Doug, are very they hurt. As Americans, they hurt because you being an outsider, or how you call it, a public informant, you were in the belly of the beast in a sense of how the intricate gears of this anti-culture work. And to a certain degree, it's uneasy to think that how you talked about pretty much the anguish and the crime and the killing. It's really to feed these entities. And I know this is going to turn a subject, but it's what it is. It's a giant at a table. As long as you keep feeding this giant, it's not going to want to stop eating.
Okay,
when you stop.
So just to explain this to our
Yes,
lady
Brooke,
what Sam is referring to is the fact that there were summoning and binding rituals for entities that I guess the best way I could express this is for future reference, Sammy, when introducing
Sorry.
this
Yeah,
topic,
I know.
it's probably that's like the last angle you need to bring up to
And,
somebody
and
who's
that's
new
the
to
thing
this.
about it.
Yeah.
Well, and
Yeah.
you're right, because and this is the type of stuff that, because if someone's a new listener, they don't know the depth in what you know, Doug. And this is one of the things where I sometimes have to bite my tongue. Do I want to roast Peter Moon? Absolutely, I do. But that's not probably the best idea out of respect for you. Even certain things that I would have loved to roast, or your previous executive producer, the one with all the issues.
Yes.
Well, which
To
one?
put
Right?
it mildly, yeah. And then again, yes, which one? I mean, oh my
Well,
fucking God, that's
whatever. But
oh.
um,
Well,
because
yeah. I mean, I hear you, but because we left Brooke hanging with it. So, Brooke, basically, here's just to put this into
sorry, Doug.
perspective for you. Oh no, it's no, thank you. I
No,
mean,
see, I'm learning. That's where he's hinting before he will take you out later and tell you. I think that's what you mean when you're like,
well,
is that what it is?
oh yeah.
No.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that
I'm just kidding.
we-
I just want to say this because he's like, you'll learn. Sammy was like, you'll learn the way it goes. Like
No, it's more of
flow.
Doug's information is polarizing.
right.
The best way to put it. When Doug and see, the more I talk, the more I bring up subjects you're going to be very intrigued in, and the more Doug is going to have to.
I know. So let's
See,
let Doug do this before
yeah,
he gets
so go
mad,
ahead.
and then you bring
Yeah.
whatever.
oh
I know Doug-
yeah. Oh come on, no, that's unfair. That's
No, I know I'm not getting mad, but I know that you were wanting to say something, and I'm trying
Well,
to keep the conversation flowing correctly.
Well, the worst thing I can do is talk about something that Doug knows how to articulate better than me. But what I want to tell you is Doug's information is very polarizing because certain things of even my background I had to rethink in the sense of really being a human being and identifying yourself as a human being. And also appreciating that Doug is still a human being, and not dehumanizing him, which a lot of its detractors do by negating his heritage, negating pretty much everything in his life. What they don't is his information. And part of it's because of the envy of his position that he had with pretty much the architect of the person that has really affected the nation's movement as far as belief in their past with Dr. Michael Aquino. This is something that they envy, and they envy it so much that the best way they can attack him. But when I'm talking, well, to move forward, these studies that he talks about, they're going to change your perspective in the sense of challenge you as a person, because and a lot of this stuff Doug still hasn't revealed because it's not the time, and it's just not prevalent to what he talks about. He doesn't just spew out stuff. It has to make sense, is what I'm saying. So anyways, go ahead, Doug.
Oh no, thank you. It's one of these things where, again, the problem. Let me put it to you this way as a perfect analogy. So Lena Shea was one of those Executrix producers that I had in the past. Sort of, kind of. Really, she wasn't. Honestly, at the time that she was involved with myself, there was somebody else producing. I think it was Pavel Edward, really. And it might have been after that, Pavel, it was taken over by Derek Talley. So Lena Shea wasn't really ever a producer per se. She was just always brought on the show whenever we could bring her on to give her a chance to talk. Unfortunately, and this is not a judgment at all. It was just she was often very high at that point, and was unable to really express herself. But in all fairness as well, she just basically was a product of definitely mind control. When Peter Moon talks about the Montauk Project and mind control, she was a great example of that. She basically was assigned to take me down, and she did in a big way. She did some really serious damage. Certainly that can be explained at some other time. But obviously, it's my fault. It's my fault because I fell for it, and this is what comes of thinking with my penis. And but in her case, one of the things that she was doing was trying to explain something about me to. I told her she needed counseling, and I said, you have to get counseling. And I had something I was blackmailing her with, so I said, I'm going to, release this information unless you get into counseling. And her idea of counseling was because at that point, because of COVID, it was just impossible to get counseling. Just everybody was gone. Everybody was trying to get counseling. And George Knight is with us. Holy shit! Saved by the Bell. So George, now that you're back with us, I guess.
Yes, because Sammy just had to leave for the baby again. I'm telling you.
Yes.
Sammy.
Yes.
I'm gonna find out if that's actually a Scorpio baby. Either way, it's gonna be its nickname. But when you're right, when it's a teenager.
Yeah, but I guess I may as well just finish the thought. So, but what happened?
Yeah, sorry, I'm following.
Oh no! Please don't apologize. No, don't. I mean, please. So what happened was that. So basically, oh God, she was a masseuse, a massage therapist, and she also, and again, this is not at all a judgment call. I've been involved with prostitution, and I'm practically a sex worker myself in many ways. But what happened was, so she was prostituting herself, and one of the people she prostituted herself to was one of her clients was a Jewish psychiatrist. So her idea of counseling was to tell him about me while he's fucking her. Okay, that's just not professional counseling. That's not, of course, the punchline. The punchline is what she told him, of course, was totally out of context. Yeah, Doug Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, of course. And so what else is the Jewish psychiatrist going to say other than, that guy's crazy? It's like, everything out of context. It's just sounds just so stupid, so incredibly, banally, impossibly stupid. It's kind of like how it comes across when somebody brings up like what Sammy was bringing up without enormous context behind it. So when he's talking about what he's trying to bring up are these entities that the U.S. government, your defense industrial complex, the military industrial complex, starting in World War II, in their desperation. Certainly, if you know anything about the Philadelphia experiment, that's simply the tip of the iceberg. Mm-hmm. They got to the point where they were trying to summon entities, and they ultimately succeeded. So then they bound these entities, ultimately. And
wait, I thought, I'm not interrupting you, but I thought the Philadelphia experiment was when the boat disappeared. The Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's like I said. That's just the tip of the iceberg. It's the tip of the iceberg.
Got you.
Yeah. The boat disappeared. Yeah, it's not all to do with the Philadelphia experiment. Most certainly, that's simply an example of things going terribly wrong. But
they were summoning entities even then.
Even then, yes, that's the point to be made. So okay. and so what happened was that these entities that they summoned. Are bound and they have to feed them. So the U.S. has been involved in war after war. This is part of the reason why. The simple, mindless reason that these entities need to be fed. And there is some mindless violence for you.
They need negative energy. That's what they need. That's just like, even, would that be correct? Like, say,
yes.
Even setting up, so COVID, I'm not saying COVID was set up or not, like, not getting into whoever wants. But just like when people are feeling negative and feeling hatred or anger or despair, that's what they're feeding on, right?
Yes, absolutely. The Edward Monroe Institute, or was it Robert Monroe? But the Monroe Institute is where they studied this sort of phenomenon, and they have an incredibly stupid name for it that they call loosh, quote unquote. It's the stupidest name you've ever heard, but this was the term they came up with, which was the kind of energy that's released with human suffering, and that Earth is just a harvesting ground for this loosh. Now this is, I don't particularly, how would I say this? Their paradigm is flawed. It's flawed in the sense that it's just, for one thing, it's based on aliens. The aliens come for the loosh. That's the way they think about it. No, it's not like that. These are extra dimensional entities. And it's but the Monroe Institute is important in the sense that it's kind of like a bridge. It's a bridge in communications. At least there's some people out there who get the concept of humans being harvested. And that's an important, shall we say, step in understanding. Now, that being said, it was Michael Aquino who dealt directly with these entities to a great degree. So that was the individual that I had worked for many years. So that's what Sammy is alluding to. But when taken out of context, it just doesn't come across right. So yeah, George, we were just talking about Germany and Germany with its reunification day, of course, which is a 3-day holiday in Germany. So by all means, explain what comes to your mind. Good sir.
Oh yeah, Douglas, I do. I have several things I want to share actually. Yeah, thank you for having me on again. Oh God, I'm just absolutely knackered. I've just taken some paracetamol to clear my headache.
I'm sorry you have a headache. What caused the headache?
It's all right. It was because I woke up late and I took a couple. I took a couple cups of coffee in the middle of the night, which is the
wrong answer. The funnier answer would be because I got up and I tuned into your show right into the point where you started bitching and clawing and and I had a headache ever since.
When you were yelling at Brooke and just defending herself, that would have been a good one.
Yes, there we are. That would have been fun.
I'm just kidding. He didn't actually yell. I probably yelled back. But don't say paracetamol to Douglas because we already had to go through this last week.
That's all right.
He thinks you've got some good Lord Tabor drugs that he needs to come visit you for.
Yes. So yeah. That's funny. That's funny. I mean, honestly, honey, if it were for George, I'd start telling you about the story again about how Brendan Zoget lost his balls. But go first, George.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, God, yeah, several things. Yeah, I wouldn't mind talking about the collapse of the Soviet Union and the fall of the Berlin Wall. I would love to go into that direction because, of course, I've learned a lot from Douglas about that area of, because Douglas was at the site of the Presidio during that period of time, so he has a lot of information about that. So, but yeah, what brought to my mind earlier when you're talking about extraterrestrials, one experience I've had when I'm trying to inform people about the 1,000-year Reich in exile, the breakaway civilization, is I watched this documentary yesterday called Phenomena about extraterrestrials, and it's just been released. And I just watched it on YouTube. It's a full documentary. It's 1.5 hours long. It's actually quite good because it depicts all the period of the Dis War period of the 1950s. Predominantly, and so it's got a lot of good information, but of course they're
explain to this young lady about the disc war. Don't just toss out terms like that and assume that people understand that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, but between the years preceding from the naval operation and Operation High Jump in 1946, that was the last great Atlantic War, the last great war of World War II, prior to the cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities. In another sense, that in this documentary, they depict a period between 1947 and late 1950s. And in this period, there was a great deal. It was what was known as a UFO flap. Great deal of flybys, scatter runs of unidentified flying objects, what they referred to as UFOs back then. Nowadays, they refer to them as UAPs. It's just another code name to depending on which department, which organization is studying them. Now everyone is studying them because they realize it's a real phenomenon that's affecting everyone. Right. Everyone. So,
and don't forget, the government is now playing this kind of bait and switch where the government's saying we are releasing all this information, and then they're saying, oh, but it's vital to national security and we've got to put it back. I mean, which is basically they realize they've released too much and that people will realize this is not aliens. But anyhow, so go on.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. And it's just remarkable how a lot of what happens is in this documentary you get people that they're basically testifying their experiences while seeing these craft, and they'll even testify to actually seeing occupants in these the craft that they're seeing, and they describe them as humanoid, and they're interacting with them like with human manners, such as waving. They wave to them and they wave back. Just things like that, and they're wearing these black, what they call rubber suits or swimsuits, or what they call also boiler man suits. So they're all wearing the same uniform, and they describe it all in the same way. And then they get a government official that basically comes after the experience and tells them not to talk about it. So it's the same thing over and over again. But what I wanted to share with this is that when I've been talking to a really good friend of mine and just presenting to him about the breakaway civilization, that these are, they originate from the third, they are the Third Reich in exile. So it's got to a point after several conversations, he's now accepted that they are, but it's amazing how many people interpret them as extraterrestrial. They come from interstellar, they come from outside of our world, outside of our own solar system. But when I talk about, they have made colonies on the moon, particularly in the South Pole region of the moon, just to present, going into the Disk War period, the 1950s, why the Americans' response with nuclear weapons in a three-part operation known as Operation Argos. They went nuclear and they went on the offensive to deploy a nuclear arsenal against the Third Reich for relocating their assets onto the moon.
So just
and this is again this.
Right, just to put this in a little more accessible language, Brooke, what he's referring to is Operation Argus, ARGUS, in which 3 nuclear bombs were deployed in Antarctica, basically in the atmosphere, really, to create an artificial Van Allen radiation belt. He'll take it from here.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Thank you, Douglas, for telling that, so I can look that up. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so Brooke, if you get your Google search engine, you can type that in. It's ARGUS, and so that will give you some perspective. It was they approached this man he didn't have a physics degree. His name was Nicholas Christopholius. He was the man that came up with the concept that you can create an artificial Van Allen radiation belt to tackle at the Third Reich from relocating onto the moon itself. This is all response to what the government actually believes. So this is what they know. And just put things in perspective, when I'm presenting this information to my good friend, he finds it very hard to believe that they actually made a colony on the moon, because I present to him that this is a true human breakaway civilization, a former human breakaway civilization. But it's really funny how people interpret it as them coming from outer space. So they can do that, but they can't, with the same technology, mind you, with the same craft, they think that these craft come from out there. They believe in the exotic. And they don't believe it being a terrestrial origin, but they don't think they're capable of making a colony on the moon. I mean, that's when people go in total denial. And that's just what I wanted to share, just briefly. I could go into a lot of detail with some of the...
Well, no, I would like to hear more detail. I just happened to hear this today on something that popped up, and it was about one of the first men on the moon, when they went around. And he obviously confessed this. I'm sure you guys have heard this. He didn't confess this until he was pretty much almost at his deathbed. But he swore, besides the other stories that we had heard on the far side of hearing some other things, but that when they got out, he said he saw black men. And the way it was described is it didn't mean necessarily it was black people. It was a distance away. It was a human form and they were black. It could have been black suits. I don't know if y'all have heard that. Have you heard that? So it was humans. They looked human in form, but he described them in all black. So basically having all black, like a black suit on, is almost the way it was described. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. This is just the Ramfluer or the spaceman. That's what the uniforms they wore, particularly when they were in their craft, because they're going atmospheric. They're going up in the ionosphere. They're going above the stratosphere. They're going high altitudes. That they need this to protect themselves. So this is what they're describing it all in the same way. And when these children, and in this documentary, it's about the Zimbabwe incident. I think it's the Ariel School incident where
I remember
dozens of children saw the same craft, and they described
I know that story.
They saw a man in a black suit, but he had massive eyes, and of course these were goggles. These were protecting his eyes. So when they said, "Oh my God, look at his eyes," it was actually the goggles that they were looking at. They couldn't work out. That's the thing. They don't know what they're looking at, so they're describing the best way that they can understand or interpret. So it's all described in the same way, and the pictures are all the same. They're all literally describing the same features, the same craft itself. But they're just different. They're just different forms, just like different car manufacturers produce. The same way of we're using the same technology, but the shapes are all different, and they've changed over the decades. So sorry, bro.
Well, I know. So my question, and I guess this may be, I guess either one of you can answer it. I'm going to direct it to Douglas, just because he was talking about entities. And so in that regard, like when we were talking about them feeding off the negative, there's this, obviously when you hear about aliens, you hear about this reptilian race or the Dracon race that feeds off this negative, which is, it's basically the same narrative as far as what we just talked about, as far as the negative entities doing that. And so my question then becomes, it's just like we've said, angels are in the Bible, right? People saw angels, right? Did they really see angels? Or could that have been how the angels appear? They're from a different dimension, just like the entities. And like to the third right, what we're saying as far as these crafts, we now know that those are the third right. But is there also another side to that? Because there are people that have had experiences, even like Peter Moon had that experience where he felt, a soul with him. He didn't see it, but you have people that, will swear up and down like they've had an entity in their room, and not like just a short gray. I mean, this is a dark figure, dark things, like just different things. So is there also the option to say that is true, but then also whether we call them Draco or reptilian doesn't matter, that there's a dark entity that can come across into our dimension, and then at times it may show itself in some dark form that we would call maybe what has been referred to as a reptilian or a Draco. Like, is that a possibility as well?
Well, understand.
It's all the above, but every single category requires an extremely amount of information and context to present it with. And Douglas is certainly the right person to talk to on a lot of those areas.
Yeah.
I only know it because I've been acquainted with a part of the narrative, part of everything, all the information. But what I talk about is what I've confirmed myself. And that's the other thing I wanted to just reiterate, to carry on from what I said earlier on, is everything Douglas has ever said, I can verify to be true. I have documented it. Everything he says is true. I have found it.
Verify he's the son of Adolf Hitler?
No, that would take a
nobody
DNA
can do
test,
that.
but
Nobody can do that.
I know. I'm just giving you.
Nobody can do that.
Yeah, and the point is that would also take Hitler's body. That's the problem. Is you see, like, one of the things that I dealt with when it came to the political correctness of modern anthropology and the biological sciences in America are as politicized as anything was in the Soviet Union. Basically, there was this one clown who was running around on, I can't even remember whether it was the Learning Channel or the History Channel. It's a moot point, really. But he was this very Nordic-looking, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, square-jawed, Aryan-looking idiot who was going around grabbing every colored person who looked short and gimpy and like they were some kind of reject from some horrible post-apocalyptic film, and he was just grabbing them all and saying, "This is my relative. This is my relative." Then he was pointing out that we're all one race. And then, by the way, I'm a hybrid who's cosmogonate. I have multiple races within myself. I'm quite proud of that. But this idiot was basically approaching a bunch of Mongolians in San Francisco because he was working at Berkeley. And so he approached a bunch of Mongols. And by the way, people of Mongolian descent, they use the term Mongol. They don't use the term Mongolian. They find that offensive. But anyhow, so he approached a bunch of Mongols and said, "Hey, I want your DNA and we can test to see if you're related to Genghis Khan." And yeah, sure, yeah. And then he took their DNA swabs and samples, then came back and said, "You're all related to Genghis Khan." And I'm like saying, how does this fucker even sleep with himself at night? I mean, he can't prove they're related to Genghis Khan because nobody has Genghis Khan's body. His body has never been found. So when he comes to these guys, he's just feeding them a line of shit. And of course they all want to hear they're related to Genghis Khan. What else would a Mongol want to hear? I mean, it's just, it's just so stupid. And then, so there you have that. But when it comes to, say for instance, Adolf Hitler, there is no body. They found that skull that the Russians for years said, this is the skull of Adolf Hitler. We have proof. He burned in the bunker. It turned out they took the DNA swab from that skull and it was a woman. And, oh, wow, Hitler's been cross-dressing all that time. He was always a bitch. Yeah, to think we just found out now. This is the stupidity that we're dealing with. So yeah, it's just not, there's no way to really prove that. But the one thing that we do know is the circumstantial evidence. We have to base everything that we're saying on circumstantial evidence, but the circumstantial evidence becomes overwhelming and undeniable. So that's the point of that. But in terms of when Our Lady Brooke was asking about what did you ask, honey?
The entities, like,
obviously. Yeah. Let me respond to that. So yes, just so people understand this, the hachurui, as the Japanese call them, these are the serpent people. The Japanese call them hachurui, and that is just basically snake people. And the Japanese feel they're related to those snake people from many thousands of years ago. As a matter of fact, the Buddha, the Shakyamuni, the original Buddha, is supposed to be of the serpent folk. He was supposed to have been at least half a serpent person. So what you're hearing is this very degenerate Western propaganda against that particular species, that species of sapient, which is what you would call an intelligent being that's not human. In other words, if someone were of the primate ancestry like we are as human beings, and that includes vampires, are primatoid, a serpent being that is intelligent, self-aware, is sapient, but they're not human. But nevertheless, some crossbreeding can happen, just as people have artificially crossbred species throughout the years. The one man who did this was Ivanov, and he was employed first by the Tsar and then later on by Stalin to create chimerical half-human, half-ape hybrids. But that's still two primates. It really wasn't that big a leap. Most of us share quite a lot of DNA with primates. It's no problem. The serpents would be a bit more difficult, but the science.
Well, the old biblical story, from what I've heard now, and again, this would be from hearing from people. I think Billy Carson, who goes into he and other people that try to reanalyze the Bible, which would say that the serpent itself in the Bible was not the bad guy. So if you're saying that serpent DNA, like the serpent itself was actually the fucking savior, he's the one that's coming down saying, hey, you're wanting to keep these people ignorant, like you don't want them to know anything, like that's the story of that, because it gets told in a Christian way, like, oh, don't eat from this, don't have knowledge, we don't want you to be any more than monkeys. And he's saying, hey, you can be more. And so really that serpent, dragon, which serpent at that time also referred to dragon, which I find that interesting too, because you're referring to Chinese, and obviously the dragon is very important there as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So,
as a matter of fact, the Japanese refer to those purer or those who have more of the serpent lineage are referred to as being of the dragon bloodline.
Yes. And the dragon blood is really supposed to be like that. Really, if you were to really take just Genesis apart and really look at what's going on in a different way, we've confused God and Satan completely.
Yes.
As far as good and evil. Yes. Because what was going on there may have very well been a genetic experiment going on, and whether it was by humans or different types of humans, whatever it was, different entities, regardless. Yes. We put the snake, the dragon, as the bad guy when he was the one. And that's the only reason I brought up
Well, of course, the dragon is looked on as a benevolent being in the East. So this is where... So yes. Back to George. So George, take it from there with, not in that direction, but take it from there and where you were at, which was basically, I believe you were talking about the lunar colonies and, of course, the suits and Argus, and if Is George there?
Oh yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, because I just found it. Did you want me to upload it in the chat? The picture of the lunar star.
Oh yeah, sure. Put it in the chat as well as the text box here for Brooke's immediate assets.
Yeah.
And
yeah, absolutely. And and also the when it comes down to the unification of Germany as well, that was the largest when the Soviet Union when the fall of the Berlin Wall happened. That was when the Soviet Union went off daylight saving time.
Yes.
December 26th, 1991.
That's right. That's correct.
That's when
the reason that's of significance,
Yep.
Brooke, is because the United States and Great Britain and many nations are still on what's called wartime. There are nations you can tell who's not on wartime, and it's a very pointed discovery. Japan is not on wartime.
Yes.
Because Japan basically felt they won World War II. They were on wartime for a period of time when they were basically, quote unquote, under occupation, as the Americans propagandize it, what the Japanese call Reconstruction. During that time that MacArthur was there, the Japanese were on wartime, in other words, daylight saving time, but then they got rid of it. Just so everybody knows, the original, and people can look this up, the original daylight saving time was instituted in World War I, and all the Americans had it for just 1 year, and they couldn't stand it, and they said, get rid of it. And World War I for America only lasted a year, effectively. It was a year in the expeditionary forces that were in the field. And then the horrible influenza began to really do damage, and everybody basically had to stop fighting. And at that point, World War I effectively ended. So when that happened, America was already off wartime. But Roosevelt brought it back because he was intending to start a war. So he got everybody on daylight savings again, and we never got off.
Why is daylight savings time? What does that benefit war?
It's an unlimited. Yeah.
Yo, go on, take it from there.
No, so sorry. I was just saying as a soundbite. It's an unlimited state of emergency. It's an emergency statute that is imposed or implemented during time of war. It is to allow the nation to have more daylight in the daytime, to give them more productivity for mobilization and to fuel the war machine. So that's the purpose behind it. It's only used during time of war. I think that is what I want to find. I'm just going to add this to the chat as well. Yeah,
so
there it is.
Asking if that's the Reich lunar base. That is the Reich lunar base at the south pole of the moon. Yes.
I've just added when Japan under the Marshall Plan, under Douglas MacArthur, they instituted during the time period between the signing of the Peace Treaty of San Francisco, they went under daylight saving time. They were imposed on daylight saving time underneath the construction plan, but that ended on September 8th, 1951. So that just shows you that's, and I've just shown it in the chat box, and I think I've got another picture as well to just show you that they came off daylight saving time when the war was over.
Yeah, but for them it ended. For Japan it ended in 1952 when the peace treaty went into effect. So then they got off of daylight saving time. And so the daylight saving time is a big deal in terms of mobilization for war. Supposedly it gives you more daylight in which to operate, which is just stupid, and it really doesn't. But
let me just say this. Remember how we were talking about changing the Constitution and how that is a very huge problem in the U.S.? I will just say this. Even if that was started with wartime, I prefer daylights. I hate it when it starts getting dark here in the South. It's freaking 6 p.m. Like you get off work and it's dark.
Uh-huh.
So again, maybe it was started for war, but maybe it should be a good thing for just humans in general to have more daylight in their fucking life. That's just a side note. It has nothing to do with the war.
Yeah, Brooke, can I just reiterate something? The reason why it was voted out after World War I is because there was no such thing as digitalization. There was no such thing as the internet where the clocks would automatically change. You had to do that manually. And everyone's on different time zones. And so that was the problem. People had to change and work out, when are we going to conduct trades? When are we going to, call this person across the Atlantic or across the Pacific? Everyone's on different time zones. So that was why it was such an inconvenience. That's why it was that's why people were happy to vote it out. So it's only improvised or imposed during time of war.
So I think it was probably improvised during time of war again in World War II, but maybe it's been kept since then because of things like it getting dark. And like, I don't want to put my child
anybody who
on
could get rid of it has gotten rid of it, honey. Believe me. The end result is, I know what you're saying, and I appreciate what you're saying. What you're saying is, personally, it has been beneficial to you. But for the human race as a whole and everyone else living under it, it's been a disaster. The one thing that it does is twice a year, it fucks up people's biorhythms so much that it's responsible for literally thousands of deaths. Everybody has auto accidents. A whole bunch of people are just deprived of sleep. And this...
Well, then maybe they should make the whole role of daylight savings time, because the point is, or change the fucking time people go to school and work, is my point. Because I don't want to put my kid on a bus at freaking 7 a.m.,
honey,
which I didn't even have to.
But honey, that's exactly what happens with daylight saving. When they try to make it all year round, that's what happens. You wind up basically putting your kids... I remember, because my parents had to do this with me. They had to put me on a bus in the in sheer darkness. We were getting up pitch black.
Oh, maybe you're right. So you are right. So I never actually... I'm sorry, my kids never rode a bus. So so you're right. But I did not like getting off work and it being so dark. It seems depressing to me. It seems I
understand where it would also be dangerous. It's especially for a female. It's definitely dangerous. But trust me on this. What happens is that overall, the effects of daylight savings are completely negative, just overwhelmingly negative in the statistical sense, the demographic sense. There's people out there who appreciate it, and I can understand why, but it's really so unnecessary for the human condition. If somebody really needs more daylight, they just need to get up earlier and
get up earlier.
Yeah,
no, you can get up earlier, but that's not the point.
But
so
yeah, it's not the work schedule. I understand when you're in the work, but then things are changing now with everybody working at home. I mean, holy shit, almost nobody. I just saw an article where this one poor woman she said she hid under her desk and cried because it was basically told, you need to come to work twice a week because we need to show we have a work culture, and she went to work and there was nobody there but her. I mean, nobody's going to the offices anymore. Demographically, statistically, a lot of people aren't. So this shouldn't even be an issue.
That's a separate story. I think that like the job, like if I'm looking at a few things, but when I go back, which I had already looked, it was not healthy for me to work at home 5 days a week. And I usually worked well after dark, regardless of daylight savings time. So my point to that is you do need some socialization. I think a hybrid schedule is the best, or you can go into a day. Also, we've proven that a 4-day work week, they've proven this scientifically.
Yeah, it's much better. Yeah, it's much more productive. It's a 4-day work week. Yes, absolutely. We need 3-day weekends. I mean, oh my God. But so George and Sammy, back to what you were saying, and George is providing more images, and I'll be back in a few minutes. I just finished the liquid Coke. I'll rinse the taste of that malted battery acid out of my mouth before it eats the porcelain of my teeth, and I'll leave these 3 wonderful people to talk. So
I see a history wartime daylight savings time. I did not know that, though. Thank you, George. I did not know that's the way it started. So thank you for that.
And you can tell her about
that's all right. No.
Yeah, and you can tell her about the telephone bill as well. That we all pay the fucking telephone taxes. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's this other emergency statute. It's a wartime emergency statute referred to as excise telephone tax, where we're all to this day paying a Federal Reserve phone tax. In the United States, it's marked as Federal Reserve, so it's marked as a government-regulated tax. You're still paying a World War II tax on your phone bill. That has been there and imposed since World War II.
They even put it on cell phones. I started outside sales for a cellular company, and their taxes were unbelievable. People would complain because that tax was there, and then they even added on another tax. So yeah.
Yeah, so this is another implication, just to verify that you're still under a state of war. You're still legally in World War II with the 1,000-year Reich in exile. That's the reason. And they told you won the war, but yet you're still paying taxes for World War II
but are you
emergency
saying that
statute.
we're still paying the taxes? This is what I'm not getting.
So, You can.
Why were we paying the taxes? Are they going to the Third Reich? Or are you just saying that?
No, that's going to the government because you're still under a legal state of war. You're still in World War II. That's
No,
the reason why they've.
Are we?
That's the reason why you're still being
still
taxed.
under a legal state of war? I don't think so. I think what it is that they're just fucking goddamn taking advantage of us either fucking way. Like
no, they could take that way. They can retreat that. They can retract.
I didn't mean to say GD, but yeah.
I'm going to show you another document from President Harry. Sorry, Sammy, do you want to?
Oh, well, hi, George, by the way. First of all, hello. How are you doing?
Yeah, very well. Thank you, Sammy. Nice to speak to you.
Oh, yeah, nice to speak to you. One of the things that that we did as a result of proactive prosecution of hostilities, December 31st, 1945, was we got rid of our Department of War.
Yes, again, 1947. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I believe that was. Yes. I believe that was 47 or 48. The Department of War.
No, we changed it to the Department of Defense. Correct.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. They had a Department of War, Brooke. They had a Department of War.
Prior to that, yeah, they got dismantled. That was one of the conditions that. Well, we can't declare a legal war, an actual legal war. We can't declare it because we have not. We haven't ended World War II. One of the reasons what I was talking to Brooke about, George, was the Third Reich was not recognized by the UN as a legitimate government.
That's right.
And this is why we could not take a. This is why we couldn't take a surrender from the Third Reich. Another great example of this, where a government can exile themselves to another place, is the nationalist Chinese under Mao Zedong. They moved to Taiwan, and which the nationalists were a founding member of the UN, and they're no longer recognized, which is an atrocity in itself. But technically, they don't exist according to the UN, and that's preposterous. But this is just the world we live in. Anyways, go ahead, George.
Yeah, thank you, Sammy. Yeah, so yeah, bro, just to put things into perspective for you, once Harry Truman, the president of the United States, President Harry S. Truman, when he declared Executive Order 19. God, I'm trying to remember the actual code of it. Executive Order. Oh my God, I'll have to look it up in a second. I beg your pardon. But when he declared ceasefire of World War II, cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities, it's a termination of hostilities on December 31st of 1946. He said in that declaration, in that executive order, that once the legal state of war was finally finalized, when it was formalized, when it was in another sense annexed is another word for it. You can 6 months after the signing of peace, then emergency statutes will be retracted. But because there was no peace treaty with the Third Reich, because they didn't legally recognize the Third Reich as a legitimate government, because when Franklin Delano Roosevelt was still alive at Casablanca, him and Joseph Stalin and Winston Churchill announced under Roosevelt's orders that they were going to announce it as unconditional surrender, which means you cannot take a surrender from a government that you do not legally recognize as a legitimate government. So in other words, when you take a surrender under unconditional surrenders, it equates to total genocide. It means they were going to be annihilated and then occupy the land. That's what that term means. They were trying to do that with Japan also. They were trying to exterminate every single last Japanese man, woman, and child left alive. That's what they were going to do with the Third Reich. They were going to exterminate every single one of them. That's what the terms unconditional surrender means. So they couldn't take an unconditional surrender. That's why we're still in a legal state of war, because they never negotiated any terms with any diplomat of the Third Reich. They never ever made any contact with them. They just
George, Sammy said it's Proclamation 2714, possibly?
2714. That's it. Thank you, Sammy. Cheers for looking that up. I know that off the top of my head, but just this moment I couldn't remember it. Yeah, 2714 is termination of hostilities of World War II. So it's legally declared December 31st of 1946. That's when it was legally recognized. That's when, not 1945. not on September 2nd, 1945, not,
Yes, that's
not
correct.
on May. Yeah. No, so all that was a facade. All of that was just fabricated just to keep the public happy. That was just literally just yeah. Sorry.
Here's a question too, though. It's very interesting though that isn't that technically illegal though to obviously they don't deny it, they just never mention it. It's almost like not necessarily, it's like someone not lying to you, but not admitting the truth. Am I making sense?
Exactly. And my granddad, who I'm naming,
Yeah, it's a
after, he was
purpose.
still
It's like a purposeful non-admission of facts that you would need. Yes, like I think that's what you're trying to say. There's a
like a manipulation tactic.
Yeah, there's a legal term for it, but yeah, I can't think of it. Anyway, go ahead, George. I'm sorry.
No, sorry, but my grandfather, he was living proof himself. He was in the Burma theater. He was in the Asian province of India during the Second World War, and this is 1946, 1947. He came home, so he was living proof that the war, the prosecution of hostilities, was still in effect. It was still extant in that time. So that was the British my grandfather was in Burma, and he was 18 years of age when he was in Burma. And that's when he returned home in 1947. So that was just living proof that the war was still continuing. It was still in effect. It's still ongoing. And one of the conditions, because the Americans had to sue for peace, like Sammy brought up with the dismantlation of the Department of War, they had a Department of War since the establishment of the Constitutional Republic. They had to dismantle it under conditions, under the peace negotiations with the Japanese. They forced them. They said to them, you will dismantle your Department of War and you will never be able to declare a legal state of war ever again. And that was one of the conditions that the Japanese imposed on the United States. So that is why every single conflict post-World War II, as people know it, has been an undeclared war or a police state action or a legal war of aggression. So that is why it's all deemed illegal. Every single armed conflict post-World War II has been illegal. And the United States has never won a war since World War II. They've never won any conflict since World War II. Since World War I, that was the last war they won, was World War I. And what they're doing to the public is then forcing you to pay excise war taxes because you're still in a legal state of war. And you're still on emergency statute measures such as daylight saving time, which is known as wartime. So all these things are still in effect to this day, which implicates you're still legally in World War II. So I hope that puts things into perspective. Brooke, do you have any questions?
To be honest, I have about 500, so I'm going to keep myself right now. Like, I'm going to have to research some of that myself. I mean, my grandfather fought in World War II and was a Marine, and I don't have his dates of serving and coming home. His brother fought in World War II and has written a book. But it was a book that, it was a small book. It was a book that, probably 100 people have bought. And I honestly wrote it when I was, in my 20s. So I haven't paid much attention to it. My mom's got it. And I'm just curious now to kind of look up what his take was, which I think a lot of his was more, probably just more about family and how it was being in war. But I'm interested to see some dates there on their time as well.
Yeah, and going back to the diswar period between the United States and the Third Reich, this is over the United States aerospace. This is violation of the United States airspace. They flew over without impunity. So the demand was it's equivalent to a standing order that the United States Air Force, because the United States Air Force came into being post the Roswell incident. It was a direct collateral to the Roswell event that happened in 1947. So the United States Air Force came into being from 1951 to 1956. This was effectively 6-year period. It was the most deadliest years for an Air Force pilot, where 7,000, this is what was recorded, this is what's documented, and it's reported by the New York Times. It was declared that 7,600 pilots died over the United States in this was reported incidents of vanished, destroyed, or just by what they portrayed it as is just sheer accident like Air Force pilots, and some of these were aces. Some of these were these were proclaimed ace pilots. That
U.S. You're talking about U.S. soldiers.
United States Air Force pilots, and including some passenger pilots, commercial airlines were taking out 7,600 that are documented, and the numbers are far larger than that. That is undocumented.
What were those years again?
So the standing order, sorry, I didn't mention the standing order was when you see an unidentified flying object, if you cannot talk them down, then you shoot them down. And of course, this was the undeclared aerospace war with 1,000-year Reich in exile over the United States. 7,600 pilots died. That is documented and reported by the New York Times. That is what's documented.
I know. What were the years?
What was the years? In 1951 to 1956.
Yeah, there we are.
Okay.
Yes.
This was the deadliest year. 1952 was the year of the UFO flap. Between July and August, I think it was 1,005 reports were conducted. I think that's the exact number. 1,005 that were actually reported, and this is when they created Project Blue Book, when the government were actually going. They created this project, and beg your pardon, I cannot think of the names of these people. This is what the conspiracy theorists all remember.
Would that have anything to do with Flight 19 in 1945 then?
Sorry, beg your pardon?
Would that have anything to do with Flight 19 in 1945?
Well, Flight 19 in 1945 sounds like a very specific case. We'd have to know more about it. It might very well have something.
Flight 19 in 1945 was basically, it was a group of torpedo, is that what you call them?
Oh, torpedo bombers? Yes.
Yeah, the bombers, they disappeared over the Bermuda Triangle on December 5th. After they lost contact, they were supposedly just doing a test flight. And then they sent out, from what I remember, more aircraft to look for them. Those also, none were ever found.
Right. I remember that. That was they spoke of that in Unsolved Mysteries. Is that where you first learned of it?
No, I don't think Unsolved Mysteries. It's an ongoing, I've looked up the Bermuda Triangle. It'll be on anything with Bermuda Triangle,
right.
Anything with that type thing. I've seen it there.
Yeah.
Is where I really remember seeing it a couple of times, talking about the Bermuda Triangle. But
that seems to be like it may have something to do with it. It may not. It's hard to tell because that's one of those real mysteries that there were some like bizarre letters or communications or telegraphs from these people like years later, as if they had somehow were trying to communicate through a different dimension or in time or something like that. It's just truly one of those mysteries that has other factors to it. That's why I asked if you saw it. It wasn't a sneer when I brought up Unsolved Mysteries. They brought up.
I watched Unsolved Mysteries as a child, but that was more of the murder type mysteries. I don't remember that being on there. But
they had stuff like that once in a while. They would bring that
the
up.
Years was 1945. Did you say, George? Was that one of the years?
No, it
1951 to 9.
Yeah. He was saying, no, go on. 51 to 56, yes? Was it?
Okay, so that wasn't one of the years they would have just been that's what I was wondering, if that would have just been shot down, even if they were doing tests. But if it was 1945, I guess not. Anyway.
So what happened was that it was almost like as they were winding down the war with Japan and the basically the peace treaty was going to go into effect in 52. It was like, since the peace treaty was signed in 51, it was like America felt it could put all its allied resources now into trying to fight the Third Reich in exile. And so that's explains why they suddenly mobilized this shoot to kill order, and they paid the price for it. And it's something that has been unbelievably hidden from the public. But then again, just like I said, the amount of people who died in that single source point outbreak of hepatitis due to that misvaccination of all those troops during the Battle of Los Angeles, that was hidden from the public. I mean, if they can hide things of this magnitude, then how could they not hide the fact that they lost the war? You can hide anything. You can just claim, like Putin and the Russians have been claiming ever since World War II, they're just high off propaganda, which it means they're high off their own fumes. They're high off their own propaganda that they won the Second World War, when, of course, anyone who takes a look at Russian tactics and operations today you cannot possibly believe that these clowns won the Second World War. There is just absolutely no way in hell that these clowns could have won the Second World War. At that time, everything that the Russians accomplished was just because they were so bloated on Lend-Lease and everything that the Americans in particular gave them. Yet you still have their propaganda in full effect on YouTube. All I ever see is these people praising the shit out of stupid Russian weapons that were created in World War II effectively or shortly thereafter, like the Kalashnikov and the fucking T-32 tank or whatever, the Stalin tanks, just stupid shit like this, and these people are just enamored of it. They've been indoctrinated since childhood. So there you have it. It's just an ongoing struggle. So Brooke Gibson entered a news article on the history of Flight 19. Yes, that will provide some details. It'll be interesting what George Knight, what resonates with him about that. Certainly it may well have something to do with this. It may not, but it's definitely a mystery. And
it does say it was December 5th, 1945, less than 4 months after VJD marked the formal end of World War II. So I find it interesting.
Well, by the way, take a look at that language. This is not to how do I say this, disparage what happened to these individuals, but understand that this is constantly said as a reinforcement of a lie. Obviously, the so-called VJ Day was not counted as we've explained before, as by the United States government as anything to be taken seriously. The United States government counts the day that we entered ceasefire as December 31st of 1946.
No, but none of these men, they were just fighters. They would have had no idea.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I understand that. And I understand, I understand you understand that. It's just for our listeners, just so they understand that. There's some of these points that you can't emphasize enough. But it's not those men who disappeared that day that are saying that. It's the reporters who are still propagandizing that false point, almost 100 years later, for all intents and purposes, 80 years on, and they're still saying, on VJ Day, what was formerly recognized as the end of World War II. And no, your government doesn't recognize that. And it's like, so you have to keep telling these people again and again until they get it, or until it becomes circulated enough where it becomes common knowledge. I mean, it will get to that point. I have every confidence it will. But the men pioneering it, of course, are, George Knight is doing his best. Sammy Romero. It's very touching that these men continue to try to educate others. So I do want to thank Viviana Sanchez, who's joined us in the chat room. Hi, honey. If you want to just drop in to say hi, you're welcome. And she's asking she's saying, so technically we are in a constant state of war with a question mark. Yes, yes, we are. And Troy Bellamy says, internet's been down in Florida, missed Wednesday, glad to be back listening to you guys. Pray for West Florida. So yes,
pray. Yes.
Thank
God he's okay.
Yes, I'm so glad you're okay, Troy Bellamy. And oh my God.
Hopefully he wasn't in Fort Myers, I believe it was, that got hit the hardest.
Oh, it was just awful. I mean, half of Florida is below sea level. Deep inland is below sea level. So, I mean, these greedy developers have, just developed the shit, the hell out of this place. And all these old people go down there to retire in what they think is a picturesque wonderland near to Disney and shit. And they're all like, well, you're going to find out more about this as climate change keeps hitting. So that's
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, the sad thing about Fort Myers is apparently it was hit hard, and I'm sure he can attest to this from what I've seen. Like Fort Myers was one of those towns, kind of like Myrtle Beach. Is you have your older areas that are like you like to go to, and there's the scene. They've been there forever, and there's a lot that are 1 or 2 story buildings, and then they had the buildings that were the big high rises. Believe it or not, the newer construction actually did hold up much better and fairly well. What was so sad was everything that everyone loved about Fort Myers was completely demolished. like just taken away.
Yeah.
Like they said, you wouldn't recognize it. Like, you know, from the, you know, the little stores to, and then your 1 and 2 level homes, condos, things like that, just completely blown away. Not that everything new withstood it, but I will say that that was one thing that was shown where at least apparently we're getting better at building. Doesn't mean it's going to withstand a tsunami, but it with some of the newer buildings to withstand, I guess, some of this better. But Fort Myers was a sad picture to see if you are familiar with Fort Myers.
Gosh, I'm just sorry to hear that. It's I'm sure it was all very, very just horrible. George, by all means, go on. What other points do you think need to be emphasized before I go into monologue soon enough? And let's see if he's still with us. Amor Fati says, "Hey Douglas, good tidings. Good to listen to all of you. Thank you, sir. Hugs." So Jesus, is George on the call?
Actually, it looks like Sammy and George have
dropped off. Holy shit!
And I wonder what happened because they didn't say anything, and normally, or at least one of them would have.
Yeah, you would think. Oh my God, what the fuck?
George usually left. Yeah.
Hey.
It could have dropped them.
Yeah. Hope you guys are all right. Well,
the hurricane didn't hit you guys.
Yeah. No, you didn't say you could have dropped him, right? I mean, that's impossible.
I didn't hit anything, and I'm still I haven't hit an end. Obviously, I'm still on here. So
that's what I thought. I mean, if anything, it would have taken me out as well. I mean, the whole call probably would have dropped with that. I mean, Jesus.
Scorpio maybe took Sammy out. I just don't know what happened to George.
Yeah, George. Well, he's got a daughter of his own. And oh shit, why is my status on? I always keep
maybe
that.
It was when you came back. Maybe you dropped them off.
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, anything's possible. I mean, I'm not.
Well, Sammy was telling me something about what is his name? The evil guy we always talk about that you work for. Damn, I'm so
Aquino. Yeah.
Yeah. He was saying something about sometimes Aquino can come out in you.
Yeah, he's dead.
No, but he was saying something like that. I don't know if you meant Aquino can come out in you just like because you were with him. I don't know what I didn't actually understand exactly.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I'd have to have heard it, and then I would say, "This is what he's alluding to." I mean, I presume I would be able to say that. Okay. Now what's going on here? So what happened to my fucking timeline? They gridded it. Somehow my timeline converted to a grid. Are they doing this to everybody? On Facebook. I'm talking about Facebook. I've never seen this shit before. Is this like supposed to be the way it's supposed to be now, or
I can't believe you're seeing your timeline for what?
The Facebook. You're on Facebook, aren't you?
Yes, I'm looking at mine right now. It just says stories at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me when you first go on.
Oh, okay. So let's do a little screen share here, and let's see now. Give us something to do until these guys, either show up again or I start monologuing. So, okay, so you can see the cursor move, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then, so this is what my Facebook turned into. It turned into a grid. It's never pattern
mine doesn't look like that at all. You had to hit something to make it look well, I mean, I'm on my phone, but mine doesn't look like that at all.
Right. Weird shit. So it's like, how do I get it back? Edit profile? Or
Well, hit your profile picture first and try to
Okay.
Go to your profile.
Wait, I don't know if that's doing anything.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, here we are. Get this done. That's just for changing picture, right? I mean,
no, I was saying where you can see your own profile.
Oh, like, well, yeah, see, view as. You mean like that, right? View as?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, everyone else, I guess, is seeing it regular. Okay.
Doing it the same fucking way. So, yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on with yours, but mine's not showing it like that at all.
Okay. So, in other words, I'm stuck seeing it as a grid. So, but there's got to be some way I can change that. So,
like you're normally not seeing all these people to the left in a grid like that. Like I never see that.
Oh,
to the
well, I
left.
see that all the time. That doesn't bother me. That I see all the time. And so other people see this stuff too. It was like what Selena Khan threw up what she could at the time that they really started hammering on myself. Says, can't view this feature while previewing your profile. You need to exit view as mode first. Yeah, okay. So there we are. Exit view as. And, oh, hey, look, it went back to normal. Weird shit. Okay, well, there we go. Back to normal. And so with that, all right, honey. Let me
Well,
see.
you can start your monologue. It doesn't look like they're coming back, so I guess you get to start your monologue.
Yes, I'd better start my monologue. So I guess what you'll do is you'll take off for now, and that'll end the call, and I'll just start with the streaming, and I'll count on everybody. Do me a favor, tell me how the quality of my sound sounds. Hey, Viviana said support Douglas Dietrich, then she took it away. Why? Viv. Anyhow, so I love you dearly, Brooke. And,
I love you. Have a good night. I'm going to mute it and get out and and I guess you'll end the call because I probably will not be awake at 8 a.m.
That's right. We'll just I'll hang up the call. I'll hang up the call and then we'll go on Skype. And I see Viv said bad link. Thank you, honey, for explaining that. And I love you dearly, Brooke, and I look forward to calling you on Wednesday if you don't mind. Okay.
Sounds good. We'll talk then. Take care.
Then. Love you. Dearly.
All right. Good luck. I'll listen to you for a while till I fall asleep.
Thank you. Yes, I'll help you do that. Okay, hanging up now. Okay, so that ends the call. Let everybody tell me how I sound audio, okay? Need people to explain how the audio quality is. And I'm going to start heavy-duty monologue now. I want to basically let everybody know that there's going to be a shout-out to Stephen Myers in particular. Stephen Myers contributed 70 United States dollars. He's our brother from another mother in the heart of the beast, the concrete jungle that is Manhattan Island. And he says, "Hi, DD. I saw on YouTube a Japanese giant in a parade in World War II. What is up with this? I used to watch Land of the Giants in the 60s, Sci-Fi, The 50-Foot Woman, Jack and the Beanstalk. They have proof giants do exist, and they say they confronted one in Afghanistan. Will they rise again, as of ancient days?" As a question. Well, we'll go into that another episode, perhaps. I think that that's something that I almost never really speak on. It's not exactly my area of expertise in a sense, as other things are, but it is nevertheless a very fascinating subject, and certainly, yes, there is historical evidence of giants. I mean, they used to be apparently a lot more common, probably bred out of existence or hunted out of existence, and they are probably mummified remains all over the place, so to speak, all over the globe. And obviously there's different interpretations of this. Some people feel that these are hybrids, that they are the products of fallen angels mating with human females. It's one of those things that I'm just going to be pulling things out of my ass, really, until I go through my notes and see what I've forgotten. And I've forgotten quite a bit. Other than that, let's go into, Brooke was like saying you didn't have to hang up, that she was just going to leave the phone on and mute. But let's just put it this way. How's my sound? Tell me if the sound is okay. And so I need feedback from everybody immediately. Let me know if I'm sounding all right. And so let's just put it this way. When it comes to world events, what can we start with in world events? There's several things to start with. I guess we can start with the fact that we could always start a call with Viviana Sanchez. Just test this out. See if that works for a second, and that way I can have a kind of shall we say, just a feeling that there's a producer available. So I'm going to give her a try, see what happens with that. Not that I'm trying to avoid getting into the narrative, but I am curious as to whether this will work at all, since she does seem to be awake. And there we are. So, honey, how are you?
Hi, I didn't know you were calling. Hi.
Yeah, we're live, and I'm just calling just so I can get that feeling that I have a producer, and there was a miscommunication between Brooke and myself, and I hung up when I didn't need to. She was just going to go mute and leave that on, but just thought I'd check in with you, and are you willing to share whatever you wish about what's been going on with you lately? I mean, no need to say anything if you don't wish to, but obviously we're all concerned. You kind of drop out of communications. You go incommunicado for a bit of time. So whatever you're willing to share, just catch us up on how things are going. I presume, I hope your family's well.
Oh, well, good to see you, Douglas. I just thought I'd pop in and say hi. I really haven't been committed to much of anything lately, just to be honest. It's just a matter of, I don't know. I can't really figure out what's going on within my own stuff right now. I just don't want to, I don't know, drain my energy into so many things. It's not an offense. I'm not doing it to offend you.
Understood. Oh, well, no offense taken. If you can see what Sammy Romero has entered in chat, he says, "Miss you, Viv." So just want you to know that. And of course we all do. I was hoping actually to introduce Brooke and yourself, but maybe we can do that on Wednesday. So if you don't mind, I'll give you a call on Wednesday just to kind of, see if you want to come on at all. That being said, with everything that's been happening, how about your YouTube channel? Did you ever try to start a new one or anything like that?
Yeah, I've been working on my new one. I'm almost up to like 500, and I don't know where I'm going. I'm going to be doing my ministry.
Okay.
That's one thing I finally figured out I'm going to do.
Okay. Yeah. And
I've been taking a lot of heat, just a lot of heat on the internet. Like I'm literally having stalkers and people calling my house, and it's just really like evil.
Is this because of me in any way, shape, or form?
Oh, no, not at all. Not about you.
Okay. And,
yeah.
And so, but these horrible stalkers, is it because of your ministry? Are they trying to prevent you from?
No, it's just from coming out of so much of the atmosphere that I've been embedded in for so long, and their way of how they do things. It's just really, really gross. But okay. That's the name of the game when it comes to, that atmosphere.
Okay. Well, I'd like to introduce you to Brooke Gibson. And Brooke Gibson, this is Viviana Sanchez, who served as my executrix producer for a bit. And so glad you ladies could meet. Just say hi to each other. And
hello, greetings, Brooke. Nice to meet you. I'm Vivian.
Hi, Vivian. Hi, Vivian. I thought you said Viviana. Vivian. Hi, nice to meet you. I just was getting back on here because obviously Douglas and I didn't mean to make him hang up. So okay. I wanted to be sure the call was going in live. I couldn't hear it.
Okay. So you couldn't hear it as soon as we hung up at all?
Oh, yeah. I hung up, so I couldn't hear it then. But then I went onto YouTube and tried to sign on as a, listener.
Okay.
And it wasn't playing then. So I'm sure it is now because now I hit play and I hear it. I don't know if I just missed in between you getting back on with Vivian or not.
Okay. Oh, yes, and our dear Viviana, and I call her Viviana, she did get a support Douglas Dietrich up. That's cute. And so refreshing to see that, and that's adorable. So thank you for that thought, Viviana. So in terms of Viviana, she was just dealing with a lot, and I'm so sorry to hear that. And but when it comes to these stalkers, have you tried reporting it to the police, or or is that something we'd better discuss privately, if at all?
Well, I was just thinking about just letting them know, because I live in a sort of a tight-knit
community,
and I have friends in the police force, so I was just going to let them know, because the name of their game is like SWAT calls, and like I'll be going live and they'll call me on my house phone, and someone just doxed out my public record. I've been called a predator. I mean, they're wicked.
Yeah, that's awful.
Yeah. So it's just like kind of like that, but it's dying down now. It's just a lot of madness.
No, I mean it sounds like the way my gang stalkers operate. Oh my God, I'm just so sorry you're going through that. And yes, that is madness. And so God, you must be special for that to happen.
No, well, it's just a lot of it's just stupid. But nevertheless, I did get some of your people contacting me, but not in a degree that it was stalker-ish, but it was just momentarily, randomly.
Okay, yeah.
On every platform I am on.
Yeah, in other words, they just hit you every angle that they can, and it's like they're they're programmed to do what they do, and they just do it, and it's like they eat or breathe. It's disgusting. And so thank you for confirming that, so we know that that's going on. And as a matter of fact, Brooke Gibson, you should be prepared for that. Any affiliation you have with me, they'll try to contact you and just start.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, Viviana looks pretty hot right now. I may be stalking her.
Oh, thy flattereth too much.
I can handle my own stalkers. I've dealt with them weirdos enough. I think any woman has. So,
yes.
Unless they come to my door, I'm cool. You get to my house, we got a problem.
Yes.
Well, these ones act like, oh, they got something so riveting to tell you, or blah blah blah, and it's just another, Actually, what happened to those dudes? Did they get taken off? Yeah, I'm sorry, say dude a lot, but did they get their channels are gone, or what's going on with them?
Oh, they basically have shut down to a degree due to their fact that they are under investigation by the police and these various protective services for adults and children. In their case, for those like Jameson Reese or Salman Sheikh, they were abusing their own families, basically keeping their parents isolated and just juicing them for money, literally threatening them, bullying them, and using their money to do whatever they wanted to do. In the case of Lena Shea, of course, she was investigated for child predation, and that's because she was having sex with an underage minor who was her work partner's son. And in the case of someone like Daryl Neely, who was providing a platform for all of these people to attack me through GERN, the Global Entertainment Radio Network, I reported him to the FBI for his role in January 6th, where he was stripping a fallen officer of his uniform. And so that was captured on film, and he ultimately was taken to jail, and therefore the station was shut down. That shut down Penny Bradley, who had started propagandizing against myself in the name of all her quote-unquote new friends. So this took a lot of effort, but I'm always the last man standing, even when I'm wearing a dress. So that's what.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Praise you for that.
Yeah.
You got the victory. That's awesome.
Yeah. Thank you, honey. Thank you, and that's deeply appreciated. So, okay. All that being said, what I'm going to do now, ladies, I'm not quite sure how we'll carry this out. Basically, at this point, we could have me call Brooke back, and then just kind of she'll leave this on mute and leave the phone on while I go into monologue. We could try that. Do you want to try that, Brooke?
I'm testing that link in the.
Okay.
I'm happy.
Sorry, my mute button went away for a second. Yeah, so that's what I figured we were doing. That's why I didn't mean for you. Like when you hung up, I was like, I didn't hang up. I hope you didn't think I meant for him to hang up.
Right.
I didn't want you to have
It
to
was
end the
my
call.
misunderstanding. It was my misunderstanding.
I apologize. So
So-
yeah, if you're welcome to do that, and then like I said, I'm gonna listen for a while, and if I start getting sleepy, I'll just cut my volume down, but the call will go on.
Okay, and so long as that doesn't, it should be okay with your phone. Your phone should be okay.
The
with
phone's plugged in, so
Okay,
the phone's
great.
good. It's 100%.
Great. So let's do that. So, Viviana, what I'm going to do now is hang up. I'll call Brooke back, and I'll call you again on Wednesday in the opening hour, and you can just answer if you want to, okay?
All right. Well, I just wanted to stop in and say hello, show my support, and I was just wondering, there's an issue. Is there an issue with your donation link? Because it worked at one point, and now it's not.
There shouldn't be, but I guess the important thing is that you tried. I'll tell everyone, I'll remind everyone, just understand that the one central button doesn't work on the website, and what everyone should do is just pay attention to the PayPal address that's on the screen. So that's the personal PayPal, and it's
No, it's working on the website when you hit the yellow
button on the upper right. Yeah, the upper right corner. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, but
Thank you.
the red one is not working.
Yeah, the big red one.
Okay, just wanted to let you know that. Okay, thanks everyone, and have a wonderful rest of your show. I'll be listening.
Bless you. And
I love that flower in your hair in your picture. It's very beautiful.
Thank you, Brooke. It was so lovely meeting you. Thank
You
you
too.
for supporting Douglas.
He needs to get Apple Pay. See, I am trying to get it. I will buy him an Apple phone if he doesn't have one. If I can just Apple Pay him, because PayPal annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah, get him a new phone. That would be so nice.
Would not anyone like to Apple Pay him? Like, does he? Do you realize how easy it is to Apple Pay you?
I have no
It's like
idea.
2 clicks.
Oh
Click,
my
click
God.
on our phone. We're
Wow.
done. You got the cash.
Wow.
You spend it anywhere.
Wow.
Well,
that's-
another thing, Douglas, you have got to get this YouTube monetized.
Yes. We tried that with Selena Khan, and she, hard to describe. It was one thing that, it didn't work out. It was a real nightmare. The first time that we did that, then what happened was that Google charges for the monetization, and it's like they charge like $300 something, which I guess they expect you to make back with contributions. And then what happened was they reached into my bank account and took out $300, and then I had to get the bank account to basically get the money back. So the JP Morgan Chase just reached out and stole it back from Google, and then after that we accumulated about $300 in contributions. But Selena Khan claimed she didn't know how to withdraw it or get it out of there, and I sure as hell didn't know how. And then so Google kept taking it until it was gone, as their fee. It was just awful. But I appreciate the suggestion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I know I always like doing little super chats or whatnot, but I think I don't know. I think it stimulates the audience. Anyway, if
I agree. I do agree with that.
It's true.
It
does.
Douglas knows I've wanted to talk to him about doing some things like that too.
So
Yeah.
I'd like to talk.
But yes, there is much to. There is a lot to. Not a lot to it, but I agree that there are things that. Or Douglas is really just rich and he's just pretending.
Yeah.
I know it's that millionaire, thing he's got going on.
Right. He does. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
But everyone, please do support Douglas, Dietrich, and your favorite YouTubers and independent artists out here.
Yes.
All right.
Oh,
I'll
that's
talk to you all soon. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye for now.
Nice to meet you. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Okay, honey. So I'll hang up and call you back.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
I guess you.
Oh my god. So maybe that was unnecessary. Oh my god. Maybe that was unnecessary. Maybe we could have just stayed on that call.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Do we need to do that? And you were already gone.
Yeah. So it was. Yeah. I mean, since I called Viviana, theoretically, when she hung up, that call should have died. So it was just really weird. So it was just probably best to do it just in case. So
Yeah, I got it.
yeah. So what we'll do now is
Yes. I will talk for another 45 minutes about randomness and annoy you, and then I'll let you start. I'm just kidding.
Well, you know what you could do? You could delete all of those comments. If you could,
What comments? Are you talking about the personal ones to you?
yes, the ones like "here's my evil." Yeah. If you could delete those comments, that would be.
Well, they were personal. Nobody else can see them, and
That's
I just
true.
said
That's true. But I see.
nobody
them.
else sees those. Okay, well, if you want me to delete them, I'll delete them.
Yes,
He's just saying when I got mad at him.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Well, yeah, and I don't blame you. So,
But-
okay, honey. So I'll start monologuing.
All right.
And
Good luck. Take care. And obviously, yes, you will do well as always. So everyone, enjoy you. I will enjoy you for a while unless I fall asleep. But thank you so much for having me, and have a good night.
You're an angel.
Bye.
Thank you for your forgiveness.
Thank you.
Love you dearly. So, understand this much when it comes to the first thing that comes to my mind about all the recent current events that we have to cover in kind of a kaleidoscope of the ongoing psychedelic hellscape that is planet Earth. The first thing that comes to mind is that Vladimir Putin blunders again. Now, I'll tell you why it matters that Ukraine retakes a key city that Putin himself claimed to have annexed. Vladimir Putin would like others to think he's a masterful strategist. He's not. His unprovoked invasion of the Ukraine was a disastrous blunder. His decision to take more personal control of battlefield decisions is not paying off. In recent days, Russian forces were forced back again in eastern Ukraine, this time at the city of Liman. Ukraine said Sunday, which was for all intents and purposes today, still today, on the Pacific Coastal Time Zone, but yesterday for the rest of you outside of the left coast, Ukraine said it had taken back full control of Liman, a key eastern city in the Donetsk region that Russian dictator Vladimir Putin claimed to have annexed days earlier. This setback comes at a delicate time for Putin himself domestically, and the retaking of a strategically important city was a costly blow to his military. His order in September to mobilize civilians to fight in his needless war is provoking a domestic backlash. I mean, what's next? Closing the borders to lock Russians in? Nor will the illegal annexation of a large swath of Ukrainian territory, Yester last week, and Mr. Putin's rant on September 30th against the West strengthen his hand. The attempted violent theft of territory from Ukraine was promptly condemned by the United Nations. It should further isolate Russia internationally, whilst building the resolve of Westerners to ensure that his aggression will not pay off. Understand that we're already fighting the Third World War. Putin's latest provocations, once again, put Washington in an awful bind. Earlier this week, undersea gas pipelines to Europe mysteriously blew up. Tucker Carlson, propagandist for the Kremlin, citing no evidence whatsoever, blamed these United States for somehow playing a role. On Friday into this weekend, the Biden administration issued a new round of sanctions on Russian entities and individuals after Vladimir Putin formally declared the annexation of 4 regions of Ukraine and accused these United States of Satanism. The past week has marked a series of escalations, but we may be further along in the conflict with Vladimir Putin than most in the West seem willing to admit. A world war has already been underway for years, As for what to expect next from Vladimir Putin himself, a Russia expert has said, the problem is, of course, us misreading him, but also him misreading us. So where do Washington and the rest of the world go from here? We have Putin in the bunker. Putin announced his attempt to lay claim to eastern Ukraine with his most unhinged speech yet, intending to terrify the rest of the world into submission. We should instead continue to show courage and steadfastness in the face of major escalation. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, in a speech at a ceremony to incorporate partially Russian-occupied regions of Ukraine into the Russian Federation, finally and explicitly declared an end to more than 7 decades of international order. During a meandering rant, Putin defended raw Russian imperialism while he spooled off about a number of topics, including the fall of the USSR, the power of Western hegemony, and the American use of nuclear weapons on the Japanese Empire. But his underlying goal was to warn the rest of the world to cease its opposition to his war of conquest in Ukraine. Putin's incorporation of these areas into Russia itself is a major escalation in his 7-month campaign against the Ukraine, and it raises the same question that has haunted many in the world regularly since the first days of this invasion. How worried should we be about this war becoming a larger European conflict and eventually a global cataclysm? My initial reaction? We should be worried, but we should also stand fast and tell Putin that if he means to destroy peace and order across the entire planet, we will oppose him just as we have helped Ukraine oppose him in Europe. Putin's rant was meant to make the world quail in fear. In reality, Putin is likely more terrified than anyone right now. He's a Russian dictator losing a war of aggression, and he knows how that could end for him. In his speech, he justified the war in Ukraine using everything from the boundaries of ancient Russia to what he sees as the illegitimate dissolution of the Soviet Union. With sheer brass, he then complained about Western colonialism and human rights violations. This from the leader of an empire with a long and bloody history, from the Tsars to Stalin and beyond, of enslaving and murdering millions. Most of Putin's complaints are merely warmed-over Soviet-era cant, evidence yet again that Putin, whatever his former goals as a supposed reformer, has never been able to dislodge the hammer and sickle from his political DNA. More to the point, however, Putin said, but yesterday, or the day before that, depending on which time zone ye be in, that this Western decadence was, in fact, the foundation of the global order and thus needed to be overthrown. To translate for you, from the Russian. And all we hear is, the West is insisting on a rules-based order. Where did that come from anyway? Who has ever seen these rules? Who agreed or approved them? Listen, this is just a lot of nonsense, utter deceit, double standards, or even triple standards. They must think we're stupid. Of course, the current international system was constructed during World War II with the participation of the Soviet Union itself, and the Russians have been beneficiaries of that order and its economic rules and stability for decades. Putin once supported it before he mired himself in a war he could not win.
And then the speech got really wild. Addressing the regime in Kiev, capital of Ukraine, and their real bosses in the West, Putin dove into a steaming vat of paranoia, grandiosity. Well, aside from grandiosity, there was inferiority. A stew whose toxic fumes have always permeated the Kremlin. He claimed that the West hates Russian philosophy and thought, as if people in Washington and London spend a lot of time thinking about any of that. He fulminated about trans people, almost certainly hoping that the usual useful idiots in the right-wing American press will pick up on it, and referred to the overthrow of faith and traditional values in the West as equivalent to Satanism. This from a man whose own Rasputin, Alexander Dugin, is a co-religionist of that Michael Aquino that we're always talking about. Our lovely Brooke said, Tucker Carlson, thank you for just saying that name. Needed a laugh before bed. Honestly, that's kind of like going to bed with a room spinning about your head. It engenders nausea. Well, Putin might well believe at least some of this bullshit, but like most Russian elites, he somehow manages to maintain a pretty cozy relationship with the banks and fashion houses run by those ostensible devil worshippers. He is also, however, trying to rally the most retrograde segments of Russian society whilst seeking to split the West with his usual rhubarb about defending Christian values. What's really going on here is that Putin, facing military collapse along the Ukrainian front, is desperately trying to deter Ukraine and its supporters from another round of offensives. He is trying to flip the script, to turn Russia from the aggressor into the defender, and to recast his botched adventure as the Great Patriotic War 2.0, a defense of the motherland against fascist invaders. To do this, he has turned occupied Ukrainian territory into Russia, and magically transformed subjugated Ukrainians into Russians. We can't let him get away with it. Many listeners of Critical Omissions know that I have for months counseled American military aid and money for Ukraine. I still do. But Putin has now said that he is at war with everything that the nations of this world, including Russia, have built since the end of World War II. His demand is to be allowed to brutalize whomever he chooses and seize whatever he wants. His threat, no longer even barely veiled, is that if he is not allowed to run amok and create bloodbaths by fiat, he will use nuclear weapons. We didn't stand down in the face of the Soviet system that created this gangster, and we should not stand down now. As NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said on the last day of last month, Ukraine has every right to recover its own territory and free its people. If Putin's position is that this is a cause for an even wider and more reckless conflict, then it is his choice, not ours. I will have more to say about all of this in the longer analysis throughout tonight. But for now, the threat against all of us, Ukraine and the rest of the world, continues to mount. Opposing this Russian attack on the international order might require great sacrifice. But we must face the reality that no community of free nations can survive if it acquiesces to blackmail. So we must reject Russia's nuclear blackmail and stop Putin before other dictators follow his lead. It is not often that criminals declare the date and place of the future crime. Only the boldest crooks behave that way. Earlier today, yesterday by now, depending on your time zone, however, Russia followed through on its publicly announced intention to close on its neighbor's property. At an event in the Kremlin, it declared that it had annexed the Russian-occupied territories of Ukraine. If the world fails to react, evil will prevail. Brute force will override the rule of law. The rules-based world order is crumbling, and we have to act to prevent it from collapsing. Thursday, the Russians held fake referenda in sovereign territories of Ukraine. Tomorrow, they can do it elsewhere. Russia has weaponized its diasporas, its emigres overseas, as insurgencies, weaponized its own language, and weaponized its culture itself, using all of them to attack the integrity and sovereignty of its neighbors. What's more, Russia has started threatening Ukraine with nuclear strikes to intimidate us into giving up the fight for our people and our land that they'll be coming after next. The Russians now realize that they are losing the war they started. That's why they are resorting to annexation and nuclear blackmail. We know they are not bluffing, but we are not afraid. Nothing can scare us anymore. Ukrainians have seen large cities reduced to ruins. They've absorbed many forms of conventional and some forms of unconventional enemy fire. They've survived all kinds of torture. They've discovered mass graves everywhere the Russians put their boots. For them, this war is an existential fight, and we have no choice but to go on with them, because should they lose, it can only spread from there. Our combined intelligence agencies assess the threat of Russia's tactical nuclear weapons deployment as very high, and Russia's willingness to make nuclear threats presents a crisis not just for Ukraine, but for every country on Earth. The response to the Russian Empire's nuclear blackmail must be fierce and unequivocal, rejecting the very idea of making concessions to a nuclear aggressor. Otherwise, every ambitious dictator will scramble to obtain nuclear weapons, and every responsible non-nuclear nation will seek to acquire nuclear weapons for self-defense. Non-proliferation agreements will be worthless. Nuclear wars, in the plurality, with their millions of fatalities, will follow. And the casualties, the injuries as opposed to the deaths, will be too many to count, because the radiation will never stay in one place, but will blow with the winds and envelop all the world. To leash an aggressor, you must be determined. 60 years ago, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, President John Fitzgerald Kennedy convinced the Soviets that America would respond with the full force at its disposal. Today, we must display a similar degree of resolve. We need to convince the Russian Empire that it won't get away with its annexations, and that it must cease its nuclear blackmail. Otherwise, the world will have to punish Russia sometime later, after the worst has already happened. Preventing a disease is always easier than dealing with its aftermath. There are concrete steps that Ukraine's allies could take today to signal our resolve. Earlier this month, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the former Secretary General of NATO, co-wrote a report offering a set of recommendations based on his consultations with an international group of experts. They called for the creation of a Kiev Security Compact, a strategic partnership that unites Ukraine and a set of guarantor states. The principle is simple. Ukraine's security relies primarily on its ability to defend itself. To do this effectively, the Ukraine needs long-term contributions from its allies. Previous guarantees given to Ukraine were not worth the paper they were written on. The Kiev Security Compact would be different. It focuses on providing practical material support to enhance Ukraine's defensive capabilities. A core group of Ukraine's allies with significant military capabilities would make a set of commitments that are both politically and legally binding. Alongside these commitments of military support, a broader group of international partners would offer a set of non-military guarantees based on sanctions. These recommendations are not a substitute for Ukraine's ambition to join NATO itself, but joining NATO will take its time. And we need guarantees to protect Ukraine now. The Kiev Security Compact would make it clear to the Russian Empire that the cost of its aggression will continue to mount until it becomes too high for it to bear. Helping Ukraine defend itself, survive, and ultimately prevail is the best investment our allies can make to secure a safer future for the entire world. Beyond Ukraine, Joseph Biden has much on his plate. He is expected to visit Florida, where, among other places, Hurricane Ian brought devastation. That event was a reminder that tropical storms are set to become fiercer and more destructive as the planet heats up. World leaders should keep such events in mind as they gather soon in Egyptus for UN-backed talks on climate change. Mr. Biden will also be hoping that various bits of jobs data in America, out later in the week, bring us some cheer. The strength of America's economy and prospects for recession matters for the elections in November. The Supreme Court, meanwhile, has just started a new term this week. It's the first Monday in October, and that means the Supreme Court will begin its 2022 through 2023 term, following the formal investiture ceremony late last week for Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman on the bench. Jackson has been on the job since June and has already cast votes on emergency applications, but she has yet to sit for oral arguments. Given the dominance of conservative judges and the court's readiness to wade into politically charged areas, its view of a case related to gerrymandering this week will be the one to watch. On Friday, the Dow closed the worst September in 20 years into this weekend. The so-called end of COVID is still far worse than we imagined. COVID is still worse than the flu. Even now, the coronavirus is killing 3 times as many people as the flu. And a new poll shows doom and gloom in my greater Bay Area Metroplex region, with one bright spot. Housing prices are ridiculous. Trash and homeless encampments line our streets. Reservoirs are drying up. And it's only getting worse. My fellow Bay Area residents are finding a lot to be cheerless about these days. And that's according to an exclusive poll I'm sourcing by the Bay Area News Group and joint venture Silicon Valley. But there's one major bright spot in all the doom and gloom. Working from home. By and large, local workers agree this pandemic holdover has changed their lives for the better, and they're not ready to give it up. Per Brian Jones, who works remotely most days from his home in San Francisco. After 2 years, hybrid, at least, is here to stay. It's going to be very difficult to get people to go back 5 days a week in the office. Now, this poll I'm sourcing, which surveyed 1,628 registered voters in the 5 core Bay Area counties, highlights the extent to which our lives remain drastically altered 2.5 years after the first COVID-19 outbreak. Even though vaccines are ubiquitous, mask rules are largely a distant memory, and President Joe Biden declared the pandemic is over. About half of those polled continue to have the option to work from home, and nearly everyone given the choice is taking advantage of it, at least some of the time. Many of those are reveling in their ongoing freedom. Instead of sitting in traffic and spending all day in an office, they're coaching their kids' soccer team, taking care of aging pet rats, spending quality time with a partner, and starting a new degree program. The pandemic also continues to affect us in other ways, even though COVID has plummeted on a list of the region's top concerns. Between 45% and 60% of residents in my Golden Gated counties surrounding San Francisco, Alameda, Contra Costa, Santa Clara, and San Mateo, as well as the Golden Gated city by the bay itself, in which I myself reside. All the counties together say they continue to cut back on dining out, attending parties, and going to the movies, compared to pre-COVID times. At the same time, a more generalized angst is widespread and, by some measures, way up. To quoteist Russell Hancock, president and CEO of joint venture Silicon Valley, a public-private partnership focused on civic issues. I was surprised, frankly. I thought we'd be a little bouncier as the pandemic is in its waning days and months. I would have thought people would be in a better mood. But it turns out we're grumpy. Like, really grumpy. Of those surveyed in the online poll earlier this month, 62% said the Golden Gated Bay Area is on the wrong track, a startling increase of 10 percentage points from yesteryear. Nearly 3/4 of respondents said quality of life in this Bay Area has worsened during the last 5 years. Their biggest worries were the cost of housing, the cost of living, homelessness, and drought. 35-year-old Ellie of Oakland is quoted as saying, "My neighborhood isn't rough, but it isn't the nicest either, and it's just a constant struggle with trash. The street where I live, it basically feels like a junkyard sometimes." Now, Yell, who declined to give her last name because of privacy concerns, also broods about climate change, like nearly 3/4 of fellow Bay Area residents. She's lived in the region for the better part of a decade, and her lack of air conditioning has never before been a problem. But after several recent sweltering spells, she felt like she couldn't escape the summer heat. Crime, too, is an increasing worry for our Golden Gated Bay Area residents, with 49% describing it as an extremely serious problem, up 12 percentage points from yesteryear, the largest jump on the list. And people are feeling pessimistic about our Bay Area's economy, with just 38% saying economic conditions are good or excellent, By contrast, half of the respondents said their personal finances are in good or excellent shape. The 47-year-old Mr. Jones of San Francisco frets about the high cost of housing pricing out of the region's young people, potentially including, someday, his now 9-year-old daughter. He also laments the many businesses closed as a result of the pandemic and how the city's formerly bustling downtown has become a ghost town. But working from home during the pandemic gave us Jones, who works in finance, the opportunity to coach his daughter's soccer team, something he never could have done while going to the office 5 days a week. Now, like many in the Bay Area, he wants a flexible schedule that mixes remote work with occasional days in the office. If they had their druthers, 43% of the people polled would work from home sometimes, while 33% would work from home all the time. Of those who have been allowed to work from home, just 5% said their employer is ending remote work, while 41% said they are required to spend some time in the workplace. But as the aforecited Jones's bosses try to persuade workers to return, they're struggling to perfect the hybrid work environment. Some days, Jones shows up to work in an empty office and finds himself wondering why he bothered commuting in. To quote Steve, you go in and say, "Well, I'm in the office, and now I'm on a Zoom meeting." The vibrancy that was here pre-pandemic is just not fully back, and I think there's questions about whether it will be fully back. Not everyone wants to work from home, of course, and 24% of those polled said they have no interest in remote work. Josh Jessup, who works in sales, describes himself as the weirdo who would rather be in the office, but his employer has no plans to reopen his workplace after closing it for COVID. The 49-year-old Jessup, who recently rented his own small office space so he has a reason to leave his house in Contra Costa County's Discovery Bay, has been quoted as saying, "So now I'm kind of trapped at home, feeling isolated and not part of a team anymore, and just kind of on an island." People like Jessup aside, the survey results showed overwhelmingly positive reactions to remote work, with many crediting it for helping to fix some of the Bay Area's most significant woes. 3/4 of respondents said remote work decreases traffic, and 73% said it enables people to live farther away, where housing is more affordable. Fewer than half had negative things to say about it. 44% said it harms restaurants and retail stores near workplaces, and 21% said it reduces the vibrancy and character of the Bay Area. For 31-year-old Catherine Ball of Fremont, remote work has been a major boon. Ball, who works as an engineer at a tech company and uses they/them pronouns, loves having no commute. They've filled their extra time by taking online classes toward a master's degree in science and spending more quality time with their partner. Working from home also allowed Ball to take his breaks during the day to care for their aging pet rats, Bippo and Beppo, until the rodents passed away. Ball saying, "It's been really nice, actually. Nothing like dead rats around to mourn over and bury, to just lighten your load in life, I suppose." But not everyone has the luxury of remote work. Higher income workers and those with college degrees are more likely to have the option to stay home. While just 16% of people making less than $35,000 US and 27% of those making between $35,000 and $49,999 said they can work from home at least some of the time, 85% of people making between $250,000 and $499,999 have that option. Ashley Ortiz of Sunnyvale works full-time weekdays as a nanny, entertains children at parties on weekends, and does odd jobs in between to make ends meet. Her husband, who lost his restaurant job during the pandemic, now stays home with their 4-year-old son. Seeing the family she works for get to do their jobs remotely, spending time with their kids and doing chores while on Zoom meetings, made her envious of that lifestyle. She recently joined a data analytics boot camp that she hopes will help her land a job in tech with a remote option. The 30-year-old James Mello of Alameda has been feeling a similar financial crunch. He works as an office administrator for a bus repair company that recently had major layoffs because it hasn't been able to rebound from a pandemic hit to its business. Last year, he took a second job, delivering packages for Amazon on the weekends. To quote his tea, "I'm very tired all of the time, but it's a choice between being tired and paying your bills and having enough to go out with your friends when you have the time off." Well, personally, I think that's just going to leave him more tired, and I think he'd better spend his time sleeping instead, really. Now, the 2022 Bay Area poll was conducted online September 9th through the 20th by Embold Research, surveying 1,628 registered voters in Alameda, Contra Costa, San Mateo, and Santa Clara counties, as well as my own Golden Gate at San Francisco for the Bay Area News Group and joint venture Silicon Valley, for those of you who want to source this. The modeled margin of error is 3.1%. So just when is the pandemic over? In the early days of 2020, we envisioned it ending with the novel coronavirus going away entirely. When this became impossible, we hoped instead for elimination. If enough people got vaccinated, herd immunity might largely stop the virus from spreading. When this too became impossible, we accepted that the virus would still circulate, but imagined that it could become, optimistically, like one of the 4 coronaviruses that cause common colds, or pessimistically, like something more severe, akin to influenza. Instead, COVID has settled into something far worse than the flu. When President Joe Biden declared this week, I believe, or the week before, by now it's hard for me to remember, "The pandemic is over. If you notice, no one's wearing masks," the country was still recording more than 400 COVID deaths a day, more than triple the average number from the influenza. This shifting of goalposts is, in part, a reckoning with the biological reality of COVID. The virus that came out of Wuhan, Communist China, in 2019 was already so good at spreading, including from people without symptoms, that eradication probably never stood a chance once COVID took off internationally. Stephen Morse, an epidemiologist at Columbia, has attested that I don't think that was ever really practically possible. In time, it also became as clear that immunity to COVID is simply not durable enough for elimination through herd immunity. The virus evolves too rapidly, and our own immunity to COVID infection fades too quickly, as it does with other respiratory viruses, even as immunity against severe disease tends to persist. The elderly who mount weaker immunoresponses remain the most vulnerable. 88% of COVID deaths so far in September have been in people over 65. With a public wary of pandemic measures and a government reluctant to push them, the situation seems unlikely to improve anytime soon. Trevor Bedford, a virologist at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center, estimates that COVID will continue to exact a death toll of 100,000 Americans a year in the near future. This, too, is approximately 3 times that of a typical flu year. I keep returning to the flu because back in early 2021, with vaccine excitement still fresh in the air, several experts told Alexis Madrigal, a medical journalist, that a reasonable threshold for lifting COVID restrictions was 100 deaths a day, roughly on par with influenza. We largely tolerate, the thinking went, the risk of flu without major disruptions to our lives. Since then, widespread immunity, better treatments, and the less virulent Omicron variant have together pushed the risk of COVID to individuals down to a flu-like level. But across the population as a whole, COVID is still killing many times more people than influenza is, because it is still sickening so many more people. Now, when it comes to the aforecited Trevor Bedford, the virologist, he estimates that Omicron has infected 80% of Americans. Going forward, COVID might continue to infect 100% of the population, 50% every year, even without another Omicron-like leap in evolution. In contrast, influenza sickens an estimated 10 to 20% of Americans a year. These are estimates because lack of testing hampers accurate case counts for both diseases. But COVID's higher death toll is a function of higher transmission. The tens of thousands of recorded cases, likely hundreds of thousands of actual cases every day, also add to the burden of long COVID. The challenge of driving down COVID transmission has also become clearer with time. In early 2021, the initially spectacular vaccine efficacy data bolstered optimism that vaccination could significantly dampen transmission. Breakthrough cases were downplayed as very rare, and they were at first. But immunity to infection is not durable against common respiratory viruses. Influenza, the 4 common cold coronaviruses, RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, and others all reinfect us over and over again. The same proved true with COVID. Paul Offit, the director of the Vaccine Education Center at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, has testified that, in his words, right at the beginning, we should have made that very clear. When you saw 95% against mild disease with the trials done in December 2020, we should have said right then, this is not going to last. Even vaccinating the whole world would not eliminate COVID transmission. This coronavirus has also proved a wilier opponent than expected. Despite a relatively slow rate of mutation, at the beginning of the pandemic, it soon evolved into variants that are more inherently contagious and better at evading immunity. With each major wave, Ruth Caron, a vaccine researcher at Johns Hopkins, confirms that the virus has only gotten more transmissible. The coronavirus cannot keep becoming more transmissible forever, but it can keep changing to evade our immunity essentially forever. Its rate of evolution is much higher than that of other common cold coronaviruses. It's higher than that of even H3N2, hemagglutinin 3, neuromodase 2 influenza, the most troublesome and fastest evolving of the influenza viruses. Omicron, according to Bedford, is the equivalent of 5 years of H3N2 evolution, and its subvariants are still outpacing H3N2's usual rate. We don't know how often Omicron-like events will happen. COVID's rate of change may eventually slow down when the virus is no longer novel in humans, or it may surprise us again. In the past, flu pandemics ended after the virus swept through so much of the population that it could no longer cause huge waves. But the pandemic virus did not disappear. It became the new seasonal flu virus. The 1968 H3N2 pandemic, for example, seeded the H3N2 influenza that still sickens people today. The aforecited Morse, so saying. I suspect it's probably caused even more morbidity and mortality in all those years since 1968. So the pandemic ended, but the virus continued killing people. Ironically, H3N2 did go away during the coronavirus pandemic. Measures such as social distancing and masking managed to almost entirely eliminate the flu. It has not disappeared entirely, however, and may be back in full force this winter. So get your goddamn flu shots. Cases of other respiratory viruses, such as RSV, also plummeted. Experts hoped that this would show Americans a new normal, where we don't simply tolerate the flu and other respiratory diseases every winter. Indeed, or rather instead, the country is moving toward a new normal where COVID is also something we tolerate every year. In the same breath that President Biden said, "The pandemic is over," he went on to say, "We still have a problem with COVID. We're still doing a lot of work on it." You might see this as a contradiction, or you might see it as how we deal with every other disease. An attempt at normalizing COVID, if you will. The government doesn't treat influenza, cancer, heart disease, tuberculosis, hepatitis C, etc., as national emergencies that disrupt everyday life, even as the work continues on preventing and treating them. The American Empire's COVID strategy certainly seems to be going in that direction. Broad restrictions such as mask mandates are out of the question due to a pathological sense of independence and individual freedom. Interventions targeted at those most vulnerable to severe disease exist, but they aren't getting much fanfare. This fall's COVID booster campaign has been muted. Treatments such as Bebtelovimab and Evusheld remain on shelves, underpublicized and underused. At the same time, hundreds of Americans are still dying of COVID every day and will likely continue to die of COVID every day. A cumulative annual death toll of 100,000 deaths a year would still make COVID a top 10 cause of death ahead of any other infectious disease. When the first 100,000 Americans died of COVID in spring of the year before yesteryear, newspapers memorialized the grim milestone. The New York Times devoted its entire front page to chronicling the lives lost to COVID. It might have been hard to imagine back in 2020 that these United States would come to accept 100,000 people dying of COVID every year. Whether or not that means the pandemic is over, the second part of the president's statement is harder to argue with. COVID is and will remain a problem. And across the Atlantic, where it's still a major problem as well, Truss and Charles could spell the end for the United Kingdom. Yestermensis, last month, the United Kingdom experienced unprecedented change, with both a new head of government and then a new head of state in just over 48 hours, within 2 days. The death of Queen Elizabeth II is more momentous and ushered the British Empire into an unusual hiatus, with a mix of national mourning to mark one sovereign's passing and regal ritual to welcome the new. However, when this ended with the late Queen's funeral on the Monday opening the work week as dated the 19th day in September, the new heads of state and government, King Charles III and Liz Truss, respectively, have since been left leading a United Kingdom that is profoundly divided, in large part due to still unresolved consequences of Brexit. The danger these divisions pose is exacerbated by the fact that the United Kingdom is a nation, or nations, to be more accurate, as it is a multinational state, that operates without a written constitution to clearly define the terms on which its constituent parts are governed, or indeed the precise limits in the power held by either the Crown or the Prime Minister in governing them. The ambiguities of an uncodified constitution have long been celebrated by Britons as a pro rather than a con, allowing political adaptation and evolution, and avoiding the stalemates and instability often seen in other countries. Clearly, however, this flexibility has run its course. Brexit created an impasse for the country's political system for years, and the leader who seemed to unblock it, Boris Johnson, has now been ousted. The third Prime Minister to fall in the past 6 years. Stability and political consensus are no longer words easily associated with the United Kingdom system of governance. And far from getting Brexit done with an oven-ready deal, as Johnson, alias Bojo the Clown, promised the British electorate in order to win the December 2019 general election, he negotiated a permanent status trade treaty with the European Union that is far from fully cooked, as well as exacerbating the economic problems now facing the kingdom. The most obvious political challenge cometh from Northern Ireland. Here, the terms of Johnson's deal have led to, well, they've led the main pro-union party, the Democratic Unionist Party, or DUP, to register its protest by withdrawing from the Belfast government, thereby collapsing the power-sharing system that the 1998 Good Friday Agreement created to end a quarter-century of violent conflict in the region. In order to avoid creating a hard political border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, Johnson's Brexit deal allowed customs checks on goods arriving in Northern Ireland from Great Britain. While this averted the need for customs controls on the Irish border, an arrangement that would have undermined the terms of the Good Friday Agreement, the DUP feels that Johnson's deal places barriers between Northern Ireland and Great Britain. The DUP argues that this undermines the Union and also pushes Northern Ireland toward eventual reunification with the Republic of Ireland, an outcome which the mainly Catholic and nationalist population of Northern Ireland would welcome, but the mainly Protestant and Unionist community obviously fears. The resulting political standoff has left Northern Ireland without a regional government since February, the month of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Even before she became Prime Ministress, Liz Truss sought to resolve this impasse as Foreign Secretary by introducing new legislation that could override aspects of the EU-UK trade deal relating to Northern Ireland. However, the EU, the Irish government, and most nationalists in Northern Ireland oppose any unilateral changes to the treaty. They fear the new legislation will create what Brexit has long threatened to do, and Johnson's deal sought to avoid: the need for checks on the Irish border that will undermine the Good Friday Agreement and Northern Ireland's peace process. Truss thus faces much the same dilemma that her two predecessors, Johnson and Theresa May, did: how to make Brexit work without destabilizing Northern Ireland in ways that might eventually lead to its departure from the United Kingdom to join, at long last, a united Ireland. Another challenge to the integrity of the United Kingdom comes from Scotland, where the Scottish National Party, or SNP, is calling for a second independence referendum. The last such poll took place just 8 years ago, in 2014, and saw 55% of Scots vote to remain in the UK. However, once again, Brexit has complicated matters. In the 2016 Brexit referendum, Scotland voted by 62% to stay in European Union, but was obliged to abide by the United Kingdom-wide vote, which saw 52% in favor of leaving. The SNP argues that the Brexit result invalidates the 2014 referendum on Scottish independence, when many Scots chose to stay in the United Kingdom, assuming it also meant remaining in European Union. Calls for a second Scottish referendum are therefore growing louder. Truss's response to these challenges has thus far been unhelpful. As noted, the legislation she proposed to resolve the Northern Ireland impasse has raised hackles in Brussels, erstwhile capital of European Union, which has threatened retaliatory legal action. And when recently asked about the prospect of a second referendum on Scottish independence, Truss insulted Nicola Sturgeon, the SNP leader and First Minister of Scotland, calling her an attention seeker and suggesting Truss would simply ignore her. Such disrespectful treatment will likely only fuel Scottish nationalism. Within 48 hours, but 2 days later, Truss similarly managed to insult the Welsh First Minister, hardly the behavior of someone seeking to lead the United Kingdom as a whole. Indeed, cynics might suggest that both attacks were made with a mind to win support in England, the most populous nation in the United Kingdom, with the highest concentration of Tory party members, who determined the outcome of the leadership contest and will likely determine the outcome of any future election. This might make short-term electoral sense, but it will not bind the wounds of post-Brexit Britannia. Previously, Queen Elizabeth served as a figurehead that was seen to unify the country, a largely symbolic head of state who stood above partisan political disputes. In her long reign, she was served by no less than 15 prime ministers, beginning with Winston Churchill and ending with her appointment of Liz Truss just 2 days before her death. In this time, the country witnessed the building of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of communism, the UK's entry into and complicated departure from European Union, and the decline of the British Empire, the Second British Empire, as well as the emergence and evolution of the Commonwealth in its place as a shadow of that first world empire. Through all this change, 'twas Elizabeth provided the United Kingdom with a sense of continuity and stability. Now she be gone, and questions have already been raised as to whether Charles will show the same acumen as his mother, steering the crown clear of involvement in partisan politics. Previously, Charles has lobbied government ministers on policy issues, but if he continues doing so as king, he will severely test the accepted conventions of the United Kingdom's unwritten constitution, creating further political division. For those who believe in the British Union, the hope is that both Truce and Charles will recognize the significance of their new roles, displaying greater statecraft and diplomatic sensibility than each has shown in the past. Nationalists, who are growing in numbers in Northern Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, might see this as the moment to unravel the Union. They may even be aided in their efforts by English nationalists, though the latter, unlike the other three nations of the Union, have no political party formally representing them. Some would argue that the Tory party has effectively assumed this role. Truce's recent comments have done little to dispel such thinking, and as King Charles's first prime minister, she has her work cut out for her if she is to unite his divided kingdom. Nevertheless, all such being qualified, a study has proven the United Kingdom is the second most powerful country in the world. In terms of what counts more than gold and economics, the power of guns. Researchers at European Geostrategy broke global powers down into 4 categories: superpower, global power, regional power, and local power. I'm going to put a link to that chart in live stream. You should be able to access that yourself. Oh God, is that thing even working? Please, tell me that it works. This looks like it's going to... Fuck. This looks like it's going to need some work. This really pisses me off. Man, I really hate this. Alright, so what do we do? Let me see if I can get a copy of this chart for you, because otherwise what I'm going to say is pretty hard to visualize. And this is a comparison of the different powers that, are what constitute the politics of your world. Those powers that, shall we say, place their imprint on the world by ability to project force or the deployment thereof. Threat projection, either the force itself or the threat of using it. So, goddamn, this is not it. Okay, so let me see what we can get. This might be it. And if this is it, then, well, we're in luck. I think this is it. I think. Okay. Close this goddamn ad. All right. So here we are. Okay. Let's see if this works. If this works, I'll be a happy man. All right. Live stream. Here we are. Okay. This looks like it'll work. It works. All right. I'm ecstatic. Now, the United States took the top slot, as you can see in this graph, as the world's superpower, the world's sole superpower, whilst Great Britain took the only global power slot, bringing her in second behind America. I am convinced she can maintain this even without Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Regional powers at this present moment in history include France, the Asian Indian Empire, and the United Germany, whereas local powers are those such as Italy, Brazil, and Turkey. Rating the United Kingdom as a global power, the organization European Geostrategy defines this as a country lacking the heft or comprehensive attributes of a superpower, but still with a wide international footprint and military means to reach most geopolitical theaters, particularly the Middle East, or Southwest Asia correctly in geographic nomenclature, Southeast Asia, East Asia, as in Far East Asia or the Orient, Africa, and South America. Now, the British Armed Forces comprise the Royal Navy, a blue water navy, that means high seas fleet, as opposed to green water or Coast Guard, or for really poor third world nations, brown water, which means a riverine force, with a comprehensive and advanced fleet afloat on the high seas. The Royal Marines, a highly specialized amphibious light infantry force, the British Army, the United Kingdom's principal land warfare force, and the Royal Air Force, with a diverse operational fleet consisting of modern fixed-wing and rotary aerocraft. The Empire is a major participant in NATO and other coalition operations, and is also party to the five-power defense arrangements. Recent operations have included Afghanistan and Iraq, peacekeeping operations in the Balkans and Cyprus, intervention in Libya, and again operations over Iraq and Syria. Overseas defense facilities are maintained at Ascension Island, Belize, Brunei, Canada, Diego Garcia, the Falkland Islands, Gibraltar, Kenya, Bahrain, and Cyprus. The United Kingdom still retains considerable economic, cultural, military, scientific, and political influence internationally. It's a recognized nuclear weapons state, and its defense budget ranks 5th or 6th in the world. The country has been a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council since its inception. The United Kingdom also scores highly in the Red Chinese ranking system called Comprehensive National Power. This is a putative measure, important in the contemporary political thought of the Communist People's Republic of China, of the general power of a nation-state. CNP, or Comprehensive National Power, is reportedly calculated numerically by combining various quantitative indices to create a single number held to measure the power of a nation-state, or rather its power projection capability. These indices take into account both military factors, known as hard power, and economic and cultural factors, known as soft power. CNP is notable for being an original Commu-Chinese political concept with no roots in either contemporary Western political theory, Marxism-Leninism, or pre-20th century Chinese thinking. There is a general consensus that the United States is the nation with the highest CNP, and that mainland China's CNP ranks not only far behind these United States, but also behind the United Kingdom, the Russian Empire, the Fifth French Republic, and the United Germany. The key in this matter is that while empires like Communist China, for example, have a larger military than the United Kingdom, it does not have the logistical capability to deploy, support, and sustain those forces overseas in large numbers. Professor Malcolm Chalmers, Director of UK Defence Policy Studies at the renowned Royal United Services Institute, says Britannia would have a clear advantage in a straight fight at an equidistant location. This was described in a 2011 briefing paper issued the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, my womb matron, my mother, was slain nigh immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One, cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas determined by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. And in this briefing paper, issued that year, Professor Malcolm Chalmers said, "The UK will never again be a member of the select club of global superpowers." By the way, I myself argue with this. He goes on to say, "Indeed, it has not been one for decades, but currently planned levels of defense spending should be enough for it to maintain its position as one of the world's 5 second-rank military powers, with only the United States in the first rank, as well as being, with France, one of NATO Europe's 2 leading military powers. Its edge, not least its qualitative edge, in relation to rising Asian powers, seems set to erode, but will remain significant well into the 2020s, and possibly beyond." And according to Business Insider, Chalmers has since expanded on this. He says, and I quote he at length and verbatim now, "I think my 2011 comment remains valid. If you take individual elements of frontline military capability, air, sea, land, the UK armed forces continue to outmatch those of Red China in qualitative terms by some margin. The United Kingdom also has greater capabilities for getting the most out of these forces through key enabling capabilities, command and control, intelligence, strategic transport. Not least, the United Kingdom has greater capability than mainland China for operating at range. China, and even more so other Asian powers, remain focused on their immediate neighborhoods, with limited capabilities for power projection. This is likely to change over the next decade. By the way, the pound jumps on a tax cut U-turn. The United Kingdom is scrapping its plan to axe top tax rates. That's incoming news from the Business Insider. Just breaking right now. To go back to the quote from Business Insider that I'm reading from Professor Chalmers, he said, "This is likely to change over the next decade. For now, though, Red China would still be outmatched qualitatively in a straight fight with the UK in an equidistant location. The South Atlantic, ? The Gulf, ? And would be unable to mobilize a force big enough to outweigh this quality gap. Red China's quantitative advantages would comest into play in the event of a conflict in its own neighborhood, and its qualitative weaknesses would be less important, though still significant. So my statement was never meant to imply that the United Kingdom could outmatch Red China off the latter's own coastline. Now, some people like to quote numbers from sites like Global Firepower, a site that rates countries on numbers without any regard for their ability to deploy, sustain, and support those numbers. Indeed, it is the only place where a country gets a higher rank with 100 Soviet-era tanks than a country with 90 modern main battle tanks that would wipe those Soviets tanks off the fucking map, or field, the more appropriate terminology. However, when it comes to soft power, according to a study, well, from way back when, around the time my mother was taken out, slain is the term they use for vampires. France had overtaken the United Kingdom in soft power even then. France surpassed both the United States and Great Britain as the world's top soft power, according to an annual survey examining how much non-military global influence an individual country wields. Great Britain headed the list 12 years before that, around the year 2010 or so, 2009. But it was edged off top spot by the United States, well, the year thereafter, I'd say around 2010. Regardless, same survey cites the election of Donald Trump, the Brexit vote, and the election of Emmanuel Macron as factors that have shifted global perceptions. Same report found that, despite the looming public negotiations, the United Kingdom's objective soft power assets, both state and privately owned, remain strong. But it warned the polling showed Britain's rating was falling, largely due to a decline in favorability among European countries. Outside the EU, perceptions of the United Kingdom remain static. Soft power is a concept developed by Joseph Nye of Harvard University to describe the ability to attract and co-opt rather than coerce, use force, or give money as a means of persuasion. Soft power is the ability to shape the preferences of others through appeal and attraction. A defining feature of soft power is that it is non-coercive. The currency of soft power is culture, political values, and foreign policies. Recently, the term has also been used in changing and influencing social and public opinion through relatively less transparent channels and lobbying through powerful political and non-political organizations. In 2012, Nye explained that with soft power, the best propaganda is not propaganda, further explaining that during the information age, credibility is the scarcest resource. The Soft Power 30, which uses a composite index to examine the strength of soft power assets at the disposal of countries, rates the top performing countries in order as the Fifth French Republic, the United Kingdom, these United States, the United Germany, and Canada. Outside the top five, the Empire of Japan and Switzerland have risen to 6th and 7th, respectively. Overall, the survey shows a sharp reversal from the election year before last's narrative of a Europe in soft power decline. Described by Professor Joseph Nye, who developed the concept of soft power as the clearest picture to date, it is the first index to include the rising importance of digital assets and to use international polling to gauge national reputations across the world. Note that within this context, of all the aforecited, Gibraltar is a British overseas territory that shares a land border with Spain, located at the southern tip of the Iberian Peninsula, and that Red China is quite keen to get involved in Britain and Argentina's dispute over the Falklands. You see, the Chinese Foreign Ministry recently used the issue to attack British colonialism at the United Nations. Beijing's intervention follows increasing United Kingdom criticisms of its policies in Hong Kong, which it insists are a strictly internal matter. España, or Spain itself, is poised to exploit the Falklands row with Argentina in a plot to seize Gibraltar from the United Kingdom. The Falklands War almost spread to Gibraltar. One of the Argentinian admirals who sent his country to war with Great Britain over the Falkland Islands has admitted that he dispatched a team of saboteurs to sink a Royal Navy ship in Gibraltar. Admiral Jorge Anaya, a former military junta member who commanded the Argentinian Navy at the time of the war, said he expressly ordered this mission. It was foiled by Spanish police hours before the team planned to attach limpet mines to a Royal British ship. The admiral told the makers of my sourced documentary that went on show in Spanish cinemas on Thursday night, as dated the 22nd of July in 2004, that, to quote his T, the operation was carried out in total secrecy. Operation Algeciras came very close to sinking a British ship with Italian-made limpet mines that had been purchased and brought to España from Argentina in a diplomatic bag. The team arrived in España and based itself on the south coast near Gibraltar, where it spent almost a month eyeing possible targets and awaiting permission to attack. Admiral Anaya said he turned down 3 separate requests to blow up different vessels in Gibraltar before finally giving the go-ahead. On one occasion, the team was refused permission to attack a Royal Navy transport ship and a frigate in case they spoiled talks led by the U.S. Secretary of State Alexander Haig to solve the crisis at that time. Signor Maximo Nicoletti was a former anti-government guerrilla who once blew up an Argentinian Navy ship but was captured, thereafter becoming a military agent who was living in Miami and dispatched as one of the 4-man team of divers who was then later interviewed for this documentary, himself so saying that we decided that we might stop some kind of peace agreement if we went ahead. A few hours after the team passed up the chance of attacking the frigate and transport ship, a British submarine sank the Argentinian cruiser General Belgrano, killing more than 320 sailors and effectively ending peace negotiations. The team waited almost a month for another target to appear. They posed as fishermen in a small rubber dinghy as they floated off the Spanish town of La Linea, which is beside the Rock of Gibraltar. They finally saw a Royal Navy frigate enter the harbor and agreed to strike the next day, Mr. Nicoletti confirming that our aim was to place the charges, give them time to explode, get the cars, drive to Barcelona, and from there cross into France. We were going to fly back to Argentina from Italy. But when the team went to renew their car hire in the morning, they found Spanish police waiting for them, with Admiral Anaya testifying that it was the same day that I had authorized them to go ahead with the attack. The divers had been given strict instructions, in the event of capture, to say that they were acting on their own initiative. Nigel West, a British writer who specializes in covert operations, told the documentary team that Britain had known about the plot because of telephone taps of conversations between Argentina's embassy in Madrid and Buenos Aires. He said that after tense discussions by the War Cabinet about whether Spain could be trusted, the information was passed on to Madrid. The same documentary, however, claims that the police officers who arrested the Argentinian team had no idea who the members were or why they were there. Regardless, España, Spain, is now supporting Argentina's claim over the Falklands as part of a bid to bolster their own claim over Gibraltar. As we ushered in this 2022nd year in our Lord through the opening week of January, Spain weighed into the row over the Falklands Islands, with 4 former prime ministers calling for fresh talks between Argentina and the United Kingdom. They called on the trois countries to find a prompt solution to the sovereignty dispute over that territory. Samuel Arnold Parra, an analyst at Global Risk Insights specializing in Latin America, has informed the press that Spain's interference on the issue is likely to do with the country's interest in Gibraltar. Mr. Arnold Parra compares the dispute over the Falklands with that of Gibraltar, noting that similar arguments can be made for Spain and Argentina's claim over the Trois territories. Arnold Parra concludes that Spain is likely promoting Argentina's claim over the Falklands, as it would naturally give them a stronger claim towards Gibraltar. To quote St. at length and verbatim, "I think the Spanish stance is quite supportive of Argentina. I believe the reason for that is to do with Spain's interest in Gibraltar, because naturally similar arguments can be made where Spain lost Gibraltar in a military conflict in the 18th century. Argentina's claim to the Falklands also goes back a long time, and the Falklands War was Argentina's attempt to assert their claim over the Falklands. So they're basically in a situation where España would support Argentina's claim on the Falklands because it is in Spain's interests in being able to argue in favor of its right to Gibraltar. As they are in the same scenario, hypothetically, were the Falklands issue to go to the International Court of Justice and there was a ruling that decided in favor of Argentina, España would then naturally have a stronger claim towards Gibraltar. Now, speaking in favor of renewed dialogue between the UK and Argentina earlier in January, the opening week of the opening month this year, the coalition of former Spanish politicians said, "The members of this dialogue support group have expressed their strong commitment to international law and the peaceful resolution of differences between states. We reaffirm the need for the governments of the Argentine Republic and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to resume, as soon as possible, negotiations aimed at finding a prompt solution to the sovereignty dispute over the Malvinas, South Georgia and South Sandwich Islands, and the surrounding maritime areas." These are all a chain of islands leading from the Falklands down to Antarctica. In this regard, we highlight the successive resolutions of the United Nations General Assembly urging the Secretary General to make good office's efforts to resume negotiations with a view to finding a peaceful solution to the dispute as soon as possible. Now, these Spanish political figures, if I remember or can even recall their names correctly and then pronounce them correctly, a separate challenge in and of itself, Felipe González, José María Aznar, José Luis Rodríguez Zapatero, and Mariano Rajoy, or Rajoy, really, Mariano Rajoy, are all part of a newly formed group to support dialogue between the two countries of Argentina and Britannia. But a statement released by the Argentine embassy in Madrid said that the group was formed in line with the support that España has historically given to dialogue as a mechanism for resolving the sovereignty conflict. Their intervention on the issue came just after London and Buenos Aires clashed again on the anniversary of the war between the two nations. Speaking at the Falklands 40 Margaret Thatcher Day lecture, Defense Secretary Ben Wallace issued a warning over the Falklands, saying that our enemies should not doubt Britain's determination to stand up to bullies. Distance will not deter Britain. nor will the scale of the challenge. History is littered with the consequences of those that underestimated this small island. In response, Argentina's Ministry of Foreign Affairs rejected what they called belligerent threats and denigrating references to Argentina. Now, Hong Kong and the Falkland Islands, off the southern tip of South America, are thousands of kilometers apart and have little in common other than their colonial past under British rule. Yet the twain are now in rather different situations, with Beijing having been tightening its grip on Hong Kong since the handover in 1997, while Argentina has continued to claim sovereignty over the Falkland Islands, which it calls Las Malvinas, or Malvinas. I think it's Malvinas, yes. Despite islanders voting in a 2013 referendum to remain a UK, a Greater British Overseas Territory. While Red China has little economic interest in or connection to the Falkland Islands, and has repeatedly rejected criticisms of its policies in Hong Kong and Xinjiang, Nigeria, where it's committed to all-out genocide as meddling in its internal affairs, it recently spracketh out at the United Nations, criticizing Western colonialism and renewing its support for Argentina. Synam-analysts, the modern or postmodern sinologists or dragonologists, i.e., the China Watchers, have informed the press that this shows Beijing wants to challenge what it sees as a Western-led global governance and question that through a closer look at historical incidents. However, they concur this was consistent with its principle of not interfering in other countries' affairs. That's in quotes, and I'm sure related rather facetiously. They also concur that the Communist Chinese Empire is keen to stress its own perspective, which is finding resonance in some like-minded countries. Doubtless allies to the Sino-Slavic Synaxis in the coming World War. In late June, Geng Shuang, Red China's deputy permanent representative to the United Nations, called for all forms of colonialism to end when he spracketh at a special committee on decolonization session, ignoring, of course, China's colonization of Xinjiang and Tibet, and Mongolia, and Manchuria, among others. To quote us, today in the 21st century, the days when Western colonialists had free rein are long gone. However, in international relations, colonial thinking, power politics, and bullying, which share their origins with colonialism, still manifest themselves in various forms and have a serious impact on global order. Himself emphasizing that these undermine sovereignty, security, and development, as well as political, economic, and social stability. Zhu Feng, a professor of international relations at Nanjing University, said that while China has always maintained the same stance on the islands, raising the issue in the United Nations shows Beijing wants to speak out more as it faces pressure from the West, himself observing that, in his words, China is currently working on raising its voice in building the international order as the United States has led its allies to pressure China. Zhang Xin, an associate professor of international relations at East China Normal University, said Red China's attitude when commenting on the islands shows it is less reactive and is instead proactively sowing its own agenda through international institutions. Zhang mentioned several recent examples of Red China speaking out at the United Nations, including the country calling for investigations into the circumstances surrounding bodies of indigenous children found in a Canadian school and asking the United States to end the blockade of Cuba. Communist China has also urged Israel to cease the demolition of Palestinian homes, evictions, and all settlement activities. Zhang also noted that the Russian Empire, another nation with worsening relations with these United States, has been able to forge close ties with Red China as they share similar stances on the West. To quote his T, "The two countries may jointly do more to challenge the absolute authority and legitimacy of the West in the future. China's recent moves show that it is becoming more and more proactive and has started to take the initiative to criticize the behavior of China's critics in the West for not complying with the moral principles they have been holding in their rhetoric." Beijing has always condemned Western colonialism, which takes away the dignity and living rights of Chinese people. China's backing of Argentina over the Falkland Islands at the United Nations is not new, but is particularly relevant to the current geopolitical atmosphere. In 1982, Deng Xiaoping and Margaret Thatcher began talks on the handover arrangements for Hong Kong. Britain had just won a war against Argentina, which had invaded and occupied their islands. According to the Communist Party's official records, Thatcher was said to have come to the talks with pride from winning the war with Argentina, and was faced with Deng, who'd famously just told his staff that China is not like Argentina, and Hong Kong is not like the Malvinas. His firm stance against Britain in relation to Hong Kong is still seen by the party as recovering a seized, colonized land from a century-old humiliation and unequal treaties China signed after losing the Opium Wars to Western powers in 1842. As the CHICOM, or Chinese Communist records, so related. In the last 12 years, Red China has regularly attacked Britain verbally for continuing its colonial fantasy and having colonial nostalgia when Britain condemns violations of Hong Kong's autonomy and human rights. These were guaranteed in the Sino-British Joint Declaration, signed in 1984. Concerns over Hong Kong and a range of other issues, including accusations of human rights violations in China's Xinjiang province, have prompted Western powers, including the Greater British Empire, Canada, the European Union, and these United States, to issue sanctions against Red China. Communist China on the mainland has retaliated with counter-sanctions and has increasingly stepped up its rhetoric, accusing Western powers of being hypocritical for having a history of human rights violations and dismissing their criticisms. Bill Hayton, an associate fellow at British think tank Chatham House, said, "I see Geng Shuang's speech as both an attempt by Red China to try to undermine British criticisms of Beijing's recent misbehavior in Hong Kong, and also to win friends in Argentina." Now, Hayton is the author of the book entitled The Invention of China. And he has said that Beijing appeared to think that highlighting examples of its critics breaking international rules was a useful device. 10 British territories, including the Falkland Islands, are included on the United Nations Special Committee on Decolonization's list of non-self-governing territories. But Hayton said all the territories in question, which also include Anguilla, Bermuda, the British Virgin Islands, the Cayman Islands, Gibraltar, Montserrat, Pitcairn, St. Helena, and the Turks and Caicos Islands, are internally self-governing and have elections to choose their local government in which all adult residents are entitled to vote. This doesn't look like the traditional idea of colonialism, so perhaps the UN Special Committee needs to revise its definition of the word. All this while a far-right victory in Italy's elections will reshape the European Union. Of the many recurring tropes in debates about European politics, perhaps the most persistently misleading is the lament over Italy's supposed decline. The simplistic narrative draws attention away from how Italian society is at the forefront of political and economic trends that may eventually reshape the European Union as a whole. Italy's right is torn on Ukraine, but united on the Chinas. Italy's Giorgia Meloni has built long-term ties to my Taiwan and promises to defy Communist Chinese and their puppet Russian expansionist ambitions. Nationalist leader Giorgia Meloni was always in pole position to become Italia's new prime ministress, with her Fratelli d'Italia, or Brothers of Italy party, long forecast to lead a conservative bloc to comprehensive victory when camest the September 25th national vote. The Italian general elections last Sunday saw far-right leader Giorgia Meloni guiding a right-wing coalition to a slim majority in both the lower and upper chambers of the Italian parliament. Her party, Fratelli d'Italia, together with Matteo Salvini's League and Silvio Berlusconi's Forza Italia, won around 44% of the votes, and Meloni is now set to become Italy's most far-right prime minister since Benito Mussolini. Now, this, of course, raises all kinds of alarm bells. Meloni's Fratelli d'Italia group traces its roots back to a post-fascist party that was created by supporters of World War II dictator Benito Mussolini. Il Duce, the leader himself. Last month, her main political opponent, Enrico Letta, the head of the center-left Democratic Party, said that Italy's nationalistic right posed a threat to European democracy. And predictably, a video subsequently emerged of Meloni as a teenage political activist praising Mussolini as a good politician. Asked about the comment, she said her opinions had changed since the 1990s, and she accused Letta of irresponsibly spreading unwarranted fear abroad over her then-pending election, her official response thereunto being quoted as, "Every time there is an election, the fascist alarm bell is rung. You can see how ridiculous it is when they dig up videos made when I was 15. While comparing her party to the Republican Party in these United States and Great Britain's Conservative Party, Meloni attested she had no plans to follow their example in key policy areas, such as the U.S. decision in 2020 to shift its Israeli embassy to Jerusalem, or Britain's bid to send asylum seekers to Rwanda to discourage them crossing the English Channel. More than 800,000 migrants have reached Italy since 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyruses, my womb matrons, my mother's slaying, most of them via boats from North Africa, meaning, of course, that the majority of them are black. Now, brushing off concerns over rampant human rights abuses in Libya and asserting that international organizations could run refugee camps and help identify legitimate asylum seekers who would then be sent to countries across the European Union, Meloni has proposed that the best way to halt the arrivals would be to reach a deal with Libya similar to the one struck with Turkey in 2016, whereby the European Union pays Ankara, capital of Turkey, to house refugees and prevent them trying to make it to Europe. In the run-up to the elections, however, some cracks emerged. Berlusconi faced a strong backlash when he was caught promoting, parroting Russian propaganda on national television, stating that Russian President Vladimir Putin's objective was merely to replace Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky with a government made up of decent people, meaning Russians. Similarly, Salvini has repeatedly insisted on the need to reevaluate sanctions against Moscow, as these are not damaging the sanctioned party, but rather those who are imposing the sanctions. These episodes have led to questions about the supposed unity of the right-wing coalition on foreign policy issues, especially in light of their decades-old relationships with Vladimir Putin. Berlusconi's personal friendship with Putin dates back to their first encounter in 2001, and Forza Italia's leader has often minced his words on Russia's aggressive posture, calling the 2014 Crimean referendum democratic, and asking the European Union to make Kiev accept Russia's conditions. In 2015, in a now-deleted Facebook post, Salvini criticized Italian President Sergio Mattarella for not endorsing his anti-immigration stances at the European Parliament and expressed his wishes to exchange 2 Mattarella for half a Putin, while wearing a t-shirt with Putin's face, no less. And Salvini's former spokesperson is now being investigated for allegedly attempting to covertly channel Russian oil money into the League Party. In an effort to emerge within the trio, Meloni has managed to distance herself the most from her previous Kremlin-friendly stances, I should call them, from hailing Putin's 2018 re-election as an unequivocal sign of the will of the people, and continually demanding Crimean sanctions be revoked. Meloni has morphed into a safeguard for Italy's Atlanticist stances in the past few months. So while understandably, the election discussions have largely turned on Meloni's hard-right stances and her party's neo-fascist history, foreign policy played some part in this election, largely revolving around Italy's international alliances and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. While the Russian Empire has created turbulence within the right-wing coalition, Italian foreign policy debates on the communist Chinese empire command a more united front. In the past legislature, Italy saw 3 governments succeeding one another. First, the Eurosceptic Five-Star Movement League coalition in 2018, then the more balanced Five-Star Movement Democratic Party coalition in 2019, and finally the pro-European government of Mario Draghi in 2021. All these executives have walked Roma from Red China-friendly stances to a more resolute pro-European posture. Now the right-wing coalition, led by Meloni, has put together a seemingly united stance on the war, condemning Russian aggression and brushing off criticism for their previous Moscow-friendly stances. At the same time, like other Italian political parties over the last 3 years, the right-wing alliance has shifted toward a progressively more hostile approach to communist China. Back in 2019, Italy was the first major industrialized nation to become part of Red China's Belt and Road Initiative, a colossal project designed to improve Beijing's trade reach. Salvini's League was part of the governing coalition that in March of 2019 signed the Memorandum of Understanding on the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, giving communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's pet project a significant boost at home and abroad. However, the international and domestic pushback that then Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte's government faced likely prompted a change of heart and steered Roma back toward its Western allies. On the eve of the signature, Salvini had already distanced himself from the agreement, stating his firm opposition to the colonization of Italy and its firms by foreign powers. So seemingly withdrawing his previous support for the BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, Salvini actually refused to meet with Xi Jinping during his visit to Roma in 2019, and even declined to attend a state dinner held in his honor. As the COVID-19 pandemic raged and hit Italy particularly hard, the League leaders' stances on Red China became more hawkish. In June 2020, piggybacking on the numerous calls for an independent inquiry into the origins of COVID-19, he demanded perhaps also a second Nuremberg trial to ascertain and punish any culpability of the Chinese Communist regime. A few weeks later, Salvini and other League politicians organized a flash mob outside the Communist Chinese embassy in Roma to protest against the Hong Kong national security law, prompting a resentful back and forth between the League leader and the Communist Chinese authorities. Berlusconi, on the other hand, has always had a more hostile vision on Red China. In the electoral program for the 2019 European Parliament elections, Forza Italia's leader cautioned against Red China's economic and political expansionism, epitomized in Xi's vision of the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. The program's introductory section reads that the Chinese model, in quotes, opposed to Western values, is a challenge for the next few decades. In 2019, Berlusconi called for a united Europe with a common foreign and defense policy that could compete with powers such as these United States, Red China, and the Russian Empire. He promised to push for a commercial policy able to shield European and Italian businesses from unfair Commu-Chinese economic practices and to control foreign investments to protect such technologies as the Italians have and their know-how, which is actually substantial. They are craftsmen of a master sort historically. I thinkest on Leonardo da Vinci, even if he was ripping off a bunch of Chinese patents. But that takes us to another subject that would only distract us right now. Looking at live stream and the time we have remaining, I shall push forward. Now, taking a page from his well-known anti-communism playbook, usually deployed against Italian left-wing opponents and mixed with a touch of racism, Berlusconi stepped up his rhetoric for this year's elections, saying in a campaign video, and here I quote therefrom, "Today's People's Republic of China has coupled the ancient expansionism of the Chinese Empire with the current communist globalism, thus becoming a dangerous challenge on the economic, political, as well as military level. In his view, to defend itself against future attacks, Europe must become a world-class military power." Meloni herself has often signaled that, once elected, her government would steer Roma toward a more openly anti-Commu-China posture. Her top foreign policy advisor, former Italian Foreign Minister Giulio Terzi di Santagata, stated that it's a given that there will be a thorough review of the BRI memorandum, the Belt and Road Initiative memorandum, when it expires, in close consultation with European and Atlantic partners. Little has so far comest of the project, or the pact anyway, which was signed during a state visit to Italy by Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping, and Meloni herself said she would not look to pursue it, calling the agreement a big mistake, and affirming that, at present, she didn't see the political conditions to renew the BRI agreement, due to be extended in 2024. Although Meloni has consistently backed Ukraine in its conflict with the Russian Empire, her main two political allies, League leader Matteo Salvini and Forza Italia head Silvio Berlusconi, have questioned the wisdom of Roma sending arms to Kiev, capital of Ukraine. Meloni said she had no intention of ditching current support for the Ukraine, saying the cliched image of Italia being a lightweight nation of spaghetti and mandolins, her words, had to end. The far-right leader has supported sending military equipment and weapons to Ukraine. Refusing to do so, she has insisted, would be counter to Italian national interests and severely damage Italian credibility as a reliable partner. And since her rightist alliance won last month's election, Meloni has personally informed the press that the new government has to face a rapidly changing international landscape with both the Russian and Chinese empires challenging the West, while adding that, under her leadership, Italia would not be the weak link in the Western alliance, but that Italia will look to limit Red China's economic expansion and continue to support Ukraine militarily. As recently as 2014, Fratelli d'Italia called for the dismantlement of Europe's single euro currency. It has since rowed back on this and now endorses Italy's full adhesion to European integration, retracting some of her own previous foreign policy stances, including leaving the Eurozone and lifting sanctions on the Russian Empire in 2014. Meloni has now grounded her party in a firm pro-Atlanticist and European frame. Meloni understands that she cannot be seen as erratic and unreliable within European Union and the broader international community, and has thus steadily steered Fratelli d'Italia away from her previous anti-European posture as her party has attracted more and more voters thereby. Still, speaking in an interview with Reuters as conducted from her parliamentary office overlooking Roma, Meloni thus stated that previous Italian governments had been too referential with Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, and pledged a more robust approach, herself emphasizing that she was opposed to Europe's drive to promote electric vehicles, noting that said policy would favor Communist China, a major producer of EV or electronic vehicular batteries. To quote she, "There is no political will on my part to favor Chinese expansion into Italy or Europe. It simply means explaining that the defense of national interests is as important to us as it is to the French and Germans. I want Italy to be strong on the international chessboard. Ukraine is the tip of the iceberg of a conflict whose objective is the revision of the world order. Russia is louder at present and China is quieter, but its presentation, or she actually said penetration in the Italian, is reaching everywhere." Determined as she is not to make Roma the weak link in the Western alliance, Meloni intends to defy both Red Chinese and Russian expansionist ambitions. Speaking at an electoral debate with her left-wing counterpart, Meloni explained that, in her view, the war in Ukraine affects us as well, as the conflict can expand and reverse the current balance of power. A few days earlier, at a forum in Cernobbio, the Fratelli d'Italia leader had stated that, should Ukraine fall, the big winner tomorrow will not only be Putin's Russia, but also Xi's China, and Europe risks finding itself under Chinese influence. One of her main concerns is European dependency on supply chains across the world, citing Red China's domestic push for dominance of the semiconductor industry as an example. If self-sufficiency is not possible, then Meloni intends to bet on friendshoring or nearshoring to bring supply chains as close as possible to Europa. Unlike the other other parties in the right-wing coalition, Fratelli d'Italia has long sought closer ties with Taipei, the capital of my true homeland and heartland of island China. Fratelli d'Italia Senator Lucio Malan is one of the two Italian co-chairs of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China, formed to coordinate how democratic countries approach Beijing's increasing assertiveness. As the head of the Italia-Taiwan Parliamentary or Interparliamentary Friendship Group since 2013, Malan has also been among the most vocal critics of Red China's aggressive foreign policies in Italy. In the early days of the 2022 electoral campaign, Meloni met with the Taiwanese representative to Italy, Andrea Xingying Li, tweeting that she will always stand by those who believe in the values of freedom and democracy, and even stronger signaling of a more robust Atlanticist posture that seeks cooperation with like-minded partners arrived shortly before last Sunday's elections. In a rare interview with Taipei's national news agency, CNA, Meloni declared that, once elected, Taiwan will undoubtedly be a fundamental concern for Italy. Taiwanese media report that the far-right leader has been following closely with unease the rapid escalation in the Taiwan Strait and stated that the EU must deploy all the national, to translate more correctly from the Chinese, deploy all the political and diplomatic weapons at its disposal to prevent military conflict. These statements prompted a commu-Chinese reaction, saying that Meloni should refrain from sending misleading signals to the separatist forces of Taiwan independence. Shortly after, the Taiwanese representative office in Italy bashed Red China's remarks against Meloni's statements as a clear and inappropriate interference in the internal affairs of another country. When Red China first entered the Italian public debate with the BRI memorandum in 2019, Roma's view of Beijing was naive and short-sighted. In a little more than 3 years, Italia has slowly but steadily moved away from its China-friendly stances to a more systematic, albeit arguably still patchy, approach that seeks to contain Beijing's aggressive turn. With the new right-wing government in place, Roma is set to push for increased cooperation with like-minded partners such as My Taiwan, and to adopt harsher stances per communist China on the mainland, at least in words. What could be called the Davos Switzerland view, that Red China is communist in name only, is fading. In its place, an understanding of the strength of both ethno-nationalist and Marxist-Leninist conviction among the commu-Chinese leadership is taking hold. It was once common to believe that Red China on the mainland would be transformed into a more liberal polity if these United States kept making concessions and continued to ignore its unfair trade practices, intellectual property theft. Like when Da Vinci stole all those Chinese copyrights, but backwards. And genocide. Just the opposite has occurred. The Communist Chinese Empire has become steadily more authoritarian and more aggressive, especially over the past decade. Now, just checking an incoming notification. Okay. Not much too new. The United States is now paying a price for its past naivete and tendency toward appeasement, all-out surrender to Beijing. Since Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping and Russian dictator Vladimir Putin publicly embraced a no-limits partnership on the eve of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, there have been worries that Beijing would seize the moment to invade and annex My Taiwan. Although the prospects of an immediate invasion are slim, with Red China distracted at home by economic crisis and the run-up to the critical 20th Party Congress, the threat remains. There are 4 key factors. Xi and the CCP the Chinese Communist Party are considering as they watch developments in Ukraine. The first is the resilience of the targeted state. The Russian Empire has seen that the invasion of a modern nation-state is hard. Putin's inability to win a quick victory in Ukraine demonstrates that a smaller country might prevail in combat with sufficient supplies and morale. To deter or defeat an invasion, my Taiwan should become a well-bristled porcupine, so as not to appear appetizing to Communist China on the mainland. Ukraine's success can be leveraged into deterrence against Red China. My Taiwan, with Western assistance, must immediately add to its arsenal key weapon systems, including the Naval Strike Missile, an anti-ship weapon that can launch from sea or land and has a range of 100 nautical miles. If mounted on the Joint Light Tactical Vehicle, these missiles would be very effective for shoot-and-scoot missions. In addition, the Quick Strike Airdropped Sea Mine, or other advanced sea mine technology from these United States, if deployed in quantity, could wreak havoc on an amphibious force. The now famous Javelin anti-tank missile would be very useful in dealing with Commu-Chinese armor once on shore. The Stinger anti-aircraft missile presents a real danger to Red China's rotary wing arrow fleet. Finally, the Anvil anti-drone area defense system would also be effective against the CHICOM, a Chinese Communist military's anticipated wide deployment of small drones. These weapons are not complex platforms, as we have seen in Ukraine, where the use of Javelin and Stinger missiles has been quite effective. Such platforms, when deployed in sufficient quantities, can devastate a better equipped invading force. There have been numerous calls for my Taiwan to lengthen the current term of compulsory military service from the current term of 4 months to a full year, or longer. While the debate continues over whether and how to do this in such a way that does not break Taiwan's economy, there are ways Taiwan can improve its military reserve in the immediate term, given the urgency of the times, perhaps by organizing the shooting clubs now popular in the Baltic states and Poland to familiarize their people with firearm use and safety in combat. Such an effort is easier to undertake and thus far more effective when done well before a shooting war starts. The second factor is the invading force's capability. Russia's military has proved far weaker than all analysts other than myself expected, especially in combined arms and maneuver operations. This realization must have jolted Z. The Chinese and Russian militaries train together and conduct joint military exercises. China also has purchased or developed domestic versions of Russian military equipment that are not performing as advertised. Unlike the Russian Empire, which has been engaged in decades of continuous wars in Chechnya, Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, Syria, and Libya, Red China's last mass-mobilized armed conflict was in 1979 against Vietnam. Communist China has been relying on its more experienced partner, the Russian Empire, to train its forces for combat in massive joint exercises largely run through the Shanghai Cooperation Organization over the past several years. It thought it was getting state-of-the-art practice. Right now, those Russian tactics, techniques, procedures, and order of battle do not look particularly good, and there are serious worries about the quality of Russian kit. The third factor is regional states' reaction to the aggression. NATO's rapid expansion after the invasion of Ukraine has been a game-changer. Red China was shaken and took note. It called Finland and Sweden's accession to NATO a return to a Cold War mentality. Putin invaded Ukraine expecting to drive a wedge into the alliance. But instead of splitting United Germany, Italia, and Magyarország, or Hungary, from the historic Western Allies, these United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, and France, NATO gained 2 new members, and Russia gained over 800 miles of additional front with NATO. NATO expansion is a serious concern for Red China, which regularly denounces any attempt at security multilateralism among its neighbors, especially when prompted by Washington. Even if successful, an invasion of my Taiwan could prompt further security alliances in the region rather than delivering a calamitous blow to American power in Asia. Of course, an unsuccessful attack would be even more devastating to communist Chinese ambition. While it remains a largely rhetorical body, the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or the Quad, could provide a model for such alliances. While the prospect of a military alliance with famously neutral Asian India is unlikely, the United States already has security agreements with the other two Quad members, the Empire of Japan and Australia. Both Tokyo, capital of Japan, and Canberra, capital of Australia, are upping their cooperation with each the other. South Korea's new president, Yoon Suk-yeol, recently expressed interest in joining the Quad if invited, while other U.S. allies and partners such as the Philippines could potentially join as well. There are even rumblings that France and the United Kingdom may seek admittance to the club, following the AUKUS trilateral deal. For Beijing, Finland and Sweden joining NATO is a bad omen for what could happen in Asia if China takes military action against my Taiwan. The fourth factor being weighed is what economic punishment for an invasion might be imposed on the aggressor. This factor is problematic for the West given the Ukrainian crisis, and the United States must remedy it swiftly. The evolution and implementation of economic sanctions being levied against the Russian Empire in response to its war of aggression have been slow and ineffective. There is some evidence that internal communist Chinese propaganda is downplaying the sanctions in an effort to discredit the West. Red China may still care about potential secondary sanctions affecting Commu-Chinese companies, but real fear arises only if Red China's massive oil and gas deals with the Russian Empire are targeted by Western sanctions. So far, nothing on this front has occurred. Europe continues, more than 7 months now into the war, to pump roughly 1 billion euros per day into the Russian economy via its fuel purchases. Xi cannot afford to be hit with comprehensive sanctions by both Europe and these United States in the event of a Chi-Com invasion of my Taiwan. Although the CCP is implementing policies aimed at making Red China more self-reliant, it is not prepared to completely decouple from the West. Thus, how hard Russia is hit with the West's punitive economic tools will influence how Red China moves forward. Already, one Chi-Com think tank, the Chongyang Institute for Financial Studies at Renmin University of China, is declaring that Putin is not only beating sanctions, but he is also massively profiting from his war in the face of sanctions due to the spike in oil prices. Economics matters to the CCP. Getting rich allows Beijing to engage in its massive armament buildup and fund its Belt and Road Initiative, which is simply another form of aggression via investment. Accordingly, these United States and the West, more broadly, must move beyond the current half-measure sanctions on the Russian Empire. That means full sanctions on Russia's central bank and the full removal of all Russian transactions from the SWIFT International Payment Messaging System. That, of course, is one of the most important things on earth. Without exaggeration, SWIFT is a powerful AP platform and global payment solution in one. You can create thousands of payments with a single CSV file upload. And in terms of course, its acronym, what it stands for, if I remember correctly, it's Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications. Most people refer to it as your CIC code, or the United States Bank SWIFT code, which I remember as USBKUS 44 IMT. How the fuck do I remember shit like that? At any rate, when it comes to where we're at now, it is time to defund Putin's war machine, and thereby, ergo, send a strong message to Xi himself. The West can and will decouple its economies from dictatorships when they invade their neighbors. In the short term, these United States can show resolve, help the Ukrainians resist, and potentially thereby save my Taiwanese people from invasion by supplying my Taiwan with effective armaments now, and by severely punishing the Russian Empire with the full measure of Western economic might. Because we are seeing decline in communist China's prosperity and influence. But any historian worth his or her salt will tell you that dictatorship, economic prosperity, and growing international influence cannot exist side by side for long. Either the dictatorship has to go, or the prosperity and influence begin to dwindle. This is what has happened to mainland China. As the dictatorship has grown stronger, the empire's prosperity and influence have waned. Today, Red China admits to a debt that is over 250% of its gross domestic product. Greece was declared bankrupt at 127%. Red China experts warn that there is additional hidden debt, which is around 44% of the admitted debt. Add all this up, and we are talking about a total debt in the region of 350% of gross domestic product, a completely incredible and totally untenable situation. When dozens of provincial banks became unable to serve their customers recently, tanks were sent in to protect the banks from the incensed population. Gorbachev's fate was a lesson for Deng Xiaoping, but not for Xi Jinping. Just as Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping is readying to further consolidating his power by obtaining another 5-year term at China's upcoming 20th Party Congress, former Soviet's Prime Minister Mikhail Gorbachev's posthumous return to media headlines evokes glasnost, an open political system that is the antithesis of Xi's rule. Moreover, the memory of Gorbachev's advocacy of perestroika, the termination of central planning, and the opening up of markets poses an even greater headache for the communist Chinese dictator, since Xi has done the very opposite. In the aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union, Communist Chinese leaders, academics, and think tankers all studied what had happened in the USSR with intent to preserve the central role of the Chinese Communist Party and avoid the mistakes that led to that superpower's implosion in 1991. Perhaps the most important conclusion that then Chinese dictator Deng Xiaoping drew was that Red China had to open up its economy in order to ensure the Communist Party's continued authoritarian rule. Deng's vision was the impetus for the empire's remarkable growth during the last decade of the 20th century and the first dozen years of the 21st. From 1991 to 1997, Red China's gross domestic product never fell below 9.2%, and in 4 of those years, it exceeded double digits. Red China's GDP returned to double digits in 2003 and never fell below 9.4% until 2012. By then, Deng was long gone, and the second of his 12 successors as supreme Chinese dictator, President Hu Jintao, would retire the following year to be succeeded by Xi Jinping. Red China has never achieved 9% gross domestic product growth at any time during Xi's rule. In contrast to Deng's economic vision, which was meant to ensure that the basic thrust of perestroika would never overflow into glasnost, Xi's policies have restricted free economic activity, while supporting inefficient state-owned enterprises. In line with his regression to centralized state economic management, Xi has supported major works projects, many of which are nothing more than white elephants. All of those policies have compounded the weaknesses of an economy that is riddled with corruption, has an ongoing real estate crisis, and maintains a banking system whose real estate-based assets are, as a consequence, highly questionable to say the least. Beijing's harsh and unrelenting response to the COVID pandemic, ordering lockdowns of major cities affecting the movement of millions of people, has further undermined Red Chinese growth. Indeed, the International Monetary Fund estimates that Communist Chinese GDP, gross domestic product, will grow by only 3.3% in 2022, while private estimates are even lower. Goldman Sachs now projects Communist Chinese GDP to grow by only 3% in 2022. And Nomura Securities is even more pessimistic, lowering its GDP projection to 2.8%. Communist Chinese industrial production has slowed, as have retail sales. Such declines threaten the fundamental balance of economic growth and rising standards of living, coupled with tight political control that was Deng's compact with China's citizens. The result could well be the very instability that Xi and his circle fear could threaten their rule. In recent weeks, months I should say, Xi has begun to speak of the need to reset the economy, which in practice would require him to undo the damage that he has inflicted upon it. Perhaps he has come to recognize that while his belligerent harassment of my Taiwan might stir up popular jingoism, it will not substitute for the economic growth that has improved the lives of hundreds of millions of Chinese since 1991. Indeed, Deng Xiaoping drew more than economic lessons from the fall of the Soviet Union under Gorbachev's leadership. He not only called for a more open economy to prevent internal discontent, but also advocated a restrained foreign policy to entice the West in general and the United States in particular to assist Red China's development. Red China's current economic travails can be remedied only if Xi recognizes the wisdom of Deng's economic policies and his studied avoidance of regional and international tensions, which contributed to saving Communist China from the fate of the Soviet Union. Thus far, however, Xi has shown no indication that he is prepared to restore Deng's policies, which would lead him to reverse the backward economic course that he has pursued for a decade, and to dial back his militaristic pressure on not only my Taiwan, but all his East and Southeast Asian neighbors. The prospects that he will do so anytime soon remain dim, at best to the detriment of both a stable region and a healthy communist Chinese economy. He's mobilizing support with belligerent behavior instead. Many patterns of the ethno-nationalist view of history of Putin and his cultists in the Kremlin can also be observed among Communist Chinese leaders. The timing of the rise of anti-foreign sentiments in Red China likely reflects Beijing's political needs. By stirring up nationalistic sentiment, Beijing wants to create a social echo chamber in Red China, where there be no space for alternative voices. Nationalistic sentiment is on the rise in Red China by all available evidence, at a time when countries in the Indo-Pacific region are also expressing concerns about Beijing's aggressive military posture. Xi Jinping wants to be re-elected General Secretary of his party, yet he cannot afford to stand in that election as the man on whose watch the economy went belly up, as the Americans say. He has obviously decided to do a Putin. In other words, mobilize the support with belligerent behavior. Over the month before last, Twa incidents associated with anti-Japanese sentiments have sparked widespread discussion on the Communist Chinese internet. On August 15th, a video emerged of a Chinese woman being arrested by police for wearing a traditional Japanese kimono dress while taking photos in the city of Suzhou. She was reportedly cosplaying a character from a manga series. That means she was dressed like a superheroine from a comic book. In the video, the police official was seen shouting at the woman that if she had worn a hanfu, a traditional Chinese clothing, he wouldn't have stopped her from posing for photos. The police shouted angrily at the woman, "But you are wearing a kimono! Are you Chinese? If you don't comply, you are provoking trouble. Please come with us." The woman, who is an active user on the Chinese social media platform Weibo, later wrote that she was educated at the police station for 5 hours and police searched content on her phone. She was released around midnight the next day. And negative sentiments toward Japan are on the rise. Millions of netizens in Red China viewed that video, and some questioned whether the police had overreacted. One Chinese netizen on Weibo wrote, "I would never imagine that someone could be arrested for wearing a Japanese kimono in Suzhou. This huge country can't tolerate a woman wearing a kimono?" Another netizen wrote, "Who is the one that's provoking trouble? If this wearing a kimono in public is provoking trouble, should they first close down all Japanese restaurants on the street?" Hu Zijin, the former editor-in-chief of Red China's state-run tabloid Global Times, wrote on Weibo that there is no legal reason to ban a kimono, but he also noted that given the rising tension between the Empire of Japan and the Communist Chinese Empire over Tokyo's close cooperation with the American Empire over issues related to my Taiwan, negative sentiments toward Japan are rising in China. And then you have a Chinese brand apologizing for a suspected attempt to be Japanese. On August 18th, the Chinese retail brand Miniso, which has characterized itself as a product retailer inspired by Japan, apologized through a statement after its Spanish Instagram account posted a picture of dolls in which Chinese netizens argued the brand had mislabeled a doll wearing a traditional Chinese outfit called qipao as a Japanese geisha doll. Heaven forbid. Facing an intense online backlash, Miniso issued a lengthy statement apologizing for taking the wrong path in the founding stage with its brand positioning and vowing to do a good job of Chinese culture and values exportation. Analysts concur the timing of the rise of anti-foreign sentiments in mainland China likely reflects Beijing's political needs. Since Miniso issued that statement, Communist Chinese netizens have continued to question the sincerity of the brand's apology. One netizen on Weibo wrote, "How about also clarifying the brand's country of origin? Why does a Chinese brand keep claiming that it is from Japan?" Because they don't want to sound like a bunch of hillbilly country hicks, perhaps. Another netizen commenting under Miniso's Weibo post entered, "Even if the company thinks designing their package based on Japanese style can help with their sales, it is only a concept. Please don't pretend to be a Japanese company. Japanese style is not flawless. Our own culture is more beautiful." This is all about using nationalism to create a social echo chamber. An echo chamber, I mean to say. An echo chamber nonetheless in that it's its own environment. Both Yachu Wang, a senior China researcheress at HRW, the Human Rights Watch, and Ting Hua, a Chinese studies scholaress at the University of Toronto, confirm all experts not only confer but also concur that by stirring up nationalistic sentiment, Beijing strives to create a social echo chamber in mainland China where there is no space for alternative voices. HRW's Wang emphasizing that while it's unclear if the state policeman's arguments reflect China's official position, the fact that he wasn't disciplined for overexercising his power proves that Beijing doesn't want to punish people within their own system. To quote Xi, in order to ensure the loyalty of people in the system, Chinese authorities are willing to protect those who have violated regulations. This is one way for Beijing to protect the system. And many people are afraid of being targeted by nationalistic netizens online thereafter, so they choose to remain quiet. One of the effects of nationalism is the chilling effect. Now, Guo from the University of Toronto then underlined that while support for Red China's Me Too movement and other similar issues remain active, pressure from the government, censorship, and control of the public sphere will still turn Red China into a more monotone civil society. The latest incidents but reflecting the anti-Japan sentiment that has existed on the Chinese mainland for decades. To quote Xi, "This is not that new, as we have seen waves of anti-Japan sentiment played out in China. It cultivates an awareness of what you can do and what you cannot do. That's one of the byproducts of top-down nationalism today." Apart from abusing nationalism to achieve certain political goals, Teng Biao, a US-based Chinese human rights barrister, stresses Chinese authorities' attempts to interfere with citizens' personal choices is a phenomenon that typically happens in a totalitarian country. The Communist Chinese government will continue to reinforce nationalism and anti-West sentiment in the near future, and it also means that there will be more government intervention in Chinese citizens' everyday life, as the kimono incident has proven. To quote T at length and verbatim, "Authorities will do more to interfere with the Chinese people's thoughts and ideas, and there will be more and more of this in the future. While many people will resent the government's intervention, the majority of the Chinese people are unable to criticize the authorities' improper behavior. Although many people feel very worried about the logic behind the kimono incident in Suzhou, such reflection and worry will not become mainstream. Fervent patriotism and anti-Japanese sentiment are much stronger. When the Communist Chinese government needs anti-Japanese sentiment as a symbol of its declaration to the outside world, it will stir up such sentiment. Even when there is no specific incident, the Chinese Communist Party may need anti-Japanese sentiment to divert domestic political conflicts or the public's attention. It's a common practice in authoritarian regimes, and the timing is often carefully chosen. We no longer see a China that is confident that the future is hers. We see a failing authoritarian regime on the verge of panic. The blowing up of the Saki Air Base in Crimea tells us something similar, this time about the Russian Empire. The Saki Air Base attack was the opening indicator that Ukraine has the will to win this war. It was supposed to last just a few weeks, with a quick Russian victory virtually assured, or so the so-called smart money said. Of course, it'd be self-evident nobody asked the Ukrainians. 7 months later, this war in Ukraine has entered its most critical phase to date. Earlier predictions of a rapid Ukrainian capitulation have been confounded. In fact, based on the evidence of the last few months in particular, Ukraine will win this war. During the first phase of the invasion, Russian armored columns raced across Ukraine toward Kiev, their capital. Vladimir Putin's goal was to occupy the country and replace Volodymyr Zelensky's government of Nazis and drug dealers with a puppet Russian regime. At first, Putin's special military operation Blitzkrieg seemed to be on course. At this early stage, even Joe Biden lost faith and offered to evacuate Zelensky. It wasn't exactly a vote of any confidence. But Zelensky declined Biden's offer of safe passage in words that Ukrainian school children will read about for generations. "The fight is here. I don't need a ride. I need ammunition." From early on, the contours of the Ukrainian war were becoming manifest. 4 features stood out. The first and foremost being that the chaotic, I use that term pointedly because of the chaos theology of Alexander Dugin being the motivational force behind Vladimir Putin's anti-rationale. The chaotic Russian military is completely incapable of operating on a nuclear battlefield in its current state. Russian military incompetence was in early evidence as Putin's invasion forces outran their supply lines. Lacking fuel and ammunition, Russian tanks and armored vehicles lay strewn in long static columns along the wintry roads that led to Kiev. Marooned in unfamiliar terrain, these vehicles became as sitting ducks. Russian troops' morale plummeted. Ukraine's surprising success in bringing the Russian invasion to a shuddering halt was largely attributable to the second feature of this war, Western willingness to provide Ukraine's military with sophisticated modern high-tech equipment. Initially, enormous quantities of Javelin anti-tank weapons, armored vehicles, and reconnaissance and attack drones from the United States and the United Kingdom were instrumental in destroying Russian tanks. But advanced weaponry alone would have been insufficient without the third critical feature, the effective application of Ukrainian military strategy and tactics. Faced with a numerically superior enemy, the Ukrainian military quickly yielded ground, but, crucially, it held its nerve. A strategy of attack, withdrawal, and then counterattack proved very effective in degrading the enemy's military capacity. With his war machine visibly disintegrating, Putin was forced into an ignominious retreat from Kiev and compelled to forsake his ambition of occupying the capital city. His much-vaunted military had to withdraw to the Donbas, a region that had been largely under Russian control since 2014. The retreat inaugurated the second major phase of the war as the two armies faced each other in eastern Ukraine along a front line of over 1,000 kilometers. For 3 months, the war became an artillery duel reminiscent of World War I. The casualties on both sides have been enormous. Yet, in spite of their vastly superior firepower, Putin's forces made only modest territorial gains. Just as in Chechnya, Georgia, and Syria, the Russian military is showing itself to be a one-trick pony, abusing relentless artillery bombardments to grind down its enemy and slaughter all civilians. At least, That was until about 12 months ago, when the momentum of the war shifted perceptively. The catalyst for this change was the West's supply of state-of-the-art, long-range artillery systems, especially HIMARS and M777 howitzers. It is the precision-guided munitions these artillery pieces can launch that have proved decisive. Their superior accuracy has allowed Ukrainian artillery crews to target Russian munitions dumps and command and control centers with devastating and deadly consequences. It has disrupted Russia's ability to supply its frontline positions, so much so that artillery bombardments have tapered off significantly. The new artillery's greater range has also been key to tipping the military balance in Ukraine's favor. Its military can now target not only ammunition dumps and command centers at distances of up to 80 kilometers, but it can also destroy critical communications infrastructure such as bridges. However, of the four principal features of the war, Russian incompetence, Western military aid, and Ukraine's more innovative military approach, it may be the last that proves most decisive. The Ukrainian attack on Saki Naval Aero Base in the occupied Crimea exemplifies this. The massive explosions at the Russian aero base that lies 180 kilometers behind enemy lines destroyed fighter aircraft worth up to $500 million and had Western military experts scratching their heads as they didn't think Ukraine possessed rocketry with such a range. It has now emerged, however, that this may have been the work of a daring raid by Ukrainian special forces. Destroying enemy aircraft on the ground was a tactic pioneered by Irishman Paddy Mayne in North Africa during World War II. Such raids cause as much psychological damage as physical destruction, as confirmed by the month before last by now, images of Russian tourists fleeing Crimean beaches. The destruction at Saki has been a massive propaganda victory for Ukraine, while causing Putin's military chiefs to radically revise their defense assumptions. It also demonstrates Ukraine had the will to win. In fact, Ukraine has stopped the Russian fleet, Ukrainian resistance having hobbled the superiority of the Russia's Black Sea Fleet, denying the Kremlin decisive victories through amphibious action. The Russian Navy started with a great advantage, but for the moment it has not been enough to prevail over Ukrainian resistance. The 1997 bilateral treaty between Russia and Ukraine allowed the Russian fleet to have bases on the Crimean Peninsula. The Kremlin seized the whole of that southern Ukrainian territory in 2014 and then annexed it after a sham referendum. This fact should have been decisive for Russia to conquer the Ukrainian coast, but the reality is that the offensives have not been up to the level that could be expected despite having that advantage of superior naval strength. Consequently, as reported by El País, the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, removed Igor Osipov, the commander of the Black Sea Fleet, on the 18th day of August, a gesture that for Admiral James Fogo, former commander of the U.S. Navy for Africa and Europe, and dean of the Center for Maritime Strategy, is clear proof that the objectives have not been met. Himself concluding that, in his words, the Black Sea Fleet has not been able to carry out amphibious actions to conquer Mykolaiv and Odessa. I think that is why Putin relieved his commander. And a conservative attitude from Russia. It is surprising that the Russian Navy has not even tried to approach coastal waters under Ukrainian control. However, the reason for this conservative strategy lies in the threatening presence of the Neptune Ukrainian anti-ship missiles and the American-made Harpoon missiles. In fact, in April, a Neptune missile sank the Moskva, the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet. And shortly before, in March, the military vehicle transport ship Saratov was annihilated by drones. You've got this Russian superiority that has not been reflected in reality. Because, however, the Russian fleet still remains vastly superior. It has 40 large warships in the Black Sea and 6 to 8 submarines that are also present in the area. Ukraine has only a dozen small boats, mostly patrol boats, and its only frigate was destroyed in March at the hands of her own crew to prevent Russian forces from capturing her. The ship was under repairs in port when the invasion began, and the work could not be finished fast enough to set sail. In any case, the reality is that the superiority of the Russian Navy has enabled it to prevent merchant ship traffic in Ukrainian ports, but not to achieve decisive victories through amphibious invasions. So it can be said that, at the moment, Ukraine has stopped the Russian fleet. And then a Ukrainian bomber made a surprise appearance, streaking low over the front lines. The Ukrainian Air Force's aging Su-24 bombers continued to defy the odds. Despite heavy losses early in the war, the Air Force's single squadron of the swing-wing two-seat bombers is flying missions in support of the Ukrainian Army's twin counteroffensives in the south and east. A video that circulated online on the Ides of September depicts a single Su-24 belonging to the 7th Bomber Regiment at Starokonstantiniev. If I remember correctly, Starokonstantiniev, or Starokonstantiniev, in western Ukraine, streaking at treetop height over a Ukrainian artillery battery somewhere near the battlefield. That Su-24's appearance, more than 200 days into Russia's wider war on Ukraine at the time, is remarkable for a couple of reasons. Not the least because, in the first few months of the war, the Russians shot down 11 of the roughly dozen of the 1970s vintage bombers that then were in active service with the Ukrainian Air Force. In other words, they shot down all but one. It's obvious now that Kiev's technicians have been reconditioning and returning to service some of the Su-24s that were in long-term storage. As recently as 2015, there were as many as 47, and perhaps more, intact Su-24 aeroframes in reserve, mostly in Bila Tsurkva, just south of Kiev in central Ukraine. The Su-24's September 15th sortie is also notable because the plane and its crew apparently survived their bombing run. Independent analysts haven't noted any recent Ukrainian warplane losses. By contrast, the Ukrainians claim they've shot down no fewer than 4 Russian Su-24s in little over a week at that time, including 3 that mid-Menses week itself, that mid-month week of the Ides of September. The Ukrainians' claim is hard to verify. It's worth noting, however, that independent analysts have confirmed 5 Russian warplane losses since the Ukrainian counteroffensives kicked off on August 30th, and that was the last time I checked mid-month last. None was an Su-24. In any event, the Ukrainian bombers sortie mid-month yestermenses is yet another data point in underscoring the enduring strength of the tiny Ukrainian Air Force as the war grinds into its 7th, now 8th month. The Ukrainian Air Force began the war with around 125 operational fixed-wing air warplanes, including some 36 Su-27 interceptors, half a hundred or so MiG-29 fighters, perhaps 30 Su-25 attack jets, and the dozen Su-24s. All of the jets were Soviet models that Ukraine inherited from the old Soviet Union following its 1991 collapse. All were more than 30 years old, and only a few had gotten significant upgrades. But the Russian Air Force despite having hundreds of new fighters and, in theory, an overwhelming technological advantage, failed to gain control of the air over Ukraine. Chalk it up in equal measures to Russian incompetence and heroic Ukrainian resistance. Analysts have confirmed the destruction of 42 Ukrainian jets since the war widened on February 24th. That's just 12 fewer jets than the Russians have lost. The attrition rate of a third of the Ukrainian aero arm should have grounded it for good. But Ukrainian engineers have proved that, with adequate spare parts, they can keep old planes flying and return even older aeroframes to flight-worthy status. An influx of spares back in April, possibly from Poland, helped the Ukrainians to fix 20 or so fighters, mostly MiG-29s. As a result of intensive maintenance and the restoration of stored aeroframes, it's possible Kiev has stabilized its warplane inventory at around 100. Ukraine's aerial losses, meanwhile, have slowed as its MiG-29s and Su-27s, recently modified to fire American-made anti-radar missiles, escalate their campaign against Russian aero defenses. Russian losses have not declined, at least not as much. Ukraine's own aero defenses, after all, arguably are getting stiffer as ex-German Gepard mobile guns arrive in growing numbers. The upshot is that Ukraine's Su-24s, once nearly extinct, just might be able to stay in the fight, maybe even to the end. So here's what we know about the state of Russia's military. Ukraine's continuing rout of Russian forces in the east has exposed fundamental problems within the Russian military, including deficiencies and power struggles in its command structure and gaps in intelligence gathering and processing. Though Russia's early failures and difficulty recruiting enough soldiers for the front line have been clear for months, the latest operation shows the depth of the disarray and stasis in Russia's armed forces. Ukraine's lightning strike operation in Kharkiv Oblast demonstrated the Ukrainian military's ability to take advantage of those deficiencies to recapture not just territory, but strategically important transport and resupply hubs for the Russian military's eastern front. Although the war is far from over, and Russia still controls around 20% of Ukraine's territory, less by now, the Kharkiv operation provided a strategic and moral win for Ukraine and revealed the Russian military seemingly unable or unwilling to learn from its previous eras. Fighting continues in southern Ukraine near Kherson and in the Donbas, where Russia has sent its more experienced soldiers prior to the Kharkiv Blitz. While it's impossible to predict how the fighting will ultimately play out there, Ukraine's ability to take the battlefield initiative and exploit Russian weaknesses, as well as material, financial, and intelligence support from Western countries, put Ukraine's military in the stronger position. Since the beginning of the war, Russian failures, its inability to achieve its initial objective of a short surgical operation to remove Ukrainian leadership, a decapitation strike, as it's so called, its withdrawal from Kiev and reorientation towards the south in the spring, and numerous tactical blunders have been surprising to everyone but myself, who was always forewarned of the myth of Russian military supremacy. Earlier, devastating campaigns in Syria and Chechnya, as well as sophisticated military doctrine and strategic shows of force, successfully burnished the Russian military's image. But in a large-scale ground war against a well-equipped and organized adversary, that same organization is buckling under serious miscalculations and a chaotic military structure. Strikingly, the Ukrainian military's recent victories have even forced the Russian media to acknowledge that there are setbacks. The Russian military's command structure, is a mess. While neither Russia nor Ukraine disclose official military death tolls, the losses on each side are likely in the tens of thousands. Undersecretary of Defense for Policy Colin Kahl has confirmed that an August estimate from the U.S. Department of Defense put Russian battlefield injuries and deaths at 70 or 80,000 casualties in less than 6 months. At the time, the New York Times' Helene Cooper reported that the death toll specifically was estimated at around 20,000 to 15,000 of which were regular troops, and about 5,000 private mercenaries like those from the Wagner Group. In the past week, well, at this point I should say, when I last checked into it, which would be about a 14 nights, 12 weeks ago, reporting on Russian efforts to recruit soldiers both for regular units and for the Wagner Group have shown the military's difficulty in attracting qualified troops to fight in the Ukraine. The Russian mercenary boss, Yevgeny Prigozhin, head of the Wagner Group, has defended the idea of sending prisoners to fight in the Ukraine war after a video exposed him recruiting at a prison, saying those who do not want to send convicts to fight should send their own children instead. It's criminals or children. That's the Russian logic of desperation. Now, that video appears to have been taken in the prison's exercise yard. It is not known who filmed it, when, or how it was released. The footage has been geolocated to a penal colony in Russia's central Mary El Republic. Facial recognition tools suggested the recruiter was Mr. Prigozhin himself, and this was separately confirmed by multiple sources. The Wagner Group is known to have been fighting in Ukraine since 2014. That group, whose origins are shadowy, has been deployed in the Ukraine, Syria, and several African conflicts. Links between that group and Mr. Prigozhin, known as Putin's chef, so-called because he rose from being a restaurateur and caterer for the Kremlin, have been previously identified. Earlier, leaked footage showed him telling inmates they would be freed if they served 6 months with his group. A New York Times piece by Christiane Triebert studied a leaked video of Yevgeny Prigozhin, a close ally of Putin's and Wagner's head, trying to recruit shock troops at a penal colony in Yoshkar-Ola, about 400 miles east of the Russian capital of Moscow. In the video, Prigozhin promises prisoners their freedom in exchange for a 6-month tour of duty in Ukraine. While it's unclear when the video was filmed, experts assess it was made sometime in the past half year, indicating that the recruitment efforts are not new. In a statement published on social media after the video went viral, Mr. Prigozhin said that if he were in prison, he would dream of joining the Wagner Group to pay my debt to the motherland. I choke on that word. He added a message to those who do not want mercenaries or prisoners to fight. It's either private military companies and prisoners or your children. Decide for yourself. Now, the verified video confirms long-held suspicions that Russia hopes to increase troops by recruiting prisoners. Russian law does not allow prisoners to be freed in exchange for military or mercenary service, but Mr. Prigozhin said in the video that nobody goes back behind bars if they serve with the Wagner Group. To quote his T, if you serve 6 months, you are free. But he warned potential recruits against desertion, adding, if you arrive in Ukraine and decide it's not for you, we will execute you. Candace Rondeau, the directress of Future Front Lines at the New America think tank, has gone on record to say, to turn somebody who is a convicted felon with, as far as we know, no real military, or at least combat experience, to marshal hundreds of thousands of men to the front line of what is arguably one of the most important wars in Russia's modern history, tells you something about the mentality in the Kremlin right now. It's also an indication of the Kremlin's continuing desire to shield Russian people from the realities of the war, although the armed forces are trying to bring in volunteers from the civilian population, touting high wages and leaning heavily on patriotism and hyper-masculine posturing to do so. Even if the Russian armed forces somehow solve the recruitment problem, the intertwined issues of leadership and training remain. That played out in the Kharkiv offensive in early September, when Russian forces fled in the face of oncoming Ukrainian troops, as opposed to a planned, orderly withdrawal. Though the units that fled Kharkiv Oblast are not necessarily representative of the whole Russian military, their strategy, or rather lack thereof, does point toward a, I would say, not just potentially, but probable force-wide problem that can play to Ukraine's advantage. To quoteist John Spencer, the chair of Urban Warfare Studies at the Madison Policy Forum, organizationally, it means they don't even have the capability to do a measured withdrawal. Ukrainians have been attacking Russian sources of power, their ammunition supply, their command and control networks, because they don't have a flexible command and control network. So if you take out their control cells and their generals, it weakens the enemy. So while Ukraine is attacking Russia's command structure on the battlefield, the Kremlin and personal politicking at the highest levels are doing plenty to push that process along. Another major area of weakness is Russia's reconnaissance capabilities, which leaves Russian forces vulnerable and has also caused havoc on the front line. Part of Russia's challenges with intelligence collection are apparently due to the heavy losses that some of its elite teams, including reconnaissance units, have suffered due to the poor planning and lack of heavy armored support. That's according to a recent report from the Congressional Research Service that I'm sourcing. Ukraine has also destroyed and captured Russian surveillance drones like the Orlan 10. That's according to reporting from Radio Free Europe / Radio Liberty. Now, Moscow has reportedly lost 918 waves, UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, during this war, both surveillance and attack varieties, according to the Kiev Independent and the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. Adding to the confusion, Putin in May switched responsibility for intelligence gathering in Ukraine to the GRU, the Military Intelligence Unit, after repeated failures on the part of the FSB, or the State Security Services, to which he used to belong back when it was KGB, prior to and in the early stages of the war. All of this just goes to show doctrine and practice are two different things. Ultimately, Russian military doctrine, the planning, systems, and strategy that's supposed to underpin how it conducts a war, has not been particularly effective in Ukraine. Hybrid warfare, a vaunted aspect of that doctrine, has broken down to the extent that it wasn't even used. Well, it broken down to the extent that it was even used in this conflict, which was damn little if that. By the way, T-Tank Barry says, excellent monologue. Thank you so much. Hugs be to you, dear T-Tank Barry, my man, and his incredible van. Now, in terms of the reason Russians deluded not only the world, but even themselves, was through Russian military parades and shows of force that just aren't the same as doing battle with an adversary. It also seems as though the Russian Empire is operating from a Soviet-era personnel playbook that doesn't function in the current landscape. One of the hallmarks of the Russian, and therefore the Soviet system, was that they effectively designed around the fact that their baseline infantrymen were not as skilled as in these United States or NATO or in World War II, the Axis powers. But the intent was that the officers were competent and the overall operational minds were very effective, and they sort of played to their own strengths. Under that logic, pushing inferior troops onto the battlefield would still be operationally useful because they'd be operating under strategically superior leadership, executing a well-designed battle plan. We're not seeing that here, and it was always a myth. That sense of stasis permeates the entire structure, the whole rotten edifice, top to bottom, with the paralysis in the Kremlin's decision-making since the spring, resulting in a Russian approach to the war, which has not really changed since then, to its own detriment. Per Mason Clark, the Russia team lead at the Institute for the Study of War, has noted that the culture of fear is also likely further impeding the willingness of commanders to take risks or plot effective operations, making a tactical shift next to impossible. After the fast and continued successes of the Kharkiv offensive, Clark observed that there's been a lot of exaggerated reports from Russian sources of imminent Ukrainian attacks all along the line, a testament to the demoralizing nature of the attack, but also units' inability to get good information. To quote his T, "We've seen such high levels of Russian officer casualties, and the officers coming are even less experienced. We've seen cadets rushed out of Russian military educational institutions early and sent to the front lines, and the replacements are not getting the full training that they would if the Kremlin pursued large-scale mobilization. It's just pushing forward largely unfit personnel to replace initial losses." It's also unclear to what extent Russian wargaming, such as it is, has tested the pain points of its operational strategy. Though the Russian Empire is part of its own military alliance, the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, the Eurasian NATO, and conducted war games just yestermensis, last month. The public wargaming that we see, that is essentially a show of force and nothing more. The covert wargaming, in which militaries are supposed to probe their own weaknesses and strengthen or otherwise compensate for those areas, are kept under wraps for a reason. If the Kremlin did conduct these kinds of stress tests, it's not clear what lessons were learned, if any. And I would say, by all evidence, none were. But it's not just a problem of collecting intelligence. Intelligence analysis and dissemination on the Russian side also suffer from disorganization, mistrust, fear, and failure of command and control, leading to institutional incapacitation. There's also a political element to the disarray in leadership. Rita Konev, Deputy Directoress of Analysis at Georgetown University's CSET, the Center for Security and Emerging Technology, notes that intelligence services have significant influence at the political level, as well as massive amounts of control over information that they can disclose or choose not to disclose, but at the same time, they still very much fear the consequences of disclosing something that might dissatisfy Putin. Herself emphasizing that not only do the armed forces lack qualified leaders because they're being taken out on the battlefield, they're also being purged continuously from within. Political purges, a la Joseph Stalin. And it's a fundamental question of who is in charge of the intelligence gathering, processing, and coordination on which front, and are they speaking to each other? Yet when it comes to Putin's messaging on Ukraine, in his, well, in her own words, the words of Rita Konev, to quote as she at length and verbatim as I will now, he doesn't have to comply with reality. Here she's talking about Putin himself. He doesn't have to comply with reality. We've seen a lot of turnover in who has the military districts, who's the head of the airborne forces, the VDV, their elite forces, the commander of the Black Sea fleets, and a bunch of junior commanders have all been continuously replaced, causing a lack of institutional knowledge, lack of trust, not enough time to prove any sort of an independent concept of how they would reorient and regroup or perform better. There's not enough time to implement it. Of course, there's still a message of, we will stay in it until we reach our goals, although the goals continue to evolve and shift, and Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has demonstrated that he is able to re-articulate the goals to fit the changing reality on the ground without suffering much. A lot of this starts with the problems at the top. There's a bit of tension between vying for power and trying to avoid responsibility for Russia's failures on the battlefield. So you always have these levels of command who want more leadership and prestige and power, but at the same time, nobody wants to be the last one standing, caught responsible for all of these failures. There's a lot of conflicting and often rivaling intelligence bodies and groups that are active there. And this multi-layered, disorganized, and incoherent approach to intelligence collection, analysis, and coordination has undermined them at every part of the war. Intelligence is notoriously difficult to get right and to coordinate, especially when you have a country like Russia where the intelligence services have accumulated so much power. At a certain point, you can, in theory, understand a certain miscalculation. Everyone, even much better equipped, trained, and learned organizations like the U.S. military make mistakes and make incorrect assumptions about their enemy and miscalculate their levels of commitment and resistance. But the fact that the Russians have continuously made mistakes throughout the war that are of a very similar kind is unforgivable from that standpoint. With Russian military shortcomings unlikely to get resolved quickly, the final outcome of this war will be down to the West's ongoing willingness to supply large quantities of long-range artillery, precision munitions, and satellite intelligence. In light of all the aforesaid, the Chechen Russo puppet dictator Ramzan Kadyrov has gone on record to state, "In my personal opinion, more drastic measures should be taken, right up to the declaration of martial law in the border areas and the use of low-yield nuclear weapons." Russian dictator Vladimir Putin also recently threatened to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine and said he was not bluffing, despite multiple experts concurring the threat likely remains minimal. Other Putin allies, including former President Dmitry Medvedev, have also repeated Russia's nuclear threats. Noting